What up, chat? What up, chatters? How's everybody doing today? What up, chatters? What are you doing today? Bang, bang, bang. Dude, you don't chillin'. I am chilling. I woke up so damn late because I made the terrible idea of working out at like 7 a.m. or like 8 a.m. or something like that. I worked out at like 8 a.m. after I did all my like editing and shorts and stuff, and then I took a shower, and then after that I went to sleep. Yo, I didn't wake up till like, I don't even remember, bro. I don't think I woke up till like 7 p.m. That shit was pretty bad. Yeah, don't work out that late at night, even though I'm about to do that again tonight. But yeah, the Avatar beta is not tonight. Thought it was, but Avatar beta is tomorrow at like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. or something like that. So we're gonna play Avatar next stream. Other than that, this stream we're gonna be checking out Kenshiro, looking at the new Tokon stuff, and then we'll probably play Rivals and maybe 2x. I didn't put 2x in the title, but maybe 2x. We'll see. We'll see. It'll be a pretty fun stream though. But yeah, don't work out that late like I did. That was a pretty bad idea. And I think I went too hard too because my muscles hurt. It was biceps. It was bicep day. I think I went too hard though. I feel like I pulled something, but maybe I didn't. I don't know. Tokon looks really good. I usually don't play games like that, but I might copy. Yeah. Yeah, there's you don't have to use command inputs either, so it's gonna play like Smash, or 2x if KO if you ever play that. I'm probably gonna use command inputs, but I might turn it off because I don't think it's needed. I don't think I need to. Is my YouTube stream up? Yep, it is. Okay. So yeah, if you guys didn't know, today they dropped the Iron Man guide. So we can look at that. We're gonna look at that, and we're gonna look at the Captain America one. I'm gonna pull up both here. Give me a second. I don't think there's any other videos that dropped today I gotta react to. I think it's just these two. Damn, 130. Yo, I appreciate it, Fatality. What's up, dude? Okay, so character guide for Captain America. Whoa. Super serum. Do I have to read, or is it gonna? Is there skins? This one's not bad. I like this red one. This one's it's okay. This green one is. He always has this green one.
For liberty and justice, for everyone.
Liberty and justice.
Time to train.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna talk on it. What a character guide. They should have got the guy to voice it. They should have got the guy to voice it. Low one on this. I want to go to a combo section. There's like a combo section. Unique. Oh, this is unique attack. He can throw the shield up and down or forward, and he can kick it with his medium. He uses anti as well. It's pretty cool. Get who voice it? What do you mean get who voice it? You can just keep kicking it over and over. That stuff is evil. And this move is a parry, right? It's important to actually look at these because you got to know which character you're going to play. I know I'm not going to play Cap, but cool that he has this. Because they're going to do this for every character up until release, which is going to be pretty cool. Control scheme rising BlazBlue. Yeah, see, you can pick if you can use regular command inputs or if you use like the normal. It's up to you. This is modern and classic. I think it's like a small damage penalty. I don't know how big it is though. Soaring Justice. They can combo off this DP as well. Going Spider-Man all day? Spider-Man? I guess. He cool, but like, I don't know if he cool enough. Overhead, nice. Oh, I should change the category to Tokon.
Sorry, pal.
Oh yeah, we can look at some of Sajan's footage as well. I'm stealing this footage. Yep. Shield shock. Okay, so yeah, that's the overhead move. Assist types. His regular assist, he throws the projectile. Okay. His down assist is DP. His back assist is a counter. Oh wow. And it guards against low. Oh, non-low attacks. Never mind. Remember switch can be performed immediately after this move hits an opponent. That's cool. Android 18. The Android 18 barrier assist. 17, 18. It's stealing, barring. He's borrowing his footage. Oh, okay. Let's go. Sentinel of Liberty. Okay. It's more than a shield, it's a dream. Wow. I wonder if Mark and Panu and the rest of them gonna play this game. I would hope to. It'd be hilarious seeing them play this. Oh, these are the combos? Hold on, let me see these combos. Okay, overhead. DE exit. BP. Shield toss. Oh shit. Oh, that's sauce. That was pretty sick, no? You think this game will flop? Nah. Back by a popular IP. That's Arxis. It's not gonna flop. Be saucy with it though. Tokon assemble. Let's see his Tokon assemble. Performing a missile strike in a series of attacks with the entire team. This move is only available when losing the current round. Would end the match. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, it has to be a last round for you, not for the enemy. For you. And Tokon assembly can be activated from neutral by putting A in QS, L and A. Is that the assemble button plus light? Core circle forward, assemble button light. It's an interesting one. Activated by neutral by putting L. I'm putting L in extra time at the end of a link attack. That Evo looking symbol. Get in position. The freedom uppercut is crazy. The freedom uppercut? Okay. Down 2-1. I can use it for 2 more rounds. Yeah, you have to be on the last round. If you're winning, you're not gonna be able to use it. Unless you guys are both on final round. If it's a final round, yes, you can use it. Both teams can use it, but losing the round for you would have to result in ending the match if you want to use it. Whoa. This is new.
Don't call me the Sentinel of Liberty for nothing, pal.
Damn. I never heard that line. Alright, Iron Man's just came out today, so let's look at Iron Man's. Oh wait, they dropped Miss Marvel 7 days ago? Okay, I didn't see this. Let's look at Miss Marvel's. I didn't even know they dropped theirs. The magnificent Miss Marvel. Any of y'all playing Miss Marvel?
Ms. Marvel, genuine superhero, 100% ready for action.
This color's alright. I'm not gonna play her.
This online. My followers are gonna love it.
She was broken last beta. Oh my god, this character. She had like a 13 frame overhead, bro. That shit was so busted, bro. That shit was so busted, bro. Not amused. I am not amused. Okay. I'm just spinning. That move right there, yup. Bro, she can pull you from full screen, get a full ass combo. I listen to themes, throw list. Yeah, I'm gonna do a theme tier list once all the characters' themes are revealed. I wanted to do it yesterday, but I can't because we haven't heard Blade's themes, Carnage, and a few other characters.
I can keep going.
I probably have to wait till the game is out to do a theme tier list. Or rate the themes at a 1 to 10. Max, who absolutely hated Finder before, said she's tolerable. Oh, thank goodness, bro. She had a 13 or 14 frame overhead. No subathon. The subathon is starting in like probably like 3 days or something. It'll probably start on the 4th of July. But she had like a 13 frame overhead or some shit. That shit was so busted. And then when you get hit by it, it would lead to a full combo. It was so silly. I think it was safe on block, but I don't remember. I mean, you can make yourself safe if you just call it assist. Oh, the music 100% hits. I've already heard a lot of the themes. My favorite so far is Star-Lord's, Magic's, or Storm's. Yeah, this move. This is the move right here. This move was so broken, bro. Karate chop. This move is busted, bro. It hits as an overhead, good for mix-up, but it was ridiculously fast. This move was busted. You gonna Avatar beta tomorrow? Yeah, 100%. What game is this? Tokon. It's Marvel Tokon. Spinning. Yeah, she can use in the air combos as well. Yeah, she get a full combo off that. Oh, she get a side switch combo doing that like that. That's pretty cool. That's her assist. Her down assist is DP.
I've got your back, Spider-Man.
What does her back assist do? Range attack that down angle using a giant fist. Member switch can be formed. I think it's a reflected then. I don't know. Doesn't look that crazy. Her back assist don't look that crazy compared to people like Iron Man. Iron Man, he like does the little step back and then all the missiles come out his body and then you can go for a mix up. That shit is fire.
We're doing this. Jersey City style.
She from Jersey?
Check this out.
Boom, boom.
Time for the big move. Yeah.
What the? Oh, hell no.
Told you so.
The super is lame. It's her auto combo.
This is gonna be fun.
Ultimate switch activated from neutral. Oh, combos. That's the same as the beta. Oh shit, wait, no, that's new. What the hell? Okay, so what we did in the beta was that we'd like do the pull in the air and extend it. Yeah, you do this, you do grab, you do like medium heavy or medium grab and then extend it. What's that? Medium, jump cancel, medium, grab again. Oh shit, he grabbed downward. What the fuck? Oh, this is new. Or maybe we didn't figure this out last beta. Grab down, grab into, whoa, grab into grab again. What the fuck? You can do that? Grab into down grab and then spin downwards. Oh wow. And then it gives a bounce. Another grab. Oh, that's pretty sick. Assist combo. Heavy, assist, grab. That one's kind of lame compared to the first one. Oh, down forward. Assist. Okay. Yeah, we did not know you can use a spin like that. That's pretty cool. You can bring him down and it will give it like a bounce. Tokon the symbol. What does her symbol do? A kick?
Our true power.
Damn, she clapped your shit.
Yeah. Whatever
Damn.
it takes.
Cool. Cool. Luffy. Luffy is crazy. All right, last one. Let's see. Iron Man's just came out today. The Iron Man's theme is gas. The Invincible. World-class billionaire genius inventor Tony Stark was critically injured by a terrorist attack during a test for a weapon he was developing. He recovered thanks to his armor he invented with life-preserving functionality. Since this incident, he's taken on the role of a hero defending Earth using his high-tech armor. You playing Guilty Gear tomorrow? I don't think I'm playing for Robokai.
Wow, you look
Oh
amazing.
shit, this suit looks sick. What's up, Ricard? Congrats again, bro.
Let's party.
Yo, this suit looks funny. This one looks good. I like this one. Blue. There's this one. When does this game come out? Was it August 4th or something like that? I mean not August. Oh wait, no, it is August. Oh shit. Damn, it's next month already. Damn. Okay. Wow, that's pretty crazy. I keep forgetting. Yeah, Avatar is later this year. I always said year. Later this month. At the end of this month, on like the 24th, and then this is on next month. How much is it? This is gonna be $60, I think.
Look amazing.
Man in the metal.
Let's handle this quickly.
Let's handle this quickly. Man, capping this in Rivals. That's what's up. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna play Robokai tomorrow. I'm playing Avatar tomorrow.
Here you go.
If I play Strive tomorrow, I'm playing Lucy. I don't care about Robokai like that. His flight combos are so sick. Nah, his theme is hard, bro. Yeah, he can do omnidirectional movement. Free flight. Me from the man in the mirror. Yo, Distro guy, that's at a 190. Toss you Shuri combos. Oh, when the footage I showed yesterday, there was a lot of Shuri combos. I mean, we're about to look at some more. Don't worry. Just stick around. Love the stream. What's up, dude? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Repulsor blast.
Repulsor blast.
Here you go.
I'll have to pin this on YouTube. Me from the man in the middle. There we go. Beam projectile. Oh, he can float cancel the beam? Oh, sick. Cancel the free fly after this. Oh yeah, he can't because he can use it in the air. So he'd do like medium heavy in the air or something, and then he'd beam, float cancel the beam, and then do some more normals. Also, he has like a, yeah, this little uppercut DP thing. Motherfucker knees you upward. Me from the man in the mirror. His buttons look easy? I mean, everyone's buttons are easy. You don't have to play with command inputs in this game. You can play with command inputs if you want or not. It's up to you. I don't think it's worth playing with command inputs though. Because the damage difference is like, I think it's like 5% or something like that. It's like not worth it. But I don't know. They might change it before launch. I don't know. You can cancel any special into free flight. That's pretty cool. Dude, I fought an Iron Man last beta that cooked me, bro. Or I think it was the first beta.
Welcome.
Like Grand Blue, yes. Yeah, that step back move, that shit is really good. This is back assist. It's so good. Because you can just call the missiles and then you get like a mix up. You can delay it too. I'm going out of time when the beta drops. Ooh, yikes. Nah, my schedule is clear this month. I'm about to do this subathon. We locked in. I'm not going nowhere this month. Unibeam Max. Look at this beauty.
Just in time for
Ultimate skill Champion Buster.
Let's show him something special.
Champion Buster.
So if he has 50 additional gauge, he can do a beam afterwards. Right, it hits the opponent leader character. Okay, yeah. Oh no, if he has 100 extra. I wish this was his all in rivals instead of that weak ass nuke with 90 gajillion frames of startup, bro. Like, bro, I know this game came out already. No, it doesn't come out. It is not out yet. There's an open beta later this month, and then it comes out next month. Bam. Champion Buster beatdown. Man in the mirror. Play less about controls. I mean, I obviously prefer command inputs, but I don't really care. Oh shit, side switch bombos? Let's see this. He does the deep, I mean not the DP, the Lariat. He EXs it. The X side switches. He flight cancels upwards. Was that medium heavy? Medium heavy. Okay. Sick. Assist. Oh, Hulk assist. Whoa, I have not seen Hulk assist. Yeah, that was pretty sick. He did the air, what is that? His air unique attack where he shoots like a bunch of barrage of like blast. And he DPs, flight cancel. Oh shit, that was sick. Oh, the floor blast? If he does down unique, it'll like shoot the projectiles upwards. Nah, these combos are sick. Look at this again. His combos look sick. I don't know if I'm gonna play Iron Man. I don't want to count him out. He might. All I know is that 100% playing Blade and Magic. I fought an Iron Man first beta that absolutely destroyed me. That dude had bombos. I feel like that guy was a dev because that guy had crazy combos. But I don't know. Green Goblin Loki using Cyrax vibes. Green Goblin. We haven't seen a lot of Green Goblin. He hasn't been any playable in any build. We're about to get the Evo build plus Blade in that open beta, so we're still not going to see a lot of Green Goblin. Whoa. Oh shit, that was hard. Kaboom. You see that kaboom? Do you see that kaboom? Nah, that shit was hard. Yo, this game is fucking eye candy, bro. So much thumbnail worthy shots. Yo, this is sick, bro. This is sick, man. Can't wait for Carnage gameplay. I can't wait for his guy to drop. That's just gonna be sick. Damn, why they do Spider-Man like that? Shit, I would too. But still, why they do Spider-Man like that? Kaboom. Kaboom. Should have vertical stream? Oh no, you can press the button and switch it.
Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Oh, and don't forget, world-class ass kicker.
World-class ass kicker. This guy. This guy, bro. Philanthropist, genius, billionaire.
Billionaire, playboy.
Playboy?
Oh, and don't forget, world-class ass kicker.
This fucking guy, bro. How you been? I'm chilling, bro. How you been? Nah, this game is sick, bro. This game is sick. We need to play this shit, bro. August 6th, we will be there.
I love you 3000.
I love you 3000. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. Wow. All right, let me look at Sajam's footage. I'm stealing his damn footage.
For a little bit. I basically did this. Like they were like, "Yo, you can play Magneto real quick. Like you want to try some stuff." I played him for like 5 minutes. No, it's different from Max. I have my own footage. I played him for like 5 minutes.
Footage.
Like against.
Remember the GameSpot footage we saw yesterday with all like the Sherry combos and shit. That Sherry was going crazy. That was some crazy dev footage. He has more of this. Like, remember the Sherry that was going stupid in this footage? He has the full version of this. We watched this footage yesterday. That's mad cooking too. Nah, that combo's hard, bro. He throws the metal, floor bounces your ass, brings you back into the sky. That shit is sick. Why does she have an install, bro? Who says, but how? They sent them to build? Something like that, I don't know. Nah, this Sherry was cooking. I wonder what Sherry can do out of this stance. Because she keeps going low here, but I don't know what else she can do after this. This hop? In the footage, she went low like 1,000,000 times, but I imagine she can do like overhead or something else after that. Just nuke herself? Yeah, she does like a Wakanda Forever stance that's like a counter or something like that. And I think if you hit her, she gets buffed or something. Because she has this little meter thing at the bottom left. That install thing lasts way too long, by the way. Sure, should be rival skin like Lady Loki. Nah, they wouldn't work like that because Shuri fights completely different from Black Panther. That would be fucked up. She doesn't fight the same. They don't fight the same at all. Those are two different characters. They don't fight the same.
The other guy just standing.
Yeah, Shuri has her own shit. She'd have to be a separate character. She wouldn't be able to be a. And
then I was like, all right.
They don't fight alike at all.
So I can give you guys an idea about.
Yeah, Lady Loki works because it's Loki.
Cool stuff.
That's still Loki.
About this footage.
And they fight exactly the same.
One thing that we do is we look at the music a little bit. So I don't know if you guys know, but like, you know, obviously all these themes are in the game. There's the name of all
Thunder and
themes.
Fury, Mixtape Messiah.
And when you scroll through them, it plays like a preview every time you hover something.
All for my
every time
brethren.
you like hover a song. So
what a theme name.
I picked Magneto theme for this because I'm playing Magneto, right? So lock in the team.
The Black Mag.
Magneto, and then I'll talk about this footage a little bit. I can turn it up for a little bit.
The Black Mag.
I think it's really cool. The second part of my footage is me playing a little bit of the other characters that are not Magneto and Black Panther a bit, and then we have Penny theme.
I wish people had Magic footage. I hope Magic's in the next build.
Wait,
no, Magic will be, because if it's the Evo build, Magic was gonna be there. Because I played Magic at Evo Japan. When I went to Japan, I played Magic for a little bit, and she was there. And if we're getting the same build for the open beta later this month, yeah, Magic will be there, and Blade is gonna be there as a new character.
How's the audio?
You are nothing compared to Homo Superior.
Homo Superior.
Superior? Mag beat us. The first thing that happens to me, I get fucking jumped in on and die. All right, my bad, bro. My bad. So the big thing about
every
this
time
character, I don't know how much you guys
yeah,
know
they getting
about
their
Magneto
asses
and,
beat.
like, what he, dude. Bro. Yo,
this Dev, yo, chill out.
I don't know how much you guys know about Magneto and like what he does. I don't know how much people have explained basically at Evo. And, like,
well, I should probably skip to the dev footage.
But the main thing that this character
let me skip to the dev footage. I know he has it.
has this thing does do this. It's really over heavy, down heavy, air special move.
Thing is this.
Down. If I wanted to, I could have spent another.
Oh shit, this is still him.
Like Wahlberg.
I want to look at the dev footage. I don't want to look at his footage.
Play it on a show floor. Like let's say I play it at like Evo or something. Air dash cross up, like air dash cross up, JM, J6, Blade, Storm, Magneto. What's it called? The system changes in this game make moving around and calling assists feel so much better. Like,
yeah, she has portals, so she is kind of complicated.
Playing this version of the game compared to before, it's like.
No, this old man diff your Blade. Old man, that is true. This is an old ass man. He is an old ass man.
And playing the game feels in this version with the new assist changes and stuff like that. The biggest things about this game that I'm still like not sold on yet, that I'm like I have to get used to, and I was talking to Cloud about.
Dunk still got it though.
Was like
What is
when you
that
block,
symbol next to?
you
Oh,
can't
that's
call
Star-Lord. I was
assist
about
for
to
a while
say.
after you block.
I was like,
which
whose
is a
symbol
little
is that? That's
annoying.
his element symbol.
Like that, it feels very annoying to like block something. That's in Marvel 3, but you know,
Oh, my monitor went black.
not happening. Yeah, projectiles also you can call assists and stuff and confirm off of them very easily. It is definitely not hard to get extensions and stuff off of them.
Now Magneto's theme is sick. All for my brethren. The wisdom of Wakanda.
The wisdom of Wakanda.
Oh,
This character is really
drop
fast, by the way.
combos.
There's like a sequence like I do air dash age, and like this character's air dash is.
Oh.
Like it is.
Oh yeah, I
crazy how
forgot.
big
He
it
has
is.
like a little dive. That
She has,
dive
like,
slam
a
with his
really,
shield.
really big.
Remember I was using that last
all black
a Wolverine
When I
gameplay?
saw on Twitter like the tweets that were like, "This is the black delegation, the all black team in Marvel Tokon." It's like Black Panther, Blade, Storm, Magneto.
What the hell? The black team is
You know,
crazy.
I don't have the jurisdiction to argue it, but it looks right to me. Like
The black team. You can just tell they're black if they use that team.
Magneto got traded.
I don't think you'd be able to tell I'm black if you saw my
It's
team.
like, yeah, we'll be taking Magneto now.
But I mean, I don't even know my full
I
team
kinda
yet.
am there. I remember that. I could tell by the way I moved right there. Do
I
you
know I'm
see
not
the
playing
hit
Storm or
box on
Shuri
that?
though, so
Like, dude, look at her.
I don't think you'd be able to
JH.
tell.
Click jump. Forward
I
U
don't
in
think
the
you'd be able
air.
to tell.
Forever. The build. This is something going like. Yeah, that's something they had in the other builds and stuff as well. But cool in case you didn't know.
It's still him. I don't even know. Metallic Mites.
This
Spider-Man.
I feel like J. Jonah Jameson, dude. This Spider-Man character's a menace.
Fuck
I'm trying to
Spider-Man.
zone his ass, and he just.
Iron Man gotta be in your team.
and then I'm just
We'll
dead.
see, bro.
Like, that shit, dude,
I love
he's still
Iron
a
Man's
menace.
back assist. I used him last beta and the one before that. I love his back assist. The step back into the missiles is so nice. But the thing is, this time we can actually use different types of assists mid combo and mid block stream. It's not always gonna be Lariat assist. So that's a fucking W. So I actually think I
love
might
him.
use
I
Iron
think
Man.
he's so fun in this game.
Since they changed the combat, you can actually use different types of assists now.
I mean, I love Spider-Man.
Yeah, his back
And he
assist
has
is
been
so
bad
good after you
in
get like a
versus
knockdown.
games for like legitimately 30 years. So it's probably about time that he's good, to be honest with you.
Spider in your team?
He's
I
legit
won't.
been bad in Marvel.
I'm not playing Spider-Man.
Versus games.
That's for sure.
Since, like,
I
before
have
I was
zero
born,
interest in playing Spider-Man.
To be honest with you.
It'd be
Like,
hilarious
the
if I
last
played
time he was
Spider-Man
good was,
here,
like,
but not in
Marvel
another
2.
game. But on
He's, like,
Rivals.
bad in fucking Marvel 2. Marvel
Yeah, gonna be like,
3,
what the hell?
MCI, like,
Oh, now you want to play Spider-Man?
yeah, he does 1,000,000 damage. He has really evasive
Oh,
air
man.
stuff. Like he's. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do like 5M, but I like blocked and then I went forward and I did course on it.
Oh, nice spin.
Or 5L.
The spin move looks cool on Wolverine.
That's a punish. A lot of the moves, and that's another thing. I think staggering is hard in this game. A lot of the normals are legit.
Oh, apparently you have to call your assistant earlier in this game compared to
if
other
you don't
type
have an
fighters.
assist or like a safe special cancel, I
Is
think
what I
you
was
just tear it.
hearing.
I
You
don't
should
know
call
how
your
good,
assist
like,
earlier.
staggering or just like dashing.
So they have
up
more
and
startup
are in this game because of that. I think
with
you,
other
like,
tech
kinda
fighters.
need stuff like if you just do a medium on block, I think you're just like unsafe normally, which is crazy. Like dashing up and doing stand medium and then you're just punishable on block is like what? I hit JTH cross up there because I played 2x.
Is Wolverine healing?
I should just hit jump. Dashing
Is
up
he?
and doing stand medium and then you're just punishable on block is like what?
Are you gaslighting me?
I hit JTH
I don't know.
cross up there 'cause I-
Was he healing?
Yeah, that was my brain. I should just hit jump.
What do you mean it was healing?
That was my fault.
What the?
Yeah, I think.
I don't
staggering
think
is,
he
like,
was.
It doesn't seem that strong to me in this game.
I think you're tripping,
I think
bro.
the offense comes from like calling your assist on block, doing something.
I
with your
didn't
main
see him
character
healing
that's
or nothing.
staggering.
I know he has a mode.
Also, yeah, I
Like
could
some
like
rage
not
mode or
zone the
whatever.
Spider-Man character, which probably does not surprise you. If there's a character that should be fast enough to get in on a zoner, it's probably Spider-Man. I basically immediately gave up. I was like, all right, bro, I'm putting Shuri back. I was like, this is the nice thing about playing multiple characters, though, right? It's like I basically was like, dude, I don't think I'm fighting Spider-Man with Magneto. I think I'm getting out of here.
Oh shit.
I was
Ooh.
like, I think
The down spin?
I'm out of here, you know. Bro, I'm getting fucking.
Oh, you're
shot.
getting fucking blasted.
Yeah, I mean, you have 4 characters on your team. You know, what are the odds that all 4 of your characters?
Go,
have,
go,
like, a bad
go. Is it rage? He
Probably
heals?
not.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That makes
also
sense.
was like trying to play the new characters,
Instead of just
so I'm trying to mostly
healing.
play. Like,
Rouse
my other
looks
two
different.
characters
And
are
don't worry, we're gonna play
Spider-Man
Rouse in a little bit. Wait, actually, no, I
trying
gotta play
basically not
Kenshiro
to play
first. Because I have a
I'm
sponsor I
basically
gotta do.
just like, you know,
I was supposed to do it
playing,
yesterday, but I got
what's it called?
sidetracked.
Black Panther and Magneto because they're new, dude. This fucking webs it. I can't wait to play Spider-Man online. What's the advantage of breaking the wall when your whole team is unlocked? So you get a hard knockdown, so you can dash up and do your offense. And the other thing is you get one of your assists back, your like team assists back. And assists cost nothing to call in neutral, but to call them in combo.
Yeah, Magneto looks so sick. You on Avatar beta tomorrow?
So,
yeah.
for example, this
We're streaming
combo,
Avatar tomorrow,
like,
yeah.
Think about it like this, right? Like I get this hit in the break.
We skip forward to the dev footage.
I forgot her level 3 is the fucking install, man. I try to the game.
Maybe over here.
I'm on your side this many times of like stuff in this game, to be honest. Like Penny's song is insane. I don't know if you guys have heard it. It's so much different than everything else in the game.
Penny's song is the little anime theme. Okay, yeah, this is the full version of the footage.
Take this.
I think. Damn. There's a YouTube video, dev footage.
Yeah,
the end.
talk a lot.
Oh, we can look it up on YouTube.
There's so much news over.
Oh, what's the wrong video? You uploaded today? Oh, we did.
The guy just standing there, basically.
What's the timestamp of the dev one? Oh shit, the quality kind of fucked. Oh, this is Penny's theme.
I'm surprised that hit me. Also, the down assist there.
Fucking Penny's theme is so Looney Tunes.
Here it comes.
Yeah, the timestamp 4306. Okay. Penny's theme is so Looney Tunes, bro.
This will be the beta build, right?
Well, not Looney Tunes, but
Very well. If you insist on fighting me, I shall crush you.
Dude. She uses the
yeah, this is it, because she does the charge and start.
It's fully armored.
Bro, that fucking meter thing install, bro, that thing lasts so long.
You do it, you gain pips.
Her install,
like,
it lasts so
I think,
long.
quite strong. Like, I think that's like something that I gotta mess with quite a bit. Magneto though, like he really.
I think the footage is better on his
in terms of like when he gets
Twitch. I'll watch on his Twitch. I think the footage is better on his Twitch. I think his footage is very compressed. Or I send it to his editor. Oh, for my brethren. Found it.
going, I think like
Magic Ghost Rider. Yep.
based on who you pick, basically. She uses the charge also. Maybe I should have been using that more. It's
then she
fully
catches
armored,
out level
and
3
while
and
you
she
do
does
it, you
crazy
gain
damage.
pips,
Infinite air
which is,
dashes?
like,
Wait,
I think, quite
what?
strong.
Infinite?
Like, I think that's like something that I gotta mess with. quite a
Really?
bit. Magneto though, like he really is hard.
I thought,
to
wait,
deal
can
with
she
in
only
terms
do
of
that
when he
hop and
gets
install?
going. I
She
think
can
like
use it anytime,
basically
no?
if he gets a projectile out,
You play
he
Zenless?
just
No, I didn't play
starts
Zenless
vomiting
yet.
projectiles at you, and it seems very hard to deal with. That is also very strong. She can do the spear throw, and then afterwards do the fucking.
I haven't installed. I just didn't try it yet.
Dashes
We're gonna try
in
to see
on your
more.
ass, and like it's that's fast fall, but I don't think the fast fall.
Oh, she
makes
has
it
a
look that
fast
scary
fall?
off of a jump in. I think it looks pretty scary when she like is in the air and hasn't committed and then fast falls.
Sheesh. Dash in any direction. Oh my god, bro.
That
The
seems like the scariest.
directional movement this game has
Pulls
is
you in, get a
fucking
combo off
crazy.
of it.
Some of
Yeah,
these
that's his
characters
down
can
down move.
smooth,
So that's
bro.
like down down light or down down.
Oh, I didn't tweet the stream out. God damn it.
For Magneto, it's a pretty scary move to deal with. It's plus it pulls you in, and then he gets to beat your ass after, and he gets a combo on hit.
Shuri, I'm all set to go.
Dude, you hear how they all have lines? Like they all talk to each other. Like when a character comes out, they will say some shit. They're like,
probably
"Sure,
play-
I'm
play
here
music.
now. What's up?" Yeah, this game comes out August 6th.
Play Magic.
Look at this. Okay, this is character specific combo, by the way. So remember, I was just doing like the generic combo, right? But this is, if you look at this, this is like character specific stuff. So let's see here. He like gets the hit. What's his combo looking like? He does circle back M, call assist.
Call assist.
2H.
What is the EX version I do? I wonder.
This is like air jump heavy, and then he does.
What is
This
that?
is the command grab, right? And then he shoots fireball after.
It gives
and
a
then this
floor
gives
bounce.
combo, a little ground bounce.
That shit is hard.
J2H. Yeah,
Yes,
got
Majesty,
even
yeah.
more off that. It was like 40%. He has a charge heavy that also magnetizes you. Yeah, this
It
is infinite air dash strength as well.
magnetizes.
This is what
Wow.
she gains during her install. So like right now, until that meter in the bottom left runs out, she can just keep doing her dash like this. You can just do spear throw, dash.
Oh hell
and then
no.
fastball mix like that. So her install is
Yo,
very
Shuri
scary
broken.
because it basically makes her
Nah,
able
nerf
to
her.
cancel everything
Nerf
she
her.
does
Oh
and
hell
gain-
nah. Infinite? It looks like it lasts so
and then this is
long.
the super she gets when she's in the install. Like LMH spear throw dash is very good. Even when you don't have install, you
Dude,
just have one.
it
thing,
lasts
it's
so long. It lasts so long, bro. What the
good. Yeah,
fuck?
she is sick as fuck. Wait, this doesn't have music. I just realized.
Stage
I
is
just
cool.
realized that there's no music on it.
Wakanda stage?
Yeah, that is her like charge H or whatever I think it is. Or not charge H, but charge. I don't remember the input. Charge U? Whatever it is, it's like armored and it gives her the meter.
It's pretty unique to her. I
EX,
saw it's
air
you.
dash, nice.
She has a key charge, literally.
I need people on the bus now.
Bro, I wanted to
did
get on
say
the
Tokon
Chipotle
forever
bus.
to the devs. I asked them
Last
about
Evo
that.
I
was like,
went
have you guys
to,
seen the Ryan Gosling?
They had the
meme
Chipotle bus, but it
Black
wasn't there when we
Panther?
wanted to
And they were
go.
Like, yeah, they were like, yeah, why? And I was like, dude, I'm gonna be saying Tokon.
It was like me,
forever when I
Shine,
play Black
Seratina,
Panther.
Huntress. We were supposed to get on the Chipotle bus, but when we wanted to get on it, that shit was already gone, I think. The fucking Chipotle bus, bro.
This, oh, look at this command
Oh,
grab.
that command grab.
Look at all that debris.
Jeez, bro.
He gets to use it to gain like tons of plus frame and extra damage. He is like so cool. Like they really made him so different from Marvel 3
Nice wall
Magneto, but in
splat.
like a dope way. Charge H, tumble state, that works. You can
That
actually do
does
this.
work. Yeah, we
This
saw
is,
that earlier. That does
something
work.
that's unique about her. So we were talking about character specific combos earlier, right? So she does.
Why did
wall
not work
splat,
with this
and then
combo, though?
If she does her charged H, this move, if she beak drivers you, the charge version of this creates a tumble state. So that's like the state
Oh, she
that
didn't
happens
charge
when
it.
you call an assist or something, right? And it's very powerful because if you get the tumble, you can do a combo after
Bro,
on.
I love
She
how he
does it
leaves
later.
debris.
She also
so
has
he can
the
use it
Akali
later
air
to
kunai.
enhance his other specials.
It's down. The blast.
I think she does it right
air
here.
Combo after him. Missed
Oh,
it. But
no,
that you
damn.
can do a combo like that.
In the GameStop footage yesterday, we saw it worked. It was a long ass combo too.
Honda forever. I mean, I had
Because
to
the
rip
combo
that
looked like it
shit.
was gonna
was
end,
just
but
too
no, it didn't.
powerful. Especially because this character, Black Panther, is she's got a lot of cool stuff that I really like in a character.
Does he lose it
When
when
I
he
saw
gets
her,
hit?
I was like, oh.
I have no clue. I haven't paid attention to
definitely
Magneto
gonna
enough
play this
to
You know,
notice.
it's kind of funny because I
I
know
doubt it,
there's
though.
like a culture war on Twitter for people who
But see,
don't
there's
play
metal
fighting
on the
games
screen
that
right
are,
there,
like,
you see
really
that?
mad
Oh, he
that
got
it's
hit,
her
yeah, it's still
instead
there.
of T'Challa. But T'Challa was in like Black Panther. T'Challa version was in MVCI and he was really cool. But I think
It kind
the
of
way
makes sense that
he
he's a
plays-
zoner though, because the
probably-
whole metal thing where he's like pushing and pulling and using debris and stuff.
Oh, look at this combo with Cap. Oh shit, DP combos in the corner. The way he plays is probably less like a character I would like playing than Shuri, to be honest, because they made her a character where like she has a long range weapon and
Assists.
like bigger normals, and they made her like more of like a
This game gonna have modern
like,
controllers.
fast volley, tricky like
as
mix
both.
of character
use,
with it.
You can
and,
use
like,
command
the big
inputs.
normal.
You can use command inputs, or you can use modern controls. Just like Street Fighter 6, you can play on modern or classic. It doesn't matter. Motion inputs do more damage, but like I think it's only by like 5%. It's not as big of a difference as it is in Street Fighter 6, to my knowledge. And I don't think you lose any of your normals. I think it's like Grand Blue, yeah. To where it's not really. I don't think if you're gonna take this game serious and play it a lot, I don't think you should play on motion inputs. I'm probably gonna do that. I don't think you should though, because it's not like Street Fighter to where like you lose normals, some of your specials, and what is it, 25% damage difference? I think in this game it's only like a 5%. Or something like max set is 10, something like it's somewhere around there. I don't think that's that major to a point where like it's worth it, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they might change it. Like in Grand Blue, I know like almost every Grand Blue Pro they don't play with command inputs because it's no point playing with command inputs in that game.
Whereas like he kind of uses the claws.
When I play Grand Blue,
in
I play command
MVCI,
inputs though, but
and like
I'm
he's
just
more
used to it.
focused on that, which I think is like probably.
I know
little less
Diaphone doesn't
my
use command
style,
inputs, though.
personally. So it's interesting because if he was in the game and he didn't use the spear, he just like uses the claws, which I think people associate more with him anyway, then I think he probably would have been less my playstyle than
inputs.
her,
I mean, I
which
want
is
all the
interesting to
damage
think about
possible,
for
so
me.
I'm probably
As
gonna
far as
still
like
use
raw
motion
gameplay
inputs.
stuff,
You know what I'm
right?
saying? I probably won't, but that's just me because I like looking at the damage.
That shit is
You know me, I like damage, so.
man.
Shit,
assist.
I'm using it.
One.
I like damage, so you know me.
Super sick. Yeah, I mean he throws the spear as well in
Doc Ock would go crazy.
he throws the spear to like proc the thing in Rivals.
Grand Blue
but
combos,
really the thing about him in Rivals is the claws because he's dashing on you.
In Grand Blue,
You know,
it doesn't, your combos don't even do less. It's only like if you use a raw super or whatever your first special is. Like if you do like a raw EX skill from across the map or something, yes, that'll do less damage if you're using standard or I mean modern controls. But if you're not, it doesn't even change anything.
no,
I
that's
forgot.
like his thing. Yeah, I don't know if you can zone this Black Panther character. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how you zone her because she has an armored move that gets her a resource that gives her free command dash, and then she can just use that free command dash after she absorbs your zoning like that to get in or do offense, you know? So like I actually don't know how you see how
Rising,
she just
yeah.
okay, maybe you do that, but she stands full screen, it just does armor and then just like gets resources and then she just like dives in and kills you. She also has spear toss as well. Her spear throw is like
Really fast. It's really good. I like the spear throw assist. That shit was nice.
it's easier to visually parse this gameplay than 2x KO. I would say I could see that until you unlock all your assists and people just start doing all four
Spamming
assists
assists.
over and over
Yeah.
because it's free. That's another thing that's crazy about this game. Is assists cost nothing when you
I mean, if you hit the assist, it doesn't matter,
like
no?
use them, which is very, very powerful because you can just like call all 4 assists and it costs you 0 resources. Like right here, you could hit all 4 assists in a row and it costs you 0 resources. So I think the visual noise of that is going to be pretty crazy, honestly, in like some scenarios
Overhead.
after wall break where people just start like fucking doing all 4 assists.
It's
in
like
a row.
Panther.
Die from whiffing them though, because of them getting damage. I mean, if you
The
call
robotic
4
Panther.
assists and then run at your opponent, I doubt all 4 of your assists are taking damage. But
Cooked.
yeah, I mean, I see the point you're making. But
DD, bro, Iron Fist would go crazy in this game. I'm surprised Iron Fist isn't base roster. I can't lie, because Iron Fist would be a really good addition in this game. Iron Fist would go crazy.
self-explanatory feels like a mean thing to say there. I don't know if it's just me. Saying I win, you fall, it's self-explanatory.
He says that, damn.
Like, just wanted to watch it. He had like upload though. So let me go to the next one.
See some Blade of Magic already? No one has any footage,
This
bro.
is like the B-roll they sent in. GameSpot uploaded this, but they didn't upload the whole thing. I think they only cut like the parts they thought were cool, but I figured you guys would want to see the whole thing. You know?
You see that whole thing? I was about to say, it's not 1440. It is.
Hope we can change VAs per character. Didn't Max's footage have that? I thought when I was watching that he had like one character in Japanese and one character in English.
Did he?
Am I crazy, or were they all in Japanese?
Did he? Does anyone know?
I thought when I heard his footage,
I
that,
didn't
like,
watch
one
all
the
of his
characters
footage
had a
because
different
they were
VO than the
like,
other.
I didn't see a single drop of combos.
Who died?
But then again, I only watched like a couple minutes. I should have watched the whole thing. Did he or did he? This dude.
I'm with you. That's a good Spider-Man line.
But I started stream so late because I woke up extremely late because I chose to work out at 8 a.m. Even though I shouldn't have.
And he just speaks Japanese from time to time. Okay, yeah, maybe that's what it was.
Very bad idea. Even though I'm probably gonna end up doing that again tonight.
Dude, look at Daredevil just in the background of that.
I woke up
building.
at like
Fucking
7 p.m. Or was it 6? I don't remember. Woke up stupid late.
I'm here.
Oh, this combo crazy. Look at this. That was a high extension, yeah.
Or like a combo with no super and like no meter, flame carpet.
Oh, that could have been a
assist
side
seems really
switch.
good, by the way. The
That
back
could have been a
assist from
side
Ghost Rider,
switch right there. You see that shit?
that does a lot of damage for like a combo with no
Spider-Man. I'm not
super
playing
and, like,
Spider-Man.
no
Ghost Rider.
the meter.
Cross
Yeah.
up. Oh, but her no. I think she pressed the normal too fast. Yeah, she pressed the normal too fast. So it didn't cross
Flame
up.
carpet. That assist seems really good, by the way. The back assist from Ghost Rider. It's a homing flame carpet. Seems good for lockdown, and also seems pretty good to just like do in neutral because you just.
I think
spawn
Cloud
flame
said they
carpet
nerfed
and
that. They nerfed
seems
that
like
move though. At least on the normal version.
pretty annoying to do.
The Oki doesn't work no more. You're not playing? No. I'm watching footage. This game isn't out yet. This game comes out next month, and the open
I think
beta
Mag is probably
is on like the
pretty
24th.
happy to set up in neutral. If you just give him time, he can like start to just spam rock.
He don't got
get
that
the
much
3 out,
motion.
and then
We already watched
start
the
to
episodes
just,
of Cloud.
pull you in, like get mix-ups off of it. Like he
We
really
watched it live
becomes
when it happened.
pesky the longer he gets.
All
to
right,
shoot.
the video's on the second channel. I reacted to it already.
Metallic might.
Metallic might. Yo, whoever dev this is, this dude loves Shuri.
Dude, something about fighting game voice lines, they're just so addicting, man. I don't know what it is about fighting games, but like every voice line is just so good. You just hear them say anything and that shit gets me hype every time.
I mean, that's pretty much what you can do in this game.
Yeah,
You
they
don't
have a
to switch
lot of good
characters.
VOs. Like I was saying earlier, but one thing about this game that's really cool is like the VOs are like lots of classic VOs for the characters, but also like characters for VOs that are really popular right now. It's like a nice mix of like people who've been doing the voices for a long time, and then like also this combo's heat into the daggers. Oh shit! She could have actually killed there if she did super at the end. That combo is cool. Like so, this combo could have killed.
The job interview tomorrow.
Pretty
Good luck,
sure.
man. You got this.
Like
Lock
2H,
in.
air
Lock in,
combo,
bro.
Spike.
Lock the
and then
fuck
you
in,
do
bro.
2H again. Wall splat. Charge heavy. EX blast.
That fast fall cancel was crazy. Wait, what fast fall
Shit,
cancel? I
really
missed
popular
it.
right now. It's like a nice mix of like people who've been doing the voices for a long time, and then like also this
She
combo's
can
heat,
combo
the
off
dagger
that.
characters.
Jesus
And they
Christ.
have a lot
Look
of
at
good
this
Like, I was
combo.
saying
Wait,
earlier,
what?
but one thing about this game that's really cool is like the VOs
Yeah,
are
look at my camera.
like lots of classic VOs for the characters, but also like characters for VOs that are really popular right now. It's like a nice mix of like people who've been doing
Look,
the
this
voices
combo's
for a
about to
long
drop.
time,
Nope.
and then like
Charge
also,
spear.
This combo's heat into the daggers. Oh shit!
Jesus Christ.
She could have actually killed there if she did super at the end. That combo is cool. Like so, this combo could have killed. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Like 2H, air combo, spike, and then you do 2H again, wall splat, charge heavy,
Charge
EX
heavy,
blast,
blast,
fastball,
stab.
stand heavy, dagger toss,
Jeez,
assist,
bro.
stand heavy. If that was a super there, then that would have killed, I think.
KO.
I must
Murderous. Wait, what are you talking about, dude?
I suppose I need to keep looking.
Damn, she talks a lot of shit.
She talks a lot of shit. She talks a lot of
Oh,
shit.
that side swap, that was really
She
cool.
does. What the
She
hell?
talks a lot of shit.
Why does she
Dude,
talk
my
so much
favorite
shit?
thing about this game so far is I was talking about like the footage yesterday, and I was talking to Infernasu, and you know how it is. We're talking shit. I was talking about how I was gonna body
Oh my god, this guy. This fucking guy, bro.
a lot
What
of
did he just say? Hold on. I don't even remember which one, bro.
Oh, that side swap. That was
Every
really
time I end
cool.
the stream, I always
She
talk to
talks a
these
lot of
guys.
shit.
What's some dumb shit?
Dude, my
while
favorite
playing
thing about
2X.
this game so far is I was talking about like the footage yesterday, and I was talking to Infernasu, and you know how it is. We're talking shit. I was talking about how I was gonna body him with Blade when Blade is playable, and then he was like, "Are you even gonna play Blade? Like, aren't you gonna play like Sherry or whatever her name is?" And I was
Bro. This is what I'm referring to, bro. Hey, he's gonna play Shuri, bro, and he's gonna fucking pull up with his fucking white Wakanda fucking. That's what I said. Are you just gonna play Shuri, bro, or some shit? Like, bro, like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Like, you're not even gonna actually play Blade. I know who you are, bro. Put that fucking suit on, bro. What are you talking about?
was like, "You mean Shuri, the Black Panther?"
Sherry. Oh, I'm a minute. Okay, I know what conversation this is. I said, what'd I say? I said Shuri. And no, I think I said Sherry. And he said, "You mean Shuri?" And I was like, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna just start calling her Cherry if you're gonna get so fucking specific
He's
about
like, "Yeah,
it.
whatever that girl's name is." And I
Yeah,
was
whatever
like,
that
this
girl's
is unbelievable. The disrespect.
Put that fucking suit on, bruh.
I was like, the disrespect.
Put that
man. Into
fucking
the insult
suit on,
combo?
bro.
Oh, wait, hold up. Fastball? Oh, wait, hold up. This is a cool ass combo.
Fucking Ryan Gosling.
And then now you can just like, you can do 4
Cherry
on them,
Panther.
meow, like that, and then fastball bait, meow, and then go down again. This install is so cool. Installs that give you infinite mobility, like, come on, man. Like, it can't not be cool. Oh, I think he just made himself
Bro, looking like
punishable by
Ryan
calling
Gosling
someone
with the
that,
suit
like,
on, bro. Put that damn fucking Black Panther suit on, bro. Lock in. Wakanda needs you.
Let's not pretend anybody.
See, what are
knew
they
her
doing
name.
right now? I think
Shuri?
they're on Deadlock. Oh, they're on Deadlock, I
Bro, she's
think.
been in like 5 Marvel movies. I think people know her name, even if you don't know the comics.
Cherry, Sherry, Shuri,
Sherry.
Cherry.
Yeah, this is, I think, some of the best.
I wonder how
gameplay
good
that they've
Danger's
posted
assists
so far.
are.
Look at this combo. This shit is so much better than my fuck ass combo. Into the rock setup, into the command grab. Okay, this is like.
Look at the metal. You see the yellow
Look at
metal
this.
on the screen after you did that
Look at this
combo? That shit is so good, bro.
So it's EX rock to
Great Panther, Ryan Reynolds.
pull you into B plus cross up.
Someone has to edit Sage in his face on. Bro, someone, one of y'all can do it. Go ahead, do this shit. Get the, what is the Sage in picture that's always, all the TOs always use? Fucking do that shit.
J6 age 214M.
As I said, are you even gonna
air
actually even
combo,
play Blade, or are
charge
you just
heavy
like
into metallic might, the down and you pull him back down, get the combo. This is plus, and then it pulls you in, and then he does tick jab into
I think
command
it's a
grab.
charged pull or something.
And then
That
you
shit
can
can
combo
pull
off
you
that as
full
well if you
screen.
follow
It pulls you really fast too.
It's a cool combo. Like
Look at the metal on the screen. The yellow.
basically, the way this works is
I don't know what the
this
difference is between the metal being purple on the screen floating or yellow. I think it's even strong because I know like whatever special he does afterwards, if the metal is on the screen, it enhances it. But I think if it's yellow, I think the next skill becomes EX or some shit.
it's just
I think you can use a normal skill and then it'll instantly EX it or something. I have no clue how Magneto works, but I think that's my theory.
Combo off of it.
No, I haven't tried him.
And then you can charge his H in the air, and this like magnifies
Command grab.
you. This is pretty cool. And then he can like combo after with like fireball or whatever. Then he pulls you back down to the ground, and then he can meet you with this move. This is down, light, or medium. And then he pulls
has a down input. Command grab. You see the floating yellow, well, I guess orange metal.
Wait, this is not me playing. This is dev footage that they sent over B-roll. I was playing earlier.
Oh, grabbed a whole cop car. Like, son.
She's out after Infinity War. I mean,
everyone has it down. I think everyone does. I think you're right. Because I remember I played Magic. Her down input is the fire pillars that come off the ground or some shit. I think that's what hers was, but I don't remember.
War.
She-Hulk, that is She-Hulk, yeah.
She has like a pretty
She-Hulk
big
next
part
to Mary
in that.
Jane. This is Mary Jane right here. This is She-Hulk. This is, oh, what the hell? What's up, Gospel? This is Luna Snow on the banners.
Ghost Rider's cool. Yeah. I mean, it
What's
being
up,
Robbie, I
Gospel?
don't think
What's up?
it's, you know, I think people are just happy to see Ghost Rider and stuff. To be honest with you, he's gonna overheat.
Boom.
Are we gonna see the dude
Nice command
down
grab.
inputs? I know. I think
Command
down
grab,
inputs
regular
are
grab.
like universally hated.
Neutral
I don't
jump,
think it's like
medium.
a 2x KO problem.
A
I think
blast
everybody
session?
hates down.
Yeah, if it was on, that's what's up. How'd that go?
Dude, yeah, Broski screenshotted like the presidential suite, but I think tickets in general, or that hotel in general, the Marina Bay Sands or whatever in Singapore.
Oh yeah,
is just
Evo
expensive.
Singapore.
Like, I think that hotel is just
The hotel's like
insanely
20K.
expensive.
I said that correctly. 20K for a hotel. But that's like the presidential suite or some shit.
He
So
posted the
busted.
presidential suite at Marina Bay Sands in Singapore, and it's
She's so ass. Let me see this. It's good enough. Hey, it's good enough.
$27,000. Well, this penny combo is crazy.
It's like 27K for a fucking suite.
But I think default hotel price.
I was
are
seeing
like
so many
$1,800
tweets
or
saying
something.
that like
Like,
if you're going to Evo Singapore, I know what tax bracket you're in. Don't let me catch y'all like it. I'm like, bro,
already really expensive.
I know what tax bracket you in if you go into that shit.
Presidential suite, yeah.
If you go into Evo Singapore, I know exactly what tax bracket you're in. I don't think I'm going to that shit.
Metallic might.
If I get flown out, I'll go. I'm not going.
Oh, he got hit by the trap.
If they're flying me out to do content, sure.
Damn, her noises when she hits you are so fucking loud.
If not, hell, I'm not going.
But he can
I'm
do the
not paying
big
for that
super,
shit.
the assemble super.
Let's go, Mag.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you're dead.
The
You're
whole squad
dead.
beats your ass.
You're super dead.
This super is fucking awesome. On the path to glory.
Damn. This game is so
What
beautiful.
cool ass super.
This game is so beautiful. I still remember my reaction to seeing it when it first got revealed.
Dude, he's rolling them R's.
And I will be the one to lead the way.
I mean,
So sick. So fucking sick. I think that's all.
he looks rad.
Yeah, that's all
it's
the footage.
same as
Motherfucker is so sick, bro. I still remember seeing my review reaction. That shit was crazy. Infernasu, Tokon reveal. Oh, it's already up here. Oh, that's old. I'm getting blown away by the fucking aura, bro. Where is it? I put this shit on the main channel. That's how fucking hype that shit was. You know it's hype if I put the reaction on the main channel when reactions always go on the second channel. That's how hype that shit was, bro. I threw that shit on the main channel. Oops. Nah, no. But this shit was crazy though because they went from Ghost of Yotai to this shit.
More. Keep going. Keep going. No.
I still need to play Ghost of Yotai.
Blue ball.
Because we played Tsushima.
Blue balls out.
What the fuck, Arx?
What the fuck, Arxis? I need to see Max's reaction again. This shit came out of fucking nowhere. Captain America shield. This shit was out of nowhere, bro.
What the hell is this? Marvel and Arxis are making a game?
This shit came out of literally nowhere. Yo, Youngin, thanks for the 240, bro. Satan's reaction is the most excited I've seen that guy. I gotta look at it.
What the fuck? What the hell is this?
I still can't believe we're getting Doom on launch roster. That's kind of crazy. We're getting Cage 2 soon. We're probably gonna play it during the Subathon. But I kind of want to wait until Cage 4 gets.
This is not Fighters 2, but what the hell is this?
Cage 4 didn't get a release date yet, right? Yeah.
Star-Lord? What the hell?
I was gonna catch up everything until once I got a release date.
He's cooking. Oh, stop. Beat his ass.
My theory is probably late 2027 though for our game.
What is happening? Dr. Doom! Oh, shit!
My fucking camera fucked up.
What is this game? Bro, the art style, it's like comic book. It looks so sick. Marvel is back.
Yeah, this game plays way different now. Well, not way different, but plays way better now. Because all we're seeing is Lariata's system is damn trailer.
What is happening? 4v4 what?
What's up, Broly?
It's not. It's not.
Bro, I was out of breath, bro. That shit came out of nowhere, bro. I'm telling you. I was literally out of breath.
What the hell? What is this game, man? What is this game? This is what Arxis has been working on. Marvel.
I wonder if anyone knew this game was coming, bro. There was literally no leaks. Oh, here's the reaction. It's right here. There was no leaks at all. This shit came out of fucking nowhere, bro. This shit came out of literally nowhere. Marker cap haircut to dreads? Wait, what are you talking about, dude? Wait for the outside beta more? Oh, hell yeah.
What?
He said what? I didn't have a high top.
What?
It wasn't a high top. No, at a high top, it's like middle school. Bro, this guy is so confused.
What the shit is going on? What the
Leaving 2020 Arxis was working on something? But yeah, I mean, yeah, we knew they were working on something, because what else would they be working on? They can't just work on Grand Blue for that long. The game was already out. There's no other fighting game it was working on.
Dude, holy shit! Holy, what are these designs, man? What in the hell?
This shit came out of nowhere. I don't think anyone saw this shit coming, bro. Let's look at Satan's reaction, and then we gotta do Kenshiro sponsor.
Was there a wolf in the last game? I didn't play it. What the dog doing? She got that dog in it. That shit looks cool.
No, you max. No, you max indeed. He said, "What the fuck is
Captain
this?"
America? What the? Wait.
Damn, literally no one knew this shit was coming. There was no leaks, no
Everybody calm
nothing.
down. Oh fuck! Japanese Captain America. Oh, what the fuck? The launcher, dust combo, air combo. Oh fuck!
It's the most
Captain
emotion this
Marvel?
guy's ever shown.
What the fuck? Oh, raw tag Spider-Man, beam assist, Marvel.
I still couldn't believe we're getting Doom based roster. That's so crazy to me.
What is
That's a
the
DLC
most
character, bro.
the stage transition.
See the new Grand Blue Fancy
Guilty Gear
Relink? The
stage
trailer? Yeah.
transition.
You saw it.
Star-Lord.
Wait, I think I did. Pretty sure I did.
Oh, he's got a fucking gun super. He's got the Dante super. He's got the air freeze. Ghost Rider. Oh, what the fuck is happening? Oh, anti-air. Slide, air combo, Stars and Stripes, Doctor Doom.
Bro, just aura farming, bro. He just
fuck.
does a
He's got
casual
a
walk,
gun.
teleports behind him, pulls out a
What is
Glock.
happening?
That shit is crazy, bro.
Oh, it's the most beautiful looking fighting game of all time. What is this? Storm!
At least the Fury.
Japanese Storm! What's going on?
I love Storm in this game. She's actually really fun. I love the fact that like her little unique thing can like move the screen, and you
What
can use it
is
to move her
happening?
specials and move her. It's so nice. Or move the enemy. That shit
Dude,
is so
it's a
sick.
Dante function. Big boot. Doctor Doom.
For justice.
Hulkbuster armor. Captain Marvel, Spider-Man, Doctor Doom. 4X KO.
4x scale. I might pick her up. I don't know, man. This game is so fucking sick, dude. It's hard to gauge what I want to do, what I don't want to do. It's a fucking cool ass game, man. So much cool shit. That shit is crazy, bro. They actually basically made Marvel 4. All right, bro. We gotta do this Kenshiro sponsor real quick. Yeah. Big shout out to SNK. They want me to play Kenshiro for an hour. And I did want to check out Kenshiro too. So I mean, why not? Who's the thickest in Tokon? Bro, lock in. Lock the fuck in. Lock the fuck in, bro. Where is my Fatal Fury? There we go. Okay. Boom. All right. Big shout out to SNK for sponsoring this stream. We're gonna be checking out Fatal Fury's Kenshiro. They added him today. He is from Fist of the North Star. Funny enough, I have not seen this anime, but I know he's very I mean, it's a very beloved anime. Yeah, he came out like a few days ago, I think on like 28th. He came out immediately after Evo, after the top 8. I remember that for sure. But yeah, Kenshiro is available for DLC in season 2, or you can get the Legend editions, up to you. But yeah, I have a link that you guys could use to check out Fatal Fury if you guys want to. Let me get the link. There we go. That's the link. That is the link. If you guys would like to check out Fatal Fury, feel free to. But yeah, big shout out to SNK for sponsoring the stream. We're gonna be checking out Kenshiro and seeing what he can do. I'm playing this game in a little minute. That's gonna be fun. Fist of the North Star is one of the reasons why anime exists. I've never seen it. I think I'm too young. I've ever seen it. I don't know what year Fist of the North Star came out, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of old animes, so I'm pretty surprised I've never seen this. But yeah, it's a crossover. So he's a guest character. He's not like an original character for Fatal Fury. But yeah, let's see what this guy can do. I haven't played this game in a minute.
Fatal Fury.
Oh, wait, am I on the wrong version? I might be on the demo version. Wait. Give me a second. They destroyed Kine. As he should have. Wait, why is it making me... Oh, I'm gonna have to set all my controls and stuff again. Oh, here we go. Kenshiro. Damn, he's here. The guy himself, he's here. You acquired Chun-Li. Tutorial. Southtown Chronicles. Oh, what happened to the menu? Whoa. Battle Coliseum. What the hell happened? I haven't played this game in a minute. What is this?
Battle Coliseum.
This is new. This is new.
Settings.
Change the games to Japanese. Stream safe music filter. Yeah, I would appreciate that. Altered SFX. That's funny. So you can change that. Whoa, okay, so I guess we should go to practice mode. Not tutorial. Let's go to training. I didn't know they even had all that stuff in there. Does he have a stage? I don't think he has a stage, does he? There's so many stages here now. I love this stage. See, Zaku Castle. I love this stage. Probably my favorite. Bunch of new stuff, and they improved training mode. Oh, cool. Let's go to. What, is that a falling stage hazard thing? Oh, it's a ring out. Wow. Control schemes. Why does it make me do like the tutorial? What the? Oh my god, this game's roster is huge now. Dude, I heard this guy is busted. Mr. Karate, I heard he's broken. Yo, under thinking next to the prompt. Appreciate it. Yeah, I did a video on Kim Jae-hoon. Yeah, I did a video on Kim. That was the last character I tried when I played this game. Or maybe it was... I know I did Mr. Big as well. I tried Mr. Big. Oh, maybe it was Mr. Big. It might have been Mr. Big. One of them was the last one. I never did Geese though. I remember that. What colors you got? Oh, we got the black color. Oh, snap. Let's fight Geese.
Big for your eye.
Oh, I forgot it's Nightmare Geese. I'm like, why does he sound like that?
SPG.
Whoa, my game volume is loud. Hold on. What's up, Gweth? Is this Steam? I think it is. Yeah, you are in no place to make demands. You better watch your tone before you give a shot. All right. Oops. Hold on. Where's my phone? Oh, one of my buttons is falling off. Give me a second. His theme sounds fire though. Hold on. All right, my bad. Okay, we're good. All right, let's go. How do I play this game again? What button is this? Rev blow. I gotta adjust my controls, don't I? Whoa, this is completely different. Light punch, rev blow, rev guard. Oh wait, I didn't use this, did I? There's a faint bind. I used it manually. Okay, no, I think my controls are fine. Whoa. What the hell is this? Whoa. What the hell is this move? Oh man, this character looks cool. The hell? What does this do? What is this character? Can't you like run up for a combo? Oh, it has to be the EX version, I think. I think when they get up, they're stunned. Wow. Wait, this move is sick. Wait, he goes through your body? Nah, that move is sick. Okay. What else? What else did I miss? Oh, his ult. How do I do it again? That shit is 99 hits. It does 99 hits. But what is that combo they showed? I need to do that combo. Hold on. That combo was crazy. The one that was in the dev footage. I doubt I'll be able to do that shit. That combo was ridiculous though. Found it.
Round one. Get ready. Fight.
It was this combo. Look at the damage of this combo, bro. They actually cook. This character looks so sick. Guard Crush. It starts from a Guard Crush, and he's at 34% heat. Wall bounces. The shirt rip off. I think that only plays if it kills, I think.
Kenshiro, wait.
Nah, that shit is sick, bro. That shit is sick. That shit is too sick, bro. What? That shit is too sick. All right, let me look at his move list now. Boulder splitting slash forward X. It's an overhead. Yeah, that's gotta be an overhead. Yeah, it is. It's a downward chop. XY. What is this? Oh, let me change the rotation. There you go. Let's see. I'm a fighting pro. What the hell? Hokuro 3 fist slaughter. What the? Okay, it's like a 3-hit punch combo thingy. Command combos. Down X. Oh, you gotta be doing SPG. But do I have that bonded? I guess a wall splat? Wait, how does it work? Oh, down. The downward version. Whoa. Okay, I mean, I guess. Interesting. Oh, I have to be doing SPG? Okay. What is this? What's the air one? Oh, no, he just the air command combo. AX. Why does it keep switching my inputs back? There we go. Oh, no, it just keeps switching it. That's so weird. Why does it do that? What the? Oh, no, that's a new thing. N plus. I don't even know what that is. Oh, is that simple style? Oh, that's new. I'm about to say, like, what is that? Would you always see plurals? They're still gold. Hey man, they're busy. Let them cook. Let them cook, bro. Let them cook. What is this? What? Oh, there you go. Light kick, light punch. Okay, what is this? These are specials now. Quarter circle forward, heavy or light punch. Flick channeling points the opponent's head with terrifying speed. Can erase memories in an instant. What? He can do that? He can erase people's memories? He got it like that? This move is sick, I can't lie. The fact that heavy version crosses up is just so sick. What is that sound effect it makes? Wait, why is he so strong? Who the hell is his master? Wait, why is he this strong? I don't get it. Okudo 100 kick rush. Strike the channeling points of your opponent's upper body with rapid fire kicks. You can break the heavy version and rev version before the final attack. Okay. Wait, how'd I break it? Don't let me break it. Heavy and rev version before the final attack. Oh, I thought you can break the startup. What the fuck is that? There you go. Cool. So I can do like, the fuck was that? I don't even know what I just did there. It's an uppercut? What the hell is this? Oh, you can break it. Oh, you can't do that. Can I do this? I don't know. I don't know what you do off that. I'll figure it out later though. Tokuro soaring split kick. Send your opponent flying with a powerful strike, then do a lightning fast follow-up midair. You can break the heavy and reverse. Okay. You have tenacity while I have rage. Okay. Extreme airflow. There's a backflip. Evade incoming offense by relying on sound and air vibrations. What? To track the opponent's movements. He just be doing shit. Wait, what? The red version lets you reflect incoming projectiles back at the opponent. Remember where you hit from, it won't work. Wait, what is the input again? Oh, it's DP motion. Can he use this like mid combo? Oh shit, he can. Oh wow. Interesting. I don't know what other specials you can use in here other than that one. I don't think you can use any other special. Okay. Interesting. This character is hilarious. Celestial Dragon. What is this? The hell? Quarter circle back punch. Adopt a special celestial destruction stance and unleash a mighty Big Dipper shaped blast of fighting spirit. Tear through opponents without touching them. The star of leadership must. What the what? What are we talking about? You feint this? Okay. So can I do like oh, you can. Break this. This shit is so slow. It's so slow. Most of his moves have a lot of startup on it. You can do that though. Okay. Wait, there's a follow-up to it? Oh, Whoops. Wait, how do I do a follow-up? Forward with the heavy punch button. Okay, so... Wait, what? There we go. What does that do? Well, not what does that do. I mean, that's definitely an ender, but like, what does the back version do? Oh, it does the same thing. Okay. Two-fingered intercept. It's like parry? Catch incoming projectiles between your fingers, then throw it right back. Okay. Okay. Son. Oh, let me see the flip. Oh. Wait, do I have to EX it, right? Oh my goodness, this guy. Bro can peel? Projectile's kind of slow though. Okay, if he EX it, it's pretty fast. Why is he glowing with lightning though? What does that do? Oh, is it just the EX version that does it? Yeah, see, he has like lightning on his body. What the fuck does that do? Oh, it triggers his points or whatever, his chakra points or whatever the hell they said. Because that makes this move do a different effect. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. 7 stars of death. Use the art of dragon breathing to push your limits of your strength, then strike through the opponent's channeling points in the shape of a Big Dipper. I have no prayers for them. Okudo Bone Crush. Okay, this is Red Blow. And this is his air one. What is that, like a dive? Or what is that? Jab into channeling points at the opponent's neck from midair, then drive a knee right into the point of their face. You're so slow, you're putting me to sleep. This guy, bro. Oh, is my camera blocking it? There we go. So yeah, that's that. And then these are supers. We looked at these already, right? It looks so goofy, bro. So this is an invincible for sure. Who's this one? Definitely your true sins, and this is hitting gear. Okay. Wait, so does any of his specials that you hit them with? Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you see how he's like sparking? It triggers his chakra points. If you use another special on him, it'll like trigger an effect. Does that have to be EX? Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, you hear that noise? See, I can use this to apply it, and then that'll detonate it. Maybe it's like a bomb. Wow. So, does this trigger it? I think only the EX can just trigger it. Rev blow. Oh my god, if they're sparking, if they have the like the little thing on them and you rev blow them, it gives a wall bounce. I see. Okay, so that's how that works. Oh, the normal rev blow applies it too. Cool. I have no idea what will combo with that, but huh, interesting. That's right. Oh, maybe I do the kick on the floor there. I think I do that. Fuck. That doesn't work. I can do that. Oh fuck. I don't think there's combo trials in this game yet. Are there? Unless they added some. If they did, I'll do them right now. But hold on, let me see if I can get this down. Fuck. There we go, that works. That combo trials are nice. That damage is so bad. The combo doing like buns. Which one of his normals can he This move is so sick. Let's do his combo trials. See what this guy can do. Oh, there's a lot. Oh man. Okay, let's see how far I can get before I get stuck. After I get stuck, we can do like arcade or something. Or maybe go online. It feels weird doing this because usually when I do these, the servers aren't up. The servers are up, so I can actually go online if me too. What is this? Oh, the inputs aren't displayed correctly. There we go. Okay, what am I doing? Oh. Okay. I'm sorry, but you ever hit up a maid cafe? No. No. I'm not going to that shit. Hell no. No, do not fall for those. There's a lot of girls on the street in Japan that will try to get you to come into a maid cafe to get your money. Do not fall for those shits. Those are a scam. This works? Those are a scam. Do not fall for those.
Get ready. Fight.
Dude's already trash. Like, yeah, I don't even know why you do that. Unless you're doing like a video or something, but even then, I wouldn't do that. Not into that shit? No. Would have got me? There's like millions of girls on the street in Japan that will try and get you to come into a maid cafe. Because their bosses force them to. They sit outside in the cold, hanging off light, but do not fall for that shit. Oh, if you press both at the same time, it does this. Ooh. Cool. Wait, is this the wrong button? There we go. Yeah, you are dangerously. Yeah, if you're that easy, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You fall for stuff like that.
Get ready. Fight. SPG.
Like they're still getting paid regardless of if they pull people in or not. Like, don't fall for that shit, please. Close by. So this. Oops. Okay. Oh my god, wrong button. Fuck. Oh, that shit is sick. That shit is sick, bro. Oh, wrong button. Oops. This character is so damn cool, bro. I love the dash move where he goes through your body. That shit is hard, bro. That shit is hard, bro.
Get ready. Fight. SPG.
This move? Oops, not this one. Okay, which one is it? This one. This shit is sick. That shit is sick. You get like super after that or something. That shit is cool, bro. But you gotta be careful though because you might overheat. I forgot that's a thing in this game. Close by. What's this? What the fuck? Oh, that's a target combo? Oh, this just naturally combos. Why does this hit stun them for so long? Interesting. Complete. Shit, I feel like I can go online already. I'm not gonna lie. I'll do one more. gonna get my ass kicked probably, but who
Get
cares?
ready. Fight SPG.
What is the startup of this? This shit is crazy. Oh, you can DP after that because it. Oh. Because that applies to lightning. Cool. I'm going online. Fuck this. On these weak ass training. This weak ass training, bro. Let me go mash. Let me go mash.
SPG.
Wait, actually, I do need to check if this works. Oh shit, that doesn't work. I was gonna try that online. Damn, that startup is crazy. Maybe I do. Does this work? No. Fuck. Wait, hold on. What did he end the combo with in the video? Oh no, he did do that, but he did really low to the ground. Kicks, so he does this. Okay, so he does this. Oh fuck, bro. I'm trying to do the combo. Hold on. Cortical back. Okay, so I do this. Okay, no, this is easy. Okay. Fuck. I'm so close to doing it. It's not lightning. He uses pressure points. The pressure points used on people make them explode from inside out. Oh, that's crazy. Does this work? No. Oh, whoops. Wait. Oh, no what this is. Heavy kick, feint. What? What norm was he using? I don't know what normal this is. I don't know which normal he's feigning right here. Do we know what normal this is? That he's feigning right here? Oh, isn't it the overhead chop? Oh shit, you can feint this? Wait, what? Well, let me break it. What? Well, okay, I don't know how he's feigning that because I can't do that no more. I have no clue how he's doing that. You thought this was Jonathan Joestar? No, this is a character. Do I have to delay it? I think I do. Let's see if this works. W. Forward rev plus heavy kick. W. Forward rev plus heavy kick. Forward rev plus heavy kick. Huh. Nah, because he does this and he does this and he breaks it. Forward rev, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Hold on. Put inputs from the input list. But I don't have that binded. I know. I mean, I know I don't use the feint button, but like I use it manually. That's why I don't use the feint button. Well, maybe I should bind this. Hold on. Let me see something. Oh shit! Wait, I can't use the. Wow, it's actually different. What the fuck? Because usually the way I break stuff is that like I use the rev guard button. I use the rev guard button. But I guess you can't use that for this. That's weird. That's why I'm like, why the fuck is this not working? Oh, that's weird. I mean, I guess. Oh, I gotta get used to that though. What the fuck? I don't think I can get used to that in time. Oh, that's weird. Oof, that's weird. Got it. That's damage, bro. That's fucking damage. Holy shit. Nah, this character is sick, bro. I love the fact that he has the pressure point shit. That shit is sick. Let me see. Can I do this? Oops. Oh, whoops. Damn, that's too slow. Maybe I do oops. That might work, honestly. Nope. This one might work. It's faster. Yeah. I should probably look at the frame data. Nah, bro. This character is too sick, bro. I'm actually, it's so speechless. He's actually pretty well made. His combos are fucking so cool, bro. I don't know how strong he is. I don't know if he's busted or not, but like, hey, bro, they needed the cool factor. This motherfucker is sick as hell. 5 frames. 7 frame. Oops. 6 frames. Wow, I'm 1 frame off. That's why it didn't work. 8 frames. 7. Okay, this is fast as super. So when am I supposed to use this super? Can you use any of his supers in the air? Nope. His level 2 kick super stuns enemies. Level 2 kick super. Oh, it has to have the thing on them, right? Wait, does the super change if he has the lightning on them? I know this thing stuns them, but when they get up, they're stunned, right? Yeah. Cool. All right, let's go online. I don't waste too much time. I haven't played online in ages. Is my rank still here? I want to ranked. What rank did I stop at? Silver Wolf. Good. I'll put both on. Connection speed. Any sure whatever cross platform. records. Oh my god, the last time I played was the 5th of last. Oh my god. May 3rd last year was the last time I played ranked. Oh wow. Oh, I was playing Terry? Was I winning? I did. I was cooking. I was fucking cooking. Am I cute? I'm cute. Last time I played, I was playing Terry. Put camera back on. Nah, this character's sick, bro. You finna get put in a 50% combo by Cristiano Ronaldo. Hey, yo. Yo, chill on me. Chill on me, chill on me, chill on me.
Rock versus Kenshiro.
Bro, you're playing Rock, bro. I'm talking shit. I'm joking. Yeah, make sure y'all check out Fatal Fury if you want. Links pinned and at the bottom of the stream in the description. Oh, you are laggy, low key. Oh fuck. Yo, chill on me, chill on me, chill. Oh, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. Yo, it's not that deep. Okay, maybe going to rank was a mistake. What is that throw? No, his throw animation is insane. Oh fuck. He puts his foot on your head and then what does he do? I don't even know what he did. It just looks so weird. He just stood there with his foot on your face for like how long? Fuck off me. Yo, chill, bro. Oh, I didn't check the frame data. I don't know what I can do off of that. Oh, you're so... Fuck off me, kid. DP, what? Oh, I forgot. I gotta, Oh, that's the wrong button. Yo, chill on me? Oh, I'm super dead. Oh my. I forgot my inputs, bro. You're so lucky, bro. Bro, so lucky I forgot my inputs. I meant to DP, but I mistakenly supered. Like, I was trying to anti-air, obviously. But I buffered level 1. Or is that 2? Whatever you want to call it. I guess that would be 2 since it was heavy. Oh wait, what's the counter? What was that? Of course, the back kick. Throw them projectiles. Throw them projectiles, bro. Let me counter that shit. Wow, punish. Oops. Fuck. Oh, I forgot there's an overheat in this game. Oh, wait. It was a prank. It was a prank. Bro, how much startup does the light DP have? Damn, I got counter hit. Was it 7? Oh, wait, that was a super. Fuck. Off me, kid. Oh my god, he jumped. I tried to neutral jump. Oh, you're crazy, bro. Fuck. God damn it, dude. He DP'd? Bro, I blocked the other way. Okay, bro. Bro, I literally blocked the cross up. And was it too late? Like, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay. I'm gonna press that. I need to check his anti-air. Because the guy just keeps jumping on me and I don't know what Kenshiro's anti-air is. I'm pretty sure it's just the DP input with light punch. It should be that. That's this. It's 5 for a startup. Unless I did the input, it just did not come out. And you can break it. I don't know what to do after breaking it though. I guess you just do it again. Oh, I guess you could do this. You can do this, and then you can get a full combo. Fuck. What do I use after that? Can you do that? There you go. Yeah, you can do something like that. Doesn't work. Oh, I didn't do the. That's what I meant to do. Make you do DP input. Wait, what? After you break it, do light legs to light DP. Oh, you can do that. Oops. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's actually not a bad combo. Oops. Fuck, I keep forgetting to do the second part. This reminds me of when I was playing Dong. Breaking my DP and the EX into the DP and breaking the EX of that DP as well. Yeah, you do stuff like that. That does like no damage though, but hey bro, you gotta take what you can get. Can I queue? We have time for like 1 or 2 more. Wait, can you not queue from training mode? Return to mode select. Oh, it is. Yeah, cue me. Casual ranked, I don't care. There you go. Bro, it was a prank, bro. Can't do that. What was the combo? Fuck. It was. There we go. What started was this? 10? 18? Jesus. 14. Well, that's your fastest normal. Okay, I gotta stop looking at his frame rate and just play the fucking game because I'm missing cues. Just go circle back, punch. Just go circle back, punch EX legs. Do you want me to? Oh, I guess EX legs. EX legs, critical 4 punch EX. Okay. You make me miss the key, but fuck it. I'm interested. That and then heavy DP break, light legs, light DP. Oh, that's a pretty cool one. Oops. You do that too. Dude, the only thing I don't like about this move is fire, but what I don't like about it is that it side switches though. I don't like that it side switches, but oh wait, but if you use light DP doesn't. Oh, you get the corner back. I see. That makes sense. I see what you mean. Fuck, I keep doing the wrong input. So yeah, I get the corner back. Okay, that makes sense. So you said break light. You say you break this light legs and then light DP. Okay. Oops. That's cool. Is this Street Fighter? No, this is not Street Fighter. This is Fatal Fury. Fuck, I did it wrong. What do you use this move for? Yo, this move is 7 startup? Wait, this move is crazy, no? Fuck. Bro, why do I keep doing that? Stand light kick into that move. You can do that? No way. Oh my god, you can. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. That move is so much startup. I mean, such a little startup. I'm doing it too low. I'm too slow. Cool. I keep messing this up. Wait, does this move go through projectiles? It looks like it would. Probably does. Move has no info at all to anything. Aw, man. This shit looks like it would go through projectiles. It'd be so sick of it. It kind of looks like a demon step, you know? This looks like it would be invulnerable to projectiles, but if it's not, that sucks. Okay, let me like not miss the next Q, so I'm gonna just put on opponent confirmation on. I mean off. So it'll just automatically just take me into the match. It's like he's missing the Q. Yeah, I know he has this move. Or you can do this if it's EX. See? Or I can do send her a Pukin again. Oops. Fuck, wrong button. You do that. And if you EX it, it puts the lightning on them, which is pretty crazy. Cool. You can break any other version of close up before punch, stop the dash early. Oh, you can? Oh, that's pretty crazy. What the fuck? I didn't know you could do that. So you can do like an encounter real quick or something. Man, this character is actually saucy, bro. He's actually so sick. I wish he was out at launch. I would have mained him. What the hell?
Kenshiro versus
I would have mained him easily. What? This character's sick. Who did we get on launch for guests? We got who did we get? We got Salvatore and
get ready.
I remember the other kid we even got. I literally don't even remember. Oh, his DP is not horizontal at all. Very vertical DP. Oh crap. The hell off me. Oh, I meant to kick, but I did it wrong. Oh, you're an asshole. I forgot he can do that. He can do a tackle and cancel into a special. I thought this was Street Fighter 6. I was like, oh, you're an idiot. Why would you do that tackle on my block? But he EX'd it into fucking crack shoot. Oh fuck. Breaks the DP. Oh hell no. Oh shit. Oh, he's spending all his heat. Oh, I DP'd, no! Oh, I DP'd, bro. Why is my DP never come on in this game? He jumped in on me. Oh, wait, we got Ronaldo. I forgot. That's who it was. We got Salvatore and Ronaldo. That's not good Gus characters in my opinion, but whatever.
Round one. Get ready. Fight.
Okay, let me lock in. How do I do the counter thing in this game again? Isn't it like down with the rev blow button? Yeah, my anti does not come on this game. Wow. I'm getting smoked. But then again, I'm in ranked with a new character, so like I'm not really surprised. Oh, what? Oh, yeah, I could have killed him with that combo.
This game is mine. Round two. Get ready. Fight. SPT.
Oh shit, I forgot you're not supposed to mash on that. He's gonna break it. Oh, where was the recovery on that? What? Oh no. I'm getting smoked. I'll say I could do this all day. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Bro! Ah, that's the wrong input. What is this anti-air? Yo, his anti-air is so bad. He was in the air. I did the anti-air. It did the uppercut, and then I just died. Okay, his anti-air is really bad. That's one thing I don't like about this character. His anti-air is very bad. It is very bad. Oh my god. It's so bad. Is this Street Fighter? No, this is Fatal Fury. His anti-air is awful, bro. Because it doesn't do the second part until it hits someone. Or, let me see. It does the second part later. So I did this punch, and then it just whiffed, and then he just smacked me before my second part of it came out. Okay, last match. Fox?
Kenshiro.
Okay. Oh, is this the purple guy with the dash thing or whatever? Oh, he DP'd me, nice. Oh, nice punish. Oh my god, this guy's anti-airs. There we go, anti-air. I should have broke it. I tried it. I tried it. Oh shit, I'm dead. No. I crossed him up, but then I fucked up the thing. Actually, no. I think he jabbed. He jabbed my cross up. I don't think I messed that up. What? That crossed me up? Wow. Oh, that anti-airs. Wow. Oh, fuck. That's not good. Oh, fuck. Oh, you kidding me? What? What a conversion. Are you serious, bro? I should have supered him. I should have fucking supered him. But I don't know what other spots to super him at unless I do the air combo part. I don't know what other spots I can super people at.
Round one. Get ready.
Oh, wait. I think I just break the DP and then I can super. That gives me a lot of time. But I think it has to be EX. What is this guy's cross on? Oh, fuck. Dude, his DP is so bad. What? Holy shit, can I take a throw? We literally both threw at the same time. Oh my god, this fucking rev blow. Thought I was jumping? No. Oh yeah. After the X cross up mid combo, you can do the super punch. You follow up since. Okay, yeah, I'll try that. Oh my god. That's such a big delay. Yeah, can I get someone that hasn't been playing the game for how many fucking months? Fuck. Oh no, that's not good. I'm dead. Oh fuck. I keep finding people that play the game a lot. High dodge is 2C plus rev. Okay. I think that's over. That's the set. Still check demon step. I mean, you can jab it. It's not that crazy. It's really not that crazy. All right, that's enough. This character's fun. This character's fun as hell. But yeah, if you guys want to check out Fatal Fury, the link is pinned. And I mean, it'll be pinned throughout the rest of the stream. But yeah, check it out. Okay, that's enough. Sheesh, bro. That character is cool as hell. I just wish he came out sooner, though. I'm actually kind of sad that he wasn't out sooner because I definitely would have been playing him. I don't like his anti-air, though. That anti-air is pretty buns. Because the fact that it does like the uppercut and then the uppercut can whiff and then while they're jumping in on you, you can get hit is so bad. That's so awful. But, oh well. Oh well. Okay. Next, let's play some rivals. I would play Avatar, but it's not open yet. It doesn't open until tomorrow. It doesn't open till tomorrow. Oh, no, it's easily the coolest guest character in that game, 100%. I wish he was in the game sooner, but it is what it is. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is, bro. We might play some 2x scale later. Might play some 2x scale later. I don't think I'm gonna play Rivals the whole stream, but we'll see. We shall see. You gonna run quick plays today? I might do quick play. Or both. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, I just got home from work to chill and I play Rivals. Yikes. 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 Yikesu. What a scream, holy. Ah, my nose. Ugh. Jeez, bro. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let me stop the TikTok stream. Give me a second. Why is my camera not working on TikTok? Why does it do this? There you go. All right. What's up, TikTok? What's up, E-Man? How you doing? All right, let's get started. Quick play, let's go. We're playing Blade today, of course. I mean, we're gonna play more Select as well, but we're doing both. That cloak skin? It's a new skin. The summer skin that just came out.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Why'd I have a Black Widow on my team? How'd that happen?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Fire skin? Oh, that skin is sick. I like that skin. It's probably my favorite out of the new summer skins. Out of the new summer skins, it's probably my favorite one.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Customs tonight?
30 seconds.
We'll see. Cause Wani wanted to play. I can probably play until he gets here. Or shit, he might join customs actually. I don't know. We'll see. Watching this game is 10 times more fun than playing it.
There's plenty of blood on my hands. I know that.
Oh, my baby mom wants 9K with child support. Can you loan a brother? I don't got 9K. I'm poor.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That's your fault, man. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You want 9K in child support? Hey, bro, you should have been playing Marvel Rivals, bro. You don't need girls. You got Marvel Rivals. You don't need girls. You got Marvel Rivals. Just stay away from girls, bro. We got rivals to play. Stay away from girls. We have rivals to play, man. Don't tell any of my friends that I said that. Don't tell any of my friends that are girls that I said that. I just hopped on stream and that's the first thing I hear. Hey, yo. Oh, lordy, bro. What is that Johnny meme? Stop this harlot, brother. We got combos to practice. The one with the Narmaya. I have to find it. Tara would have your head for that clip. Stop this harlot, brother. We got combos to practice. This is a boring match. Holy.
This is real firepower.
I am this.
I was born ready. I'm cutting in. Open season.
They probably agree is crazy.
The hunt is on.
Obviously, I don't actually believe that or mean that.
Here they come. I'm cutting in. 1,000 gods. You're not in this alone.
They're coming from all sides.
Fuck. You sure you don't mean that? I'm pretty sure I don't mean that. I'm pretty sure I don't mean that.
I was born ready.
Why would I mean that? Is Iron Fist still busted? I haven't played since season 1. Busted Iron Fist in the same sentence. Wow. Yikes. Is Rivals fun? Plan on playing or returning? Do it. Yeah, Rivals is fun. Depends on your role, I would say, though. Some roles are not having the same type of fun.
Slice and dust. Next down. Bit of a fight. Slice and dust.
Double kill.
Somebody's always trying to ice skate up here.
Oh, no way you didn't die there. That's crazy. He didn't die. That magic should have died. Does he know? The Cuphead vids are peak. Cuphead vids are peak. Cuphead vids are indeed peak. Shout out a lot. Make sure I check her out.
There's still a chance to stop them. Catch me.
Nasu, I cry every night thinking about you. Oh, wow. That is a sentence. That is definitely a sentence. Okay. Return to us, Father. Okay. Yep. That is that'll definitely do it. My TikTok chat's on bullshit again. It's my TikTok chat being freaky again. Fucking nose, bro. Blah. We miss you, bro. Okay, well, you guys need a reality check, or you guys need to not a reality check. Well, actually, you do need that, but you need to let it go. Like, move on. Like, yes, move on. My ult. It's like you to favorite X. Favorite X is crazy. Favorite X is crazy, bro. What the? My videos weren't even all that. It's just because I was like the only one doing community events and stuff. Nobody else was doing them. I don't know why. I don't know why nobody else want to do community events. I mean, well, I can see why. They're expensive. And they're kind of hard to think of or do.
As good as new.
Better stop that vehicle.
So road time skip, damn. It's an old one. That's an old one. So team, we're gonna win this, or
this time.
Oh, they're leaving the game. Oh, okay. Yo, Cam, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. Oh, my fucking nose is so itchy. I don't know why my nose is so itchy. Allergies, maybe? I did go outside today. Rage call quick play. Hey, man, you get something new every day. I couldn't parry because I was stuck spinning. You can't cancel the spin into parry, sadly. I can't wait for Tokon. That's just gonna be so fun. Hope viewership for the game is good too. I want that game to pop off.
I am ready to put on a show.
This is real firepower.
Oh wow, that is. That guy's not happy with me. I got ulted and then Magneto. I mean, not Magneto. And then this guy dunked on me. I parried that shit. Is Blade a counter to tanks? Yeah, you can counter tanks pretty well, I'd say, yes. He ain't no Wolverine or nothing, but he get the job done. Fuck, this garden is so bad. Good viewership for a fighting unit isn't fighters. Fighters didn't get that much viewership. Well, it did. It does, but
I was born ready.
we'll see. I mean, when I streamed the last beta, my viewership was pretty good, I'd say. For the last betas. Only the funny is when we started playing MK1 in school, like the MK1 videos. Oh god, MK1 videos. I forgot I did videos on those. Oh man, MK1. What a game. I was cooking though. I can't lie, I was cooking. I was cooking like crazy Raiden. I didn't know he was end up being broken. I just picked whichever was the coolest character to me. But then that motherfucker was so broken. Oh man. That guy was so broken, bro. Tell me some encouraging words. I might be able to cope longer. Cope longer? There is no encouraging words I can tell you. Move on. You are a grown-ass man. Anything else I say would be mean. You're a grown-ass man, bro. You gotta move on. Move on, bro. Like, I don't know. You're a grown-ass man.
Top-notch team to win this one.
No means no, bro. It's like you getting rejected from a girl or something. Move on. Like, I don't fucking know. You're only 16? That's a grown-ass man. I can't lie. You a grown-ass man, bro. You old enough to get a job. You a grown-ass man. 16? You're old enough to work at McDonald's. Grown-ass man, bro. What I was doing at 16? I was getting money. I was fucking grinding YouTube, bro. Lock the fuck in, bro. Lock the fuck in. That's what I was doing at 16. I was locked the fuck in. Grinding, bro.
Get ready.
Lock the fuck in, bro. Didn't you get rejected from McDonald's? Oh, we don't talk about that. Lock the fuck in, bro.
It comes through so strongly.
Yes, and so have you.
How did you know?
Because I've yet to meet anyone out here who hasn't.
Yo, where YG at?
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Is YG here? He's been talking trash again.
1. All you need to do is capture the
Somebody
mission
snitched
area.
on him. He's been talking trash again. You played Persona 4 on the channel? I already did. Oh, the new one? Yeah, I'm gonna play that again, yes. What he's saying now? They gave me screenshots too. Somebody snitched. I'm not gonna say you snitched though, but I got screenshots of that dude talking shit for trying to make me look bad. Talking about some, you ain't no Infer got a Psylocke body pillow or some shit. Where he at? Where he at? Is it true? Fuck no, it's not true. What the hell? Indulge in such activities. We don't indulge in such activities. Where the hell is YG? You a grown ass man breathing air in 2026. You should be ashamed of yourself. Who the fuck breathes air in 2026 as a grown ass man? Real motherfuckers, we stand underwater. How the hell is this song playing? What the hell? How did this invade the playlist? How is this song playing? What was he cooking? Oh, y'all saw the clip I posted, the Cyclops one? That shit blew up. I thought I was the only one thought this character was bullshit. Nah, people was pissed. That Cyclops clip was hilarious, bro. Okay, bro. He's brain dead. Somebody was trying to defend the Cyclops, and that dude got jumped in the comment section. That shit had me in tears. I woke up and there was a bunch of people just jumping this one guy that was saying he needs that shit. That shit had me in tears, bro. Like, did you see how far he killed me from? He was like, oh, nah. It's like Moon Knight's aunt. Moon Knight's aunt doesn't go right there and then hit you from over here. That is not the same. Did you see how far he hit me with that, bro? You can't compare that to Moon Knight aunt. Or he was like Elsa gunshot. That's not the same. Elsa gunshot. If you shoot Elsa gunshot or right click, it'll hit you from like right here to here. Cyclops though, if you shoot right there, that shit will hit over here. Like that shit is not okay. And then when it hits you, it hits for 100+ damage sometimes, because apparently y'all said that if it bounces off more walls, it'll do more damage or something like that. That shit has me in tears, bro. The one we were behind like through. Oh yeah, it was the one I posted last night. Just go check my Twitter or TikTok or IG. I think I posted everywhere actually. That clip is so silly, bro. It's so damn silly. Oh my god, he's getting pocketed. That's what that Jeff gets. That's exactly what that Jeff gets. Motherfucker got ulted by that Optic Fury after this.
I don't give up so easily. Sayonara.
Nasu, should I play Rivals to cope? I mean, sure, play Rivals, but if you keep ignoring me about ABA, I will ban you, so it's up to you. Yeah, the one death posted was pretty bad too. Yeah, that shit was like, what? Nah, this character needs to get cut in half, bro. Like send this dance to the damn, I don't know. This does not exist. Oh wait, they see me. Fuck. Fuck, I forgot they can see through walls. Yo, Lee, thanks for the 29. Oh man, subathon in like 3 days, chat. Yo, so I live next to DC, right? They're trying to do like, which is like what, the capital? They're trying to do like the highest fireworks ever in history. Since it's like what, the 200th and like, it's like the 240th, like what is it? I don't know what year is it? It's like the 250th anniversary of like something. 250 of something. I don't know what it is. A fireworks or some shit? Something like that. Yeah, they dropped ID's trailer. Oh, wait, they did the gameplay or the actual gameplay? They did? Yeah, link it. But they're just trying to do like some crazy amount of fireworks or some shit. I think I might hear that shit from here. Yeah, it's the 250th birthday of America or something like that. They're trying to get me to go to it. I'm like, nope. That traffic is crazy. I've been to the fireworks in DC before at the White House. That shit is the traffic is OD. I'm never going to that shit again. The traffic is OD, bro. Where'd she go? So do I just not even bother trying to shoot him when he's underground? I feel like it's just no point. Bro, he's sitting in the spawn room. That motherfucker is cheating. This map is so bad. I hate the ending part. This ending part is so bad. I don't know if you should White Fox ult a Penny ult, but okay. That's a interesting one, I suppose. Oh, I'm cooking. Wait, so is ID's trailers out? Or LD? What is his name? ID? Is working at Lowe's for 17 salary tough? Yes. Yes, that's if your minimum wage is 17, that's good. That's better than a lot of other areas. Some places minimum wage is like what, $8 or something. $7.25, which is like in like what? Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Pennsylvania, Texas, Wyoming. Places where the cost of living is low, your minimum wage is like dummy low. But in Cali, minimum wage is like, what is Cali minimum wage? 16.90. It's 22. Let me see. This says 20. This says 16. 16, 17. Oh, this one says 18. It's around there. But regardless, like, it depends. Depends where you live, bro. You see this? Oh, the actual. Oh, this is the teaser. No, that's the wrong one. No, that's the teaser. We've seen this already. It's the teaser. We've seen that already. That's not the gameplay trailer. They didn't. They ain't do it right. It's 14 for me. Cali. I have no clue what it is over here. Where is Wani at? Motherfucker party fall asleep. What the hell?
To win this one.
Hi, I was a C&D. What's up, dude?
I gotta fuck the shit out of your coconut Red Bull. I'm so serious.
Oh man. GG's. Shit company, bro. Shit company. He got a shit company. Oh man.
My
They call me Detox.
Use this DD skin. I've not been using this even though I bought it.
Karen, they could see me now.
Goons in chat? There's Gooners in chat, excuse me. Dude, I'm about to get kicked out the TikTok incentive program again. They keep saying my videos that I keep uploading are, what'd they say? They said inauthentic or unoriginal. No. Yeah, but I mean, it's the same thing. They said, it says unoriginal or low quality. I'm like, bro, what? What am I supposed to do, bro? Unoriginal as in, it's not my footage. I'm like, okay, bro. And low quality as in, like, it's not edited. Like, I mean, I edit every short by myself, so I don't know. I don't know what to do about it.
Enemies are near. I can feel them. I see you. Any healers around?
Any healers around? We're alien mask. I didn't know you're different. An alien mask is crazy. Nah, this character is for actual clowns. Other than Konya, he gets a pass. Yo, who the fuck plays Mr. Fantastic? Why the fuck is the health pack gone? Why the fuck is the health pack gone? No. Damn it. I do? Bro, okay, you get a pass since you subbed up. If you're not subbed up or following Mr. Fantastic, and you play that character, you don't get a pass. You don't get a pass. You don't get the pass, bro. You should be Mr. Fantastic, though. Why? Why Fantastic, though? What's up, Frandy? AI ads? AI ads is crazy. This thing is so cool.
If there is a way to free these creatures,
Yo, Blaylo, thanks for the follow. Oh shit, where'd that guy come from? Motherfucker ran me down. Ain't no one pulling away from my AI girlfriend. What the fuck are you typing in my chat? Son, what? Good morning? Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Y'all scaring me. You almost died to the splash. Bro said demon journey. Mod, somebody's got to the penis destruction chamber. Where's the help? The what? What?
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I gotta teleport.
You haven't lost your touch, Eric.
Me side, that game was fun. I love me side.
I will always lend a hand.
I hope they make more games. That game was fun. Well, that guy exploded.
We cannot stand idly by.
That guy exploded, like, actually. I forgot how fast DD can kill Psylocke. She just can't survive that shit. Damn, this guy wants me badly.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Good hunting. These creeps must be nameless friends.
Approach this site with caution.
Can that invis like walk out of the spawn room, please? I'm trying to eat. I'm trying to eat, invis, please. I'm hungry, bro, please. Why is she standing so far back? Why is she that low? Oh my god, these guys, what is this match? What the? You didn't hear the? No, I heard it. Okay, that was I don't know. I don't know what you described that match. I'm going to rank fucked up. I got my elo back from yesterday's shenanigans. Son, I really couldn't win a quick play match yesterday. This is ridiculous, bro. I was on a losing streak in quick match. That's kind of crazy, no? We play harder than comp. What's up, Aaron? How you doing? Your quick play record looks like my comp record.
Ah, here they are now.
Double KO.
Was that truly your best?
How tall is Magneto in this game? Tall as hell. Black Widow summer skin. Hey, yo. Legendary Jeff the Land Shark. Yeah, we lost. Legendary Heel Botter. Let me stop.
Which hero do you think will be today?
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
What's up, troll? How you doing?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Play style. I could blade this match. I play one of them. Yeah, I heard that blade game might get canceled. It's kind of yikes. No strat dislike more than Jeff. I don't know if I hate Jeff or Rocky more. They're both really annoying. They're both really brainless to me. But you know who's more brainless? Cyclops. Cyclops, that brain dead. That brain dead. Use AI data centers to flop. Give me back my 2020 RAM prices. Yeah, you lucked out. Bit too late for that. It's a bit too late for that, boss man.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Summer.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Venom's cool. Sadly, you barely use them. Hey man, you never know what might happen. When we do all games with a lie or anyone, again, I'll play Venom.
until I return to my world.
30
once
seconds
more.
before you attack. Get ready.
How strange. I cannot seem to read your thoughts.
My helmet is shielded from telepathic intrusion. One can never be too safe.
Reaping
So I
this.
have learned. This world is full
Ugh.
of dangers
Okay, let's
I
go.
could never have imagined.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
They say that music brings the world together. Right now, I think we need superheroes.
That's better.
Can I get a full heal, please? Don't ask for much. Is that an Angela? Oh, hell no.
Angela is attacking to open the back line.
I have no clue what bro just said. Hey, a snowflake? Oh, she a self snowflaker? I go so low. Is that the gun ult? Yeah, this team is fried. I asked for Snowflake. She didn't want to give me it. She's self snowflaking herself.
What are you looking at the time?
No Blade? I played Blade and Sidelock. I played both. I don't play just. I don't one trick Blade. If that's what you're expecting.
Here they come now. Rest your wings.
I want to hit you more than I have to.
I'm quiet.
Holy shit! I don't know where that was, but that shit almost got me.
Put on a show.
You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, fucked on my dash.
Double KO. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Okay, let's go. Okay.
My sacred hole. Step aside.
Yo, Davis, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Yo, I need to finish Mob Psycho. This is from Mob Psycho. I gotta finish that anime. What was that, season 3 that dropped? I never finished, or no, I never started season 3.
This statue is safe.
Hold back on tweet.
Get it where we stand.
Us against the world.
Damn, this girl is persistent. Oh man. Nah, I never finished the last season. Or started the last season. I remember it was the crazy shit that happened in 2, and then 3 came out, and I never got to start it. I think at the time I was watching ReZero. Okay, well, he gets away. Yeah, that's because the final season wasn't out when I was watching ReZero. I don't remember what I watched after that. I think I started watching some horror animes after that. That's not good. Backlog gotta be crazy. So I should cancel the subathon and finish the backlog, right? Thoughts?
What a difference.
Down to 30 seconds.
During this, whoa.
Am I supposed to kill that too?
Oh my god, this girl's persistent.
The final 10 seconds. You get a web. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Oh my god. Do we have like no front line or something?
Us against the world.
Step aside. The great
What the hell?
out of sight.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
That garbage ass portal. Garbage ass portal, bro. That garbage ass portal. Bro didn't watch the portal guide. Bro didn't watch Donatello's portal guide.
What a difference.
Only 60 seconds left.
Look mad good today. Thanks. Appreciate that. W Glaze. But you baited out the other healers? Oh yeah, I guess. I was hoping to get kills though. That's fine.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way. Down to 30 seconds.
Mine, you're mine.
The final 10 seconds.
Okay.
The world.
Yep. Figured that would happen.
Score is 2-2.
Frono, what's up, dude?
Time to switch things
Let's think
up.
of Elsa Cuckstone. Elsa Cuckstone is interesting wording.
The right heroes could make all the
Elsa
difference.
Cuckstone is crazy, bro.
Sharp. My mind is sharper.
Who said Elsa Cuckstone, bro? Is hurry, is the drop for the badge still up? Wait, what? Is the drop for the badge still up? What badge? Talking about the one on screen? Yeah, it should be. The one on top of my camera, right? Or which badge you talking about?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Stay strong.
Yeah.
Everything
That doesn't
was
end till later this month.
and yet so
Like,
strange.
I think I set it to go to like the 17th.
Is truly capable of.
We've done this dance so many times.
Yeah, it's still on.
It's exhausting.
I suppose you'd rather just buy a victory.
I might switch.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
I don't think we're killing enough.
2, 1.
And Mal keeps getting counter altered.
Stop
It's
them
kind of
from securing the
unfun.
mission area.
T'Challa built an empire. We can barely rule a single island.
That's better. You're mine. Better watch your back.
That's not good. How did 2 people on my team die already? Oh, crazy. Thanks for the follow. Where are all these follows coming from? I don't know where you guys came from, but I appreciate it. Good night, Infer. Good night, dude. Yeah, I started streaming pretty late because I woke up extremely late.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh, that's not good. I'm dead. Yeah, this is not working.
I may be from Earth, but every planet's under my protection now. Us against the world.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
They're headed our way.
Bro, my team is just endlessly staggered, bro. Endlessly staggered. It's like not even like it's not even like a little bit. It's just
I was looking for one of these.
There's still a chance to stop them.
like, before I even try to flank and get a pick, like just dead again. Oh my god, bro. Dead again.
I am ready to put on a show.
That works. Just hug the wall. It's kind of cursed, but that works, I guess. Team is doing so much damage in comparison to yours. Yeah, I feel like that too. I mean, they're playing better characters than us. Or at least they were. Oh, yeah, until I switched to Star-Lord. They're playing Bucky and they're playing Elsa. It's hard to even flank their comp either because Angela's just like on standby. Oh, brother.
Clearly, you needed some help.
I'm back, baby.
Can I get a heal?
A little help, please.
What is he doing? Why did our Jeff just... Fucking goodness, bro. Oh, you're so weird, bro. What the fuck? It's not that deep, bro. Oh my god! I'm just gonna chip off the map like that. This guy is fucking crazy. Fat woman ad. W ads. Oh man.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh brother. Oh yeah, I gotta watch the Mushoku Tensei season in a few days. That shit better be good. That shit was crazy last season.
We gotta help our Venom when he ults it.
Down to 30 seconds.
They have a star? Oh, big deal. Why is this girl chasing me?
Walk.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, he got him. W Jeff. The fuck is he doing? The 6-7?
Final score.
Did you?
2, 1.
What the fuck? Yo, that Magneto.
Another epic victory. Big win.
What's that Magneto doing? Did you see that? What was that Magneto doing? It's a blossom. We was shaking some games tonight. That was my first game. I won it. I literally just hopped on. I was looking at Tokon. Then I tried out Kenshiro and Fatal Fury. Okay. Two games away from Diamond. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Lock in. Lock in. Actually, I was supposed to do Road to Max today on Blade. What rank is it? GM 3 or 2? I don't remember what rank the count is. The Blade only account. I think I stopped at GM 2 or 3, one of them. Thoughts on Heal Pool? I picked him up recently and I'm enjoying him. He's alright. Heal Pool is alright, but it's like the person has to know how to use them. Most people that play him don't know how to use them. They're mostly just playing because they want to play Deadpool because they want to lure Deadpool, but they can't play DPS or tank because the spots are taken up. Yeah, he's definitely not Rocket.
What would Foggy and Karen Dad would have been proud of that head.
D to the flat one. You don't like this skin? This skin's cool. I don't like the all SFX. I like it. GG's. You're welcome for blessing you with a 6-7. Hey yo. Hey yo. This mag was in the 6-7. What the? What the?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What the? Is that a blessing or a curse?
To end the darkness that spawned
Is that a blessing or a curse, bro?
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
It sounds lame. What's up, Brick? Cyclops knows the perfect angle to bounce on it. Oh hell nah. Yo, best believe Cyclops getting banned every game today. Best believe that motherfucker's getting banned every day today, bro. Every match today, that motherfucker's getting banned. Oh, it shows that here in Tokon. I mean, not Tokon, in Avatar. Oh, just a screenshot. This is not. This isn't worth looking at. Never mind. They showed the pictures of here. So what else does he do? He's a windbender. What else does he do? I don't know nothing about Zahir.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
He flies and he has hands. What? That's it? I don't know, man. I know he's a windbender or airbender or whatever, but like, what else? What else can he do?
Round one, go!
They about to have penny mines to Tokon? Oh hell no!
30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh hell no! We don't need penny mines in Tokon.
Want to know a little secret?
Because you're doing rivals now? I mean, I do rivals in fighting games.
Yeah. The playlist
I just finished playing Fatal Fury actually. I was playing Kenshiro.
People have told me that was a killer track, but I didn't take it literally.
I might play Tokon later. I mean, not Tokon, 2x scale later. Tomorrow we're playing Avatar. Tomorrow we're playing Avatar. We're playing rivals in Avatar tomorrow. Unless we play Avatar whole stream, I don't know. We'll see. Whoa. Senna's fun. I heard Senna is low tier though. I'm actually frying that guy in the air.
Armed and dangerous again. I could use this. The hunt's on.
Oh, you guys should not have shot that guy. Run, you idiot! No! Why would you try and fight him? Run! You tried to stay there. Oh, fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Yeah, one day I'll fucking land a shift. Like, what? Literally one day I'll land it. Yo, that guy got domed. That was a straight headshot. Yo, BPM at all for you?
against the world.
What happened to us? Me and the BP died. Damn. Damn. Me and the BP died. What happened? Fucking thing happened. That's probably.
I'm ready to put on a show.
I tried to ult for him, but that would go crazy if I ulted for him. Fuck no, he didn't. Damn. I was been as part of so many Blade players, I have to ban them every game because we don't know how to counter them. That's not true. Yo, this is ranked. I don't know about that. That's probably a few people, not that many. And he's still like a low tier character. Like, I mean, there's so much better you could play. Holy fuck, this guy just destroyed my brain. Well, he runs down diamond lobbies. Okay, he definitely does. I did that. I mean, beat like every match. That shit was hilarious. It's okay. He's gonna be top tier in Tokon, right? 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 Well, that's not a support. Whatever. Sheesh. I'll show you the way to Tokon with Blade, don't worry. Yeah, sure, buddy. You need to stick to that, what's that, Street Fighter? Yeah, you listen to the new gen, bruh. Straight to them old games, bruh. Stick to that Street Fighter and, what'd you play back then? MK? What'd you play in your day? Injustice or something? No, Injustice kind of new. MK, yeah. You should become an NRS player, bro. Leave this to the new age, bro. wait, chat, remember earlier he needs to play Black Panther, bro. He used to play that Black Panther. He used to be on that Black Panther, bro. What is happening in this match? You need to get on that Black Panther, run that Ryan Gosling. That's all you, bro. Get on that Cherry, whatever the hell her name is. That's all you, bro. You don't study the Blade, bro. Oh, what the fuck? We're dead as hell. Tokonda forever. Calling someone an NRS player might be the greatest insult. He did. He literally played NRS games. Ask him. Unless you're Sonic. Nah, he played NRS games. Didn't you say like that's what you started doing YouTube on or some shit? I don't know. I played everything. Well, you may play everything, but this Blade shit ain't for you. Okay. This Blade shit ain't for you. Okay. Oh, Jimmy, he played everything back in his dead ass. Motherfucker played everything. He was alive for everything. Yeah, we got to get him out of here, bruh. We got to get his ass out of here, bruh. Get him in a wheelchair stat. Okay. Oh, kill this guy. Where am I? Oh, she just juked me. Oh no, she dead. Because we know his Doom wants to gain jobs. Yapping is his best chance. Alright, buddy, bro. I'll be DMing you the clips, bro. When you at that wedding, I'm gonna DM you clips, bro. Don't worry, I got you, bro. When I send you them clips, remember who taught you. I'm dead as hell. Why we not use the old Reno? Whatever. You tech to fight Curry? Is more your rank? Curry more rank? What though? Is MK even relevant? No. They're gonna. What are they doing? They're about to make Injustice probably. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing anymore. If I had to guess, it's gonna be Injustice next. I hope it's Injustice next, and I hope it's actually not. I hope they revamp the combat, because that combat was bums.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Armed and dangerous.
Bruh. Oh, this guy's peeling? They peeling this right? I'm joking. Should've ran. Oh yeah, Snowflake. He was one. He headshot me. That sucks. 9-6. My poor guy. Poor. Oh my god, that guy is going crazy on him.
Current score is 0-3.
Sheesh.
Time to switch things up.
How to remove that about Injustice 3, but I have faith it's gonna be good.
You'll need a top-notch team.
I don't know, man.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Whatever it is, it better be good.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
We need more blade skins, bro. This is not
I'll
it.
fight to end the darkness that spawned me. I'll fight to end the darkness that
Doesn't
spawned
the thing have
me.
a similar name? The hacking PB? Hacking PB. The what?
I'll earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
Enough with blade skins. What you mean enough? We barely. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. No, bro. No, that's not the same. No, bro. That guy's name was
Why we just standing?
it was Asian something. I don't remember what it was. But this guy's name is ABGs. Hit me up.
Whatever.
I don't remember what that guy's name was. I know what you're talking about though.
Later, bub.
MVP, yeah, I know what you mean.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Did people just die to Blado? Yeah, people died to Blado, bro.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't think we're gonna win this, but let's see what happens.
Snack time already.
Oh my lordy, my health bar. Bro, this freaking Bucky's having the game of his life. Holy, he just keeps headshotting me. That guy's dead. Yo, they're both dead. These guys are super dead, bro. Yeah, we're not winning this shot. Now I gotta switch characters. I gotta kill. Oh, Punisher's banned. That's why. Okay, that makes sense.
Why can't a girl ever get a bloody day off?
That makes sense. I'm like, why is this thing doing whatever he wants?
Armed and dangerous. Us against the world.
These guys are actually running this Twitch team up. That's hilarious.
I am ready to put on a show.
You really never see people use this team up.
Thanks for the love, love.
man. This match might be fried. I'm heading to bed. Good night, dude. This Bucky is a national threat. I wanted to ult, but my team wasn't alive, so if I got people, I wouldn't be able to kill them. It would take way too long for me to kill them solo. Yeah, I'm gonna try and go for an ult here. Just kill them when I ult them, okay? How the fuck this guy behind us?
Gotta keep an eye on this spot.
Where is this Twitch at? Oh my god, I would love a chance to use my ult. Damn, do we not? Why are we not using Luna ult? We could have survived that if we just used Luna ult. I don't know why she held it. This is Diamond Grandmaster, this is Celestial.
Now that's a big gun. Love that kick.
Final 10 seconds.
Release the glass rod.
Don't see 9 touch.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Double KO.
Cheers, mate. Always glad. Breathing gunshot.
I'm dead as fuck, bro. It's Torch. Oh, we're at the point. No, you don't. It's whatever. We got the point.
Bloodstones don't go down quite so easy, love. Cheers, mate. At your service.
I would have died. Wow. Nice. Oh, that Jeff fried that guy. I mean, that Jeff got fried by the Torch. Damn, why does he want me so badly?
Double KO. Get that vehicle moving again. Only 60 seconds left.
God, these stupid walls. Hopefully it doesn't miss this. Oh my. Oh man.
Armed and dangerous! It's clobbering time!
Cheers, mate.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
What?
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay, this is a pretty close match. The hell are they at? Yeah, alt farm the alt farm. What was that song again? That was Black Rover from Black Clover. That's not good. Oh my goodness, bro. Nice.
Armed and dangerous again.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Thor use a lot? No, it's just the one tricks that are very annoying with him.
Get that vehicle moving again. Nowhere yet. Going
Not touched. That is fucked though. That's why I have console only, but some people on console have keyboard and mouse. Done oops all though. Oh, all Thor. We playing again, Joey. I'm down anytime, dude. Hit me up. We play right now too. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm getting baked. Like right now, plat 1. I have a plat account, I think. We can play. God, that girl is a raid boss. Would you believe she'd even die to that? Damn, that girl is getting healed like crazy. Oh, he's flying so high, I can't even fucking shoot him. Who's on Rivals? Kenshiro was fun. He's always on Rivals. You know this? That's not true. I was probably gonna play 2x tonight. We'll see. What the? My girl's dead. Help? I'm dead. Probably. It's another full Marvel stream. Relax. We're about to do a subathon. We're about to play tons of different games. I only have like one sub goal for Rivals on there that I've written down. Or like 2. Actually, it's probably 1. I don't have a lot of Rivals sub goals on there. I only have like 1 or 2. Oh man.
Final score 2-2-3.
So finish, yeah, we're gonna finish some of them during this subathon. Don't worry. Oh, annoying. Okay. I don't know what was happening there, but this guy definitely should have got off. Well, no. Oh, it was this guy. I was gonna say this guy should have got off BP earlier because we were not doing nothing. Yeah, I don't know why that guy sat on BP for so long. GG's. Oh well. It do be like that though. What did this guy just type in YouTube chat? Oh brother. Bucky Raid Boss. Bucky Raid Boss is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really do anything with that team. I don't know. You can't help a team like that. You can't help a team like that. Why did he type that? I don't know. All right, Joe, are we playing or what? Are you guys in a match? I'll play if you guys want a trio. Oh. If you guys want a trio, I'll play. Let me know now though. I don't switch accounts. Do I have an account plat? You said plat 1. Yeah, I do. Plat 1, plat 1. Oh, I get on Plasma Bust. The Widow account. Bro, instantly caught that Black Widow skin. About this one? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I bought both, but it's a good skin, though. Bro, that short with that girl that was freaky as hell. Oh my god. How do you think of that to bypass? Bro, you can't, like, what do you expect? People are crazy. Still costs yellow stuff. I wish you can use blue stuff to gift. Okay, yeah, she's probably stuck in a match. It'll be over fast. Okay, so we're down. Okay, let me switch accounts. Seen the cap skin? What cap skin? Cap skin. Oh, they dropped the thingy on Twitter, didn't they? Cap is caked up. Where is this? This dude, he said he's gonna be on at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Oh no, he's crazy. If you guys don't know, the beta for Tokon opens at 7 a.m. tomorrow for West Coast, which is 10 a.m. for me. Yeah, I'm not streaming that early. That's just not happening. I'm not streaming at, I said Tokon, my bad, Avatar. I'm not streaming at 7 a.m. tomorrow, bro, for Avatar. I'm gonna go live at like 5 p.m. EST like I usually do. Fuck that. I'm not going live that early. That's insane. That is fucking insane, bro. Apparently that Avatar live action is really good. It looks good. But why is my thingy not opening? Yeah, the beta's on PC. You have to buy. If you want to play in the beta for Avatar, you gotta buy it. Are you gonna play Guilty as Charged when Robokai drops? I keep getting asked that. Maybe I will. Isn't that today? Like in a few hours? That's like now. That's like now actually. That's like tonight. Maybe I will. I don't think I will though, but maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. No, the real Avatar, not live action. Like, no, well, not real, but Last Airbender Avatar. Season 2 of the live action is an offense. An offense is crazy. I'm seeing screenshots of it. It looks pretty good. Okay. Season 1 was pretty good. Like for season 2, nah, I didn't watch it. Yo, there was a heat wave today. Isn't it like hot as hell in the UK right now? Apparently it's gonna be like 110 degrees soon on the East Coast or something like that. It was? Oh, brother. Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, my nose is so itchy, bro. I should not have went outside. Fuck. This is why we don't touch grass. Fuck. I think my allergies fucked me over. Never having allergies? Couldn't be me. Yeah, mine's not even that bad. I wish you read TikTok chat. Feisty. Feisty, you need... Okay. Okay, dude. See, this is why you didn't get your Chipotle today, okay? This is why you didn't get your damn Chipotle today, bruh. You deserve to not have Chipotle today. Do I have you added on this account? I don't have you added on this account. It's the right account, right? Or am I tripping? Oh, wait. No, this is your console account. Wait, what's your PC account? Wait, is this the right account? I don't know. Joy, what's your PC one? What's this account? This is the Black Widow account. I did Black Widow, I think, to GM or something, or Celestial. I don't remember what I did. I did something. Yeah. I was truly widowing it up. With a space? Oh. Oh, there we go. But why didn't you just link the same account? Oh, I guess that wasn't a thing back then. I think mine shows. Oh shit, I forgot I hit it. Cause I could be in target band. Alright, just let me know your match is done. Pretty sure Gio was one of them, I don't remember. She said that shit and left. You should have been in Senna's tourney. Senna's tourney. Where's Feisty at? It's like 2 a.m. for her. She probably going to sleep. Wait, no. She's on the East Coast right now. Nah, she'll see this shit. By the way, where no one counted pigs? No one counted pigs. What the fuck? What the fuck? No one counted pigs is crazy. Sounds about right.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm not a hero.
I don't know what I want to play.
Punisher.
Now,
Allergic to mangoes is crazy.
vanish from this match.
Could not imagine being allergic to mangoes. Now that sounds yikes. I like mangoes. Mangoes are fire. Nah, I'd be sad if I was allergic to mangoes. What character am I playing? Go hella. Oh hell no. This girl feisty. Iron Fist. What we were hoping I don't get 20 minutes of ads. You're not gonna get 20 minutes of ads. What the? I imagine it's automatic right now because I was testing something, but it's not gonna give you 20 minutes. I did 20 minutes. 20 minutes would be crazy. What's up, man person? Oh yeah, and funny. Thanks for the 5. I appreciate it. We all. Why y'all want ads? What the hell? Yo, why is my sense fuel on this account? What the fuck?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The time will come when
No, that's my been on this account.
I'm the Punisher.
I don't even want to play. Play Bucky.
I'm not a symbol like Steve. I'm just a soldier trying to do his job.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Yeah, if you in London or whatever, or UK and Europe, anywhere there, yeah, y'all better be careful, bruh. Isn't it like humid or something? Like it's like hot and it's like UK is usually like mucky. I don't know. What the fuck? Okay, I insta-dud. Yeah, it's like hella humid in the UK or something like that. And it's hot. Ew. Probably smell like ass. It feels like complete shit going outside. I don't know. Coming in hot. Oh, so we're just not gonna touch? Okay. Oh, that's yikes. Oh, we should have pulled over, but it's all good.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Much better.
Damn, can I get it? You no! I got blasted. I got blasted. I got blasted.
My mission isn't over yet.
We didn't count as hella no more. Full dive. It can't be a little bit of dive because the team up counter is dive. So you have to go like full dive. Does that make any sense? Oh my god, they weren't even low. They weren't even low, even a little bit. Jeez, we're getting blasted. Yeah, this game is cooked. I can't play Bucky here. What? Oh, Cyclops is banned. Oof, yikes.
Step aside, you gits. I'll do this myself.
Or you can go poke. Full dive or poke. But you gotta shoot the squids. Oh wait, I thought I was playing the other character. Whoops. Wrong button. Whoa. Yo, I'm getting blasted. Shotgun Punisher could work. Punisher can work. Actually, I might actually go Punisher for this. But not shotgun Punisher. I'm just shooting at squids. Makes it work too, yeah. I gotta shoot this asshole squids. So I'm taking so much damage from these squids. Oh man, can't see.
Judge, jury, executioner! I'm good to go.
Double KO.
Lights out for scum.
Oh, they're on that wall. What? It killed the thing and instantly. Ah, damn it. That weak ass shield. But if I was me doing that as no more, I'd have died. I mean, that shit would have actually got nobody. That weak ass shield. God, CC change where? Holy shit, bro. Oh, no, that's not good. No. Wait, why do we have no tank? What the fuck happened? Why do we have no tank?
But not today.
Yo, you be getting cursed ass games.
The current score is
What the fuck?
2, 3. Time to switch things up.
Nah, that's cap. Nah, that's cap. Feisty, that's cap. Feisty, that's cap.
You'll need a top
That's cap, Feisty.
I'm not a hero. I'm
Feisty,
the
that's cap. So, are we gonna run an actual comp or what? I be feeling this 100x100 opening has so much yelling. I'm switching it. I be getting that 100x100 openings like that, like. Oh man.
30 seconds before you attack.
Why do we have no tank? Why is that guy with 6? Yo, what the fuck? Wait, why are both of them on 6? What happened? It's winnable though. I don't have too much.
Honestly, it's which one you're
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
That's not let me switch my thing to whatever.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm good to go.
Almost one pump that guy.
Battlefield ready again. I'm hit pretty bad.
No more no dash. No more no dash. More's dead. Walk up, walk up, walk up. Invis low in the back. Or not.
Judge, jury,
Yo, keep me alive.
executioner. Lights out for stuff.
Oh my god, these fucking squids, bro. I think I'm the only one shooting them. Yeah, Moon Knight, you need to shoot squid with me, man. I think I'm the only one shooting the squids, so like that shit's multiplying after it kills people because that's how that team up works.
Like shooting squids in a barrel.
I'm over here like, what the fuck is shooting me? It's an undead squid. My body block. Oh, that's not good. These fucking undead squids. This fucking team up is so broken. Oh yeah, I have an apple pie. I need to eat it. I forgot I had apple pie. I'm allergic to apples, but hey, fuck, I'm eating that shit. I don't care. We eating that shit, bro. We eating that shit, bro. And I'm gonna enjoy it. And no one can stop me. And no one can stop me. Rip. Nah. We eating that shit. Allergies? That's fake. That's government propaganda. That shit fake, bro. Yo, help! Give that to you? Fuck no. That shit's mine. That shit mine.
Namor's got some extra help. Lucky us. Judge, jury, executioner! Battlefield ready again. Lights out for stuff.
No, that guy's dead. Not sure what he was cooking, but alright. I was cooking something devious. Fuck did he throw the squid? Oh, great. I'm getting pocketed to a different dimension, I can't lie. Hella no bird, hella no bird. Alright, just come to the payload, come to the... Oh, yikes.
Judge, jury, executioner!
No. Aw. W. Oh my fucking god, bro. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Can I play the game? Holy shit. That's why you guys get no skins. Fuck Hulk. Oh, hell nah. I'm about to say, if that hit me. No way.
Keep up the momentum.
Smoke up.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. 2-minute ad. Oh shit. Sorry, buddy. Unlucky. I just have to random, bruh. It can give you 3. It can give you 1. It can give you 30 seconds. It's random. I'm testing automatic this stream because I never tested automatic before. So Twitch is picking ads, not me. I usually have it set to max you can get is 1 minute. I mean 1.5. You can set it out. Yeah, you can set it to automatic. It's set to automatic right now. That's why some people are getting 3, some people are getting 1, some people are getting 2. Oh, that's fucking BS. That works or not. Helen Namor just killed like 4 of my teammates.
Now I'm getting mad.
Oh, someone else switched.
Let's take a step back.
We gotta need to go DD for this.
Get that vehicle moving again. The final 10 seconds. You belong to me. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, my shit's not set correctly. My binds aren't set correctly. I can't see. My fucking binds aren't set correctly.
Final score 2-3. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Crap, yeah, we don't have a second DPS. I mean, I don't know. The ultimate, I think she tried to come heal me, but yeah, she definitely should have stayed with you guys. Oh no, this rank is hell. I saw my bonds one day and got wrecked as E. Damn. Yeah, she was trying to save me, but if you guys had the majority, she definitely should have stayed with you guys. Let me go grab this apple pie.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
God damn it. I want to eat my pie. What if I wanted the allergic
Could
reaction?
make all the difference.
Slice. There is no pie. Someone else ate it. There is no slice anymore.
Eat, nut.
I'm not a.
What am I looking at?
Stepping out of the shadow.
Round 1, go!
You know, I just don't get what... Just wait till you see what's in my pouches this time.
3.14. Hmm? What?
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Am I still hiding so many diamonds beneath the...
Did I do polls? You mean predicts?
I'm sorry, can we start over? This
So we can do a
one's
predict.
gonna be a me.
I assure you, I have no idea what you're talking about.
The battle
Honestly,
starts
that
in
makes
5,
two of us.
4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go.
The harder they resist, the more this will hurt.
You sure are demanding version about the cow's voice.
Get back in action before I shut this whole thing down. I'm hit. Better stop that vehicle.
Perfect.
What the fuck?
Watch out, coming through. Thank goodness this book has pictures. Does the Lord icon do bonus damage? Whatever that strange tingle is, I like it.
My guy's dead.
Cheese! Come on, I didn't come here to read.
Stop them in their tracks.
Does the Lord icon do bonus damage? Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
That's the good stuff.
Does the Lord icon do bonus damage? Does the Lord icon do bonus damage? A team up nobody asked for!
Oh boy. Those 2 and 3 Deadpools, all different roles. All different roles.
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
They all have different leveling orders. Since they all do different things. Like on tank pool, you're gonna be mainly using your guns. On this one, the DPS one, you're mainly gonna be using your swords. The support one, kind of guns too. I'm not gonna lie. Other than I guess the ult. It does fuck. How come every time I play with you guys,
My brain, not so much.
we never have a second DPS?
A game within a game. How meta. It's a pool party.
I am not playing the DPSs that are good solo. Nah, you can play support. It's fine. I'm just wondering. It's fine.
Oh yeah, baby.
I'm just because we can't leave Ultra on the solos board. That's for sure. That's so hilarious. Yo, is Britic over? Oh, that was a lag spike. What the fuck is he at? Bouncing on it.
Come here to read.
I need you, I need you, I need you, I need you. I'm dead. fuck you, bro. Fuck. Wait, what? Oh my god. Yo. Is that guy coming back?
My body's fully recovered. My brain, not too much.
I sure as hell hope
A game
so.
within a game. How meta. I'm feeling trigger happy.
Son. What? Oh, my teammates died.
It's now or never. Stop them. I suck.
That guy got blasted. I can't lie.
Don't give them another inch.
Oh, fuck. No, don't. Really? Damn, that's a lot. Oh, my God. Yo, chill. No, that's the wrong thing. No, I meant to take a picture. Why'd I open my book?
Us against the world.
The current score is 0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which
That
side
Luna's
you're
so
on.
mad at me.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You know, I just don't get why everyone hates on duelist mains. I mean, come on.
That Luna does not like me. What? He said, do you want to suck it, bro? I'll give you it. I say question mark. And he says, Jesus Christ, leave me alone. I said, why? He said, oh, literally anyone else, or just ask for my meat at that point.
Round 2, go!
Just wait till you see what's in there.
30 seconds before you
Like, what? No, we're surrendering now.
Well, you can't expect them all.
That dude's gone. Was it the Luna? Yeah, that's the Luna saying that. He's playing Luna. He's wondering why I'm focusing him. Why would I not focus you? DPS pool. Why would I not? Like, it's kind of my job, no? It's always a DC. Dude, I feel like every time I play with you guys get the most cursed teams ever, bro. And like, motherfucker left the game. The guy's name is Gooning Oregon. Okay.
Which hero do you think you want to be?
And I can't figure out for the life of me. No, I'll just carry over the predicted next match. Or fine, I'll just find a refund. Fuck it.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh man. You good at Hulk? Oh hell no, I'm not touching that character. That character's bums. That character That character If I'm playing a character that's ass, they gotta be at least cool. That character's not cool to me. Oh, this game is gonna make me go crazy.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I don't know, man.
They call me Detong now. I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I don't even know who to play, bro. Kind of just playing random select. Playing Black Cat. This character This character This character This character
Feeling lucky? Not for long.
Want the blade? Nah, not on this account. I can't. Well, not right now. We need like a TP. If we TP and we need blade, then I'll play blade. Or they're running 2 shield tanks. I'm playing blade. That's just too satisfying.
Wow. For a girl with ice powers, I suddenly feel pretty uncool.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Champion Fox. Every time I see them, just negative aura.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
There isn't much music in a place
Oh man.
I'm hurt. Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Some of you won't be needing that.
Wait, my binds aren't set, are they? Oh fuck. I'm switching characters. No, my binds aren't set properly. Fuck. Oh brother. Give me a second. Honestly, I just need this on one. I'm not gonna use anything else. I'm not gonna lie.
Give me that luck.
Namor let in some fight. I like the cool. This is officially so stealthy.
The cool's here. For me.
Control C. My friends are here.
Good fortune for me.
I don't have 2 dashes. Oh my god, why? I forgot I don't have 2 dashes. I would have killed her too, but I forgot. I don't know how I forgot.
I always land on my feet.
I forgot, bro. I only got a 130 ad. 2 minute. Oh, it really is random. Damn, it's giving you guys random numbers. Oh, that's pretty funny. Some of you guys are getting 2 minutes. Some of you guys are getting 1. That random shit is crazy. Instead of everyone just getting the same amount. It's kind of bad though, no? Oh, why did it track to him? What the fuck was that? Did you? Why the fuck? What? Okay, that just fucked my ult over. Why did it track to the guy in the sky? Like, I wasn't even looking at him. This character, This character, I wasn't even looking at him. What the fuck is that?
It's an endless universe, but somehow I keep finding the
Let's actually get a W because might have been trolls.
You've got my back. I got yours. Squirrel Navi.
Oh, did you see that?
They may be a strange company.
Wait,
Yours, almost yours.
God damn it. You got a 10 second. Okay, nah, there's no way you got a 10-second. 10-second is crazy. No way you got a 10-second ad.
I suppose that helps.
Now that I don't believe.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
oh, did you see that?
Fire mode. It's the grand finale. Double KO.
I should probably bind my V to my mouse. I'm gonna do that. I need my melee binded. Do I want to buy an up or down though? Hold on.
It's an endless universe, but somehow I keep finding the worst parts.
Let me open Razor Synapse. Someone gift you a sub. What the? Don't worry, about to do a subathon. So like, tons of you guys are about to be subbed in like literally a few days.
Now let's kick some butt.
Tons of you guys are about to be subbed up in like literally a few days, bro. Relax. Where the fuck is this thing at?
I wish I could do that.
Yeah, all you have to do is listen. They really hate Doom.
Does anybody like Doom? He's such an ego.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
That one, not so much.
That works.
Students aren't here to witness this lesson.
Synapse X. Oh, hacking. Oh, wait, what's? Okay, what can I be? I got one shot. I got one shot. I don't know why I did that. I was trying to test something. You have side buttons on your mouse? Yeah. I was trying to test the melee thing. It worked, but I died. Playing Penny Parker, bro. Holy shit. What the fuck plays Penny Parker? Why do they keep putting her in games, bro? But they don't want to put Miles in shit. I'm sick of this. Bet that. All right. Penny fucking Parker. Should have been like Psylocke or Electra over fucking Penny. Like what? Just keep adding Penny to shit. That guy's a clown. Miles wouldn't sell. Miles would sell. You tripping? Yeah, you tripping, bro. Miles got a whole game.
Thank you.
Oh, would. I thought you said wouldn't. I'm like, what? I'm about to say, because who the fuck is paying for Penny? Like what? I'm not paying for no Penny Parker. What? Because I'm not paying for Penny. That's for damn sure. What the hell? It works. For woke, confirm woke is crazy. I'm not paying for Penny Parker.
Oh, did you see that?
Penny, bro. Who wants to fight Penny, bro? That character is annoying. I bet you she'd be annoying in that game too. Bro, she literally has a Kali C assist as her. Is that her back assist in that game? I don't know what it is. She has a Kali C assist as her back assist in that game. That shit is disgusting. Yeah, you guys just don't want to do it. Yeah, that was disgusting. Okay, the macro actually works. Well, not macro, but you get what I mean.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Where do you think you're going? Bro, I'm not playing Penny, bro. That's not happening. It's not happening.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Bro, what is that? That fucking lie emote, bro. What's up, hamster? That emote is so silly. This shit throws me off, bro. Jesus Christ, bro. Pulls over. Start up the new predict. Playing the Z tier.
I tear through the cloudless night.
Or should I? I don't know. Should I bust out the Z tier for the one time?
I'm not anyone's sight.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Multiverse Spider-Man. The Great Electric Spider. MVP. Did I get MVP? I wasn't looking. Okay. Today's Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, chat. Any Canadians in chat? Happy Canada Day. You got a little Wanda or Iron Man? I'm like 19 with both of those characters. I'm like literally one level off lording both of those. It is in fact Canada Day. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Heroes could make all the difference.
My tweaking, did your hair never grow? I literally cut my hair, dude. It's not my hair didn't grow, I cut it. I need to take my hair out. I keep forgetting to do that. Loading Squirrel Girl 1? It's not happening. It's not happening. I will never lure that character. Nope.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Never watched that one character gameplay. What was that supposed to mean? Oh, Z tier spotted. They stay mentally sane playing this game all the time? Because I don't take it serious. This game's a joke. You see that short I posted yesterday? On TikTok or IG or whatever the place I posted it? I think I take this game serious. How am I supposed to take it serious with stuff like that in the game? Like, what's... Nah, I put it on Instagram. I think I posted on TikTok too, though. Yeah, this game is a joke. Yeah, go look at my newest reel, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Test. What happened to you? You testing. I heard you was getting carried by Shine earlier. That's true. Street said he was getting carried. Ew, what did you just... Yo, you are freaked out. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she tripping, bro. Yeah, alright, bro. Yeah, alright, bro. Yeah, she's tripping, bro. Yo, Chris, what's up, dude? The Cyclops flip? Yeah.
I'm back, baby.
Better stop that vehicle.
Why are you here? What the?
Only 60 seconds left.
For no reason, she's just there.
Need assistance. There's still a chance to stop them.
Fuck's this res beacon at? Can't find that shit. Oh. Okay, bro. Now we gotta look. It's not about that. It's about how far it was.
Now might be a good time.
That character's a fucking joke, bro. He shot right there, and I was over here, and that shit killed me.
This is real firepower!
So much for your squints, Namor.
Stop them.
Oh, did you see that?
Better skedaddle.
Yo, can we get a rocket?
There's still a chance.
Then you guys play rocket?
Don't play them regularly, but I can give it a good shot.
If you don't, it's fine. If you don't have to do it.
It's not okay.
I mean, it's better than just walking out and doing literally nothing to change, so might as well give it a shot.
Yeah, I love Hella No More and it's like, damn. Oh, you are a dickhead, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna be at your mama house soon. Oh my.
Rocket's little beam is over here.
I spawned in and insta died. Prime Cyclops will be missed next season? No, the fuck he won't. No, the fuck he won't. That character is so retuned. He's probably the most broken character I've seen in a long ass time. The most broken character I've seen in a while, actually. That damage is not okay. That dude is rivaling fucking Jean Grey on launch. Like, what's...
Our enemy has been spotted.
10 seconds till my BRB's back.
You stop them in their tracks.
Oh, yeah, that one Boruto opening. Where the fuck is it at? Y'all can hate Boruto all you want. Boruto got fire openings. Fuck.
Could use some love here. Patch you up.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh my fucking god, this guy, bro. He's literally holding his ult for just for me. I'm just gonna go sidelock. Fuck you. I would literally play the same character. 40-second? You got a 40-second? I've never heard of a 40-second ad. That shit is random. Someone got 3 minutes? 40 seconds? You guys are actually getting random. That's hilarious.
Score is 0.
40 second is hilarious, bro. Someone got 40, someone got 5 second. There's no way. Okay, that's not a thing. No, you gotta screenshot that. I don't believe that.
It's working, so I'm not gonna change. But if it doesn't work out this round, I will swap to Cloak and Dagger or something that puts out like raw heals.
The fucking 40-second ad. There's just no way. Someone got 3 minutes. Someone I kind of like the random. It's hilarious.
Nothing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, she chased me around for a while. The only reason I managed to survive that is well, because I was rocking now. Honestly, her and Deadpool.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
See how those fools run from my sight.
I am well versed in the Oni that dwell.
It says that it says automatic. It says select automatic to have ads. Adjust the length and frequency based on the available ad demand and the time of year.
The battle starts in 5.
Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean.
2.
Available meaning probably like
He's a pest.
in your region, because some people's regions doesn't have the same amount of ads as other people's. And so if it can't find ads to give you in your region, then it'll give you a low amount, I think. And time of year. I wonder how that part works. I mean, Twitch obviously makes more money during the summer and winter. Fuck. No, I'm switching to Salah because this dickhead of a Deadpool keeps fucking ulting me. I'd love to see this motherfucker hold me while I'm ulted.
5 seconds to lose my BRB.
You're not gonna stop me from playing dive. I don't care if it's hell anymore. Dude still ulted me. Oh my god. What is wrong with this guy? Are you fucking shitting me?
Wow, 4 in a row.
Here they come now.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I was about to say, like, what? Isn't the wall up? Oh, great. Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it.
Finisher.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Like, because you didn't kill nobody, it still has value? Shit is annoying. How you know if you got value from an ult? If you forced an enemy ult or if you killed a support? Well, I mean, depends on the person's ult. Depends on the character. Well, give me a character. Sometimes you might kill, you might Moon Knight ult and you might get, saw that it killed nobody, but you made a space. So that's good value. What's up, Daisy? How you doing? Yo, how was Evo? I wish I could have gone. I had a fun watch partying it though. Watch partying was a lot of fun. So you made it out of pools. That's actually pretty huge because most people's Evo, they don't make it out of pools. Their first Evo. I mean, I never competed, so I don't know if I would have make it out, but. Pool party bundle? Oh, nice. But which one? The nighttime one or? Oh my lordy.
Can you be more on me when I'm pushing up?
You missed the VOD? I mean the VODs on YouTube. 2 wins in our pool. Ooh, yikes.
That was on me again.
Yikes. Wait, have you streamed since you came back? Where the stream's at? You slacking? Please lose, it's crazy. Nah, oh, you slacking. Tomorrow? That's what's up, that's what's up. You're not playing Avatar tomorrow? You're not interested in Avatar? Not your love. Might give it a try. That's what's up. I'm dead as hell. I like the show. Okay. Yeah, the beta for that is tomorrow. So a lot of people are gonna be streaming that. It's funny because I was actually supposed to be on 2x tonight, but I got asked to play, so I'm playing Rivals with Joy and Nick.
Just trying to flank.
What the hell? Can I get a heal? Can I get a... What the hell? Oh, he's legs up. You're never on 2x? Nah, you can ask chat. I was supposed to play 2x tonight. You can ask chat. I'm not lying. I played Fatal Fury earlier, but I mean, that was a sponsor, but still. You can ask chat. LARPing for real? Yeah, see, I literally said I was gonna play 2x tonight. But then I got asked to play Rivals, so like now I'm here. Look where he's at now. Bro, that's because I got asked to play Rivals. I'm not gonna decline Rivals. Or will I? You guys didn't ask me to play 2x. Don't be mad at me. If you would have asked me to play 2x, I'd have played. You didn't ask me. What is happening? We are dead. Cuphead. You want Cuphead? Play 2x right now? That's not what I mean. I mean like ask to play 2x. You're not streaming. And also, I'm already playing with someone, so that's not how it works. What the? What? What? What am I out track to? Okay, that was kind of weird. Wait, how did I kill the rocket? Okay, I mean, I guess. I'm not gonna let that guy one shot, man. I gotta rewatch this anime. Chad, do you guys remember shit, what was the anime called? Claret. Wait, no. Fuck, I forgot the name of it.
Keep up the momentum.
Back to the ocean's depths.
10 seconds until BRB's back.
It was the one with the people that had powers. They were all at that school. Yeah, Charlotte. Yeah. That man was sick. But did you guys see Battle Game in 5 seconds? The anime was cool too. But I don't think that's ever gonna get another season.
Only 60 seconds left.
I die.
This is real firepower.
Ending. What? No spoilers. Don't spoil. Don't spoil. In case somebody watches it. No spoilers.
Healing. It's just not enough. Reloading.
What the fuck is this guy doing? I'm one shot doing this, but fuck it. Sheesh. Oh my god, a flank of doom. The ultimate flank. I'm still alive.
You're down both healers.
Oh my god, how am I alive?
The final 10 seconds. Nowhere yet.
Anyway, you want in chat gonna be playing Samira?
Executioner!
Any Samira players or Lux? I'm falling for that LARP.
Oh, thank Jesus.
Well,
Thank
about
God.
Lux. No Luxes?
It just would have been so much easier if one of y'all just went went back to invincibility.
Me Lux? Yeah, I'm gonna give Lux a try. I hope she's not a zoner though, because I don't want to play a zoner. I do not want to play a zoner. I do not want to play a zoner, so that would be pretty unfortunate if she is one. But we'll see. Angel Beats? Oof, Angel Beats was fire. Yo, I had 30 finals. Let's go. Oh, don't I have the opening here? Hold on. Oh, it's this, yeah. Pay up? Yeah, I got you. Next loss, I quit. You can't just do that, Joy. What do you mean next loss, I quit? What the? Lock in? It's only like 11 for you. Lock the fuck in. Oh, no, it's midnight? Nah, fair enough. Fair enough, it is midnight. I started stream stupid late, so I'm gonna be here for a while probably. I made the mistake of working out at 8 a.m. And then after that I took a shower and I went to sleep at like 10 a.m. And then I woke up at like 7 p.m. So now I'm here. Guang brings his soldiers. Add that banquet banger emote. No, I'm not gonna be live until Avatar. That's crazy. Nah, you're crazy. We'll say you're gonna go live till Avatar. Avatar opens at like 7 a.m. I'm not. Nah. Play that next stream. The 7 TV emote. Banger, bro. But you gotta use your channel points. You gotta use your channel points. How much even is it? Tad emote. I don't remember how much I put. Oh wait, let me stop the next predict. I forget. Next predict is up. 100k. Got lower. Wait, no, I lowered this before. No. Actually, no. It's gonna stay like that because you guys are gonna add some freak ass emote again, and then you guys are gonna blame me when I'm playing with my friends. Like what you guys did last time. Nope. Nah, that's gonna stay at that price. You guys are gonna add some Gooner emote, and then you can be like, look at the Gooner emotes he has.
Get why everyone hates on duelist mains.
No, honest.
Gotta play.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
They call me. I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I never wanted to be Iron Man.
Why you got these? I did not add those. You guys redeemed with channel points.
If you were as smart as me, you'd be arrogant too.
30 seconds.
Why diva what? Bro, don't look at me, man. Don't look at me, man.
The actual Magneto.
Yeah, I gotta take my hair out after this. My hair's been in for way too long. Remember at the 10 Goon Commandments? Yeah, you need to be banned. You need to be banned. You need to be banned. Bro, that Gojo, bro, you guys just added that Gojo one. That's not even me, bro. Why the fuck would I add that? You the ones that wanted that shit. What's wrong with my mouse? The fuck? Oh, there's no way. I'm gonna die. My mouse is on the wrong sense. Why the fuck is my mouse on the wrong sense? What? This doesn't make any sense. Why is that shit turning so slow?
Step aside.
It's only with Iron Man. What the fuck? Oh, that's so weird. Oh, that's so odd.
Universe, but somehow I keep finding the worst parts.
Because we're not playing Iron Man. Oh, fuck no. Weak ass minds. Oh, you're so weird. Oh, now you're dead. Because you're a weirdo. She died to the stage hazard. That's what she gets. That's exactly what she... Oh, wait. Chill. I'm your biggest fan. Chill. I go to all the Ludus No concerts. Iron Man settings? Yeah. See if I can die to the stage hazard. Yo, can we walk up quick before Penny comes back, please? Oh shit, we took too long. What the fuck? I mean, okay, I guess. Where was Iron Man at? Why is his settings set to 1.20? What the what? Oh, I forgot to push the playlist back.
Get that vehicle to its destination. Son. Brother, are you gonna fight or what, bro? You got a health pack? I got a health pack. Let's run this shit. Bro, you're a coward. He just fucking pulled her off the map. This guy's an asshole, bro.
Look out behind you.
Brother.
A nice deep freeze.
I wasn't getting yield. Oh. What's up, Shine? 11 seconds? You got an 11-second ad. How you doing, Shine? Yeah, when we playing again? I'm playing with Joy right now. Where you at? You don't even ask me to play no more, Shine? That's crazy. You switched up. I noticed you've been moving different. I noticed. It's all good. It's all good. I remember this. Been extra busy? Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. I'm charging interest. Don't forget, I am indeed charging interest. Let me find out you at TwitchCon. I'll pull up too. That next Evo, I'm there. Now that Evo's over, oh, now you want to play? That's crazy. Oh, my hands are so cold. Wait, why is this guy still on Penny, bro? Can we like lock the fuck in? What the fuck? Up your okay. What a name. Now that ammo is huge. That was a really big ammo. Not a lot about that. That's not gonna work on me. Okay, I'm dead. Is this quick play? No, this is ranked. Just this guy won't get off Penny, bro. I'm trying to dive, but I can't because this dude's on Penny still. Thick M. Yo, what are you talking about, bro? Yo, stop gooning, bro. We don't like stop your gooning, bro. What I tell you guys earlier, we don't need girls, bro. We got Marvel Rebels to play. What the? Bro, it was on the side. What? That shit was sideways.
Hell's Kitchen is behind me. Unhated is now my domain.
I'm dead. Fucking Penny Mines, bro. This character is so dumb, bro. But doesn't even gotta look at you and you die. Like, okay, bro. Love this Bleach opening? Yeah, it's one of my favorites. Oh my goodness. Why is your chat all gooners? There's something. Those emotes aren't even mine, first off. Second off, I don't know who the fuck. Whose emote is that? What?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh my god, it's Heroes. Yo, I need to ban Heroes emotes from this chat. Yo, what the fuck is that emote? Alright, okay, I'm kicking this guy off Penny. There's no way he plays Penny on offense, though. Surely he doesn't play Penny on offense. You can't do that? Oh, yes, I can. Hold on. I can definitely do that. Hold on. What you mean you can't do that? I can definitely do that. I can definitely do that. And then he wonders why his emotes get taken down. Like, look what he's uploading. Like, what's... Like, what? He'll say, why my emote get deleted, Twitch? Like, bro, what? Look what you're uploading. I don't think he has a single normal emote. Dude's gooned the hell out. I go to his stream, his title says 18 plus. Like, okay. Like, what? It's so freaky. There's a couple. Only a couple normal ones is crazy. Is he still on Penny? Bro, he's not even on Penny anymore. No, he's on Magneto. God, I hate Penny players, bro. Holy shit. Oh, brother. I'm playing Daredevil. Fuck this.
I see. I have no babysit control.
You need to stop that vehicle
the fuck even goes on the 18 plus Overwatch lobby? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Oh, you're so weird. He's so weird. Yo, is this guy have my stream open or some shit? There's no way. There's no fucking way, bro. Damn, what happened to you guys? Holy shit. Okay, this match is a loss. You guys are super dead. What the fuck is happening to you guys? Holy team wipe. I mean, I can't really do anything. My team is getting fucking murdered. What? Oh, that's ours. I'm stupid. I thought that wasn't ours. So I was like, well, what the hell? I thought I was getting the moral. Was that Ruby? Yeah, that was Ruby. What the?
You stop them in their tracks.
Oh man. Oh, whoops. Oh, you're so weird. He almost fucking killed me by just sitting in iframes while his squid shot me. Oh, hell no. Wait. Wait. No. Fuck.
You're on my radar.
Oh my god. I fucking hate that freeze. Oh man. Oh, this game's over.
Final score 1-2-2.
Okay, I'm done. GG's, dude.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Games get real stupid at this time, bro. Like, holy shit, that guy was 4-10. He had 0 finals down. I was going through it. Freaks come out at night, they say. Freaks come out. Freaks come out is crazy. Oh yeah, Wani said let me switch accounts. Wani said what did he say? He was busy or something like that. We can play tomorrow though. We're probably gonna play a lot of Avatar and Rivals tomorrow. Okay, let me switch accounts real quick. There we go. You said better be. What? What the fuck? What's up, ISO? Frogger's what is Frogger? What? I didn't even know he played this late at night. Damn, he's been grinding. The hell, he's playing quick match. What the? Who's grinding that quick match? You know the JJK. You need a JJK fighting game. There is one. Curse Clash is right there. Curse Clash is right there, dude. Go play it. Lock in. I don't know why he's grinding quick play, but I did the same thing last stream, so. Not this song? What's wrong with this song? Wait, you want me to play the season 2 song? I can play the season 2 song. That shit is crazy though. No, please. I need one more year. It's funny because this song is way different than the song for season 2. The season 2 song is just straight chaos. This is just depressing. All right, fine. I'll switch it to the new one. Here it is. I mean, it's Rico Nasty, so I'm not surprised it's chaos. Bro, I actually wanted to know what happens in that season. That shit's probably about to be crazy. That trailer was crazy. With an opening like this in season 2, yeah. That shit's gonna be ridiculous. The question is, will it be able to top season 1 or be just as good? Got any tips for a dive? Sometimes I lose track. C&D and Invis? With C&D, you have to get her bubble. Don't use all your cooldowns when you go in on C&D. You gotta burn her bubble first. I was wondering what Infer was doing. I don't know why I acted like I didn't know. Sumo, what are you up to, dude? What is this song? This is Cyberpunk season 2. You can't run from me.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
This isn't music. I mean, it's Cyberpunk. What do you expect? It's Cyberpunk Edge Runners. What do you expect it to sound like with the did you see the trailer? We looked at it yesterday night. That shit was ridiculous. That shit was straight chaos. Wait, you want me to go back? Okay, I'll go back. It's Night City, bro. Like, like, what do you expect? It's like, I don't know what you expect. It's either sad or it's chaos. There's no in between when it's Night City. Like, what? There's no happy endings in Night City. Like, you should know this by now. There is no happy endings.
They call me Detong now, but I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
I mean,
match?
technically. Making theories about how the MC's gonna die in season 2. Shit, all of them might die if anything. Like, do you see that crew? That crew is cooked. Even throughout the trailer, they were getting bodied. They were literally getting bodied throughout the trailer, especially King. He was getting cooked. That dude was fighting like 10 million people. They ain't making it past episode 3. Oh man, that dude King was getting jumped. I didn't watch Obsession. I still haven't watched Obsession yet. The kid will live on. We'll see, dude. I think the only one that's like has plot armor is the kid. Surely they wouldn't kill a kid. Dies first. It's Cyberpunk, bro. Like, that does not matter, bro. There is no plot armor, bro. Dies first. No, like, when she fades, I lose her. How do you lose Cloak when she fades? There's a circle. Just go where the circle is. You see the circle when she fades, and then go to the center of the circle. You have to burn her fade, and you have to burn her bubble. It's not an easy character to dive. But the good thing about her is that if she's alone, she usually dies. Usually.
Slice of cold steel.
But what character are you playing where you're trying to out DPS Cloak? I'm trying to kill Cloak.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yeah, I'm about to drop 30 now. They ain't target ban me. I'm gonna drop 30.
Been a while.
Maybe even 40.
Last time I recall, you were possessed by one of the 7 deadly sins.
He is on group. That character is pretty broken.
But I got my demons under control.
He is on group. That character is pretty broken.
I need good energy.
I'll gladly
You lock in?
The
Good
battle
energy.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As good as no.
What the fuck is this guy lagging? Did you see this shit? That motherfucker's laggy as fuck. I don't know. I didn't get healed. Oh, they're dead. They got Lash OTP on their team again. The guy plays Cap and he plays Groot. I mean, not Groot. DD.
They got a group, bro. There's a good comp, and we have no Punisher.
Isn't Punisher banned?
Quicker, bro.
Pretty sure. Oh wait, they do. But we can combo all as a group. Ready to combo whenever you are. These guys are getting fried.
Slice and dice. 1,000 gods.
I am. What are you? You ain't shit. You ain't shit, boy.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Look at the Here they come.
This opening 12? Yeah, this is from Naruto Shippuden.
What happened again?
I was born ready.
Battle. Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna come back? Hell nah. Hell nah.
Open now. Open now.
Unban that word. No, it's not unbanned. The word is healing. The word is still banned. What do you mean? The message got approved.
Other one.
Oh man.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Uh-oh. Oh, that guy's fucking dead. Did she just grip me while... What?
Judge, jury, execution.
How annoying.
I am ready to put on a show.
Back in the game.
Figured she'd do that. I had a feeling she'd throw the snowball instantly. Kagurabachi. What the? You still be going to the gym? Yeah. I go every day. That's why I started stream so late. That's why I started stream so late. It's like, what the fuck? I worked out at like 7 a.m. or 8 or something like that. And then I took a shower and I didn't sleep till like 10. What rank am I right now? Celestial 2? 3? One of them. I think I'm 3 right now. I was 2. Well, actually, no, I was 1 game out of 2 like several times the other night. Every day? No. Sometimes I do rest. My rest day is like when I'm not able to do it. As in like when we were watching Evo, I didn't work out. But this guy keeps taking the damn points, so annoying.
Open season.
Aww. There's a tournament next week? What tournament? For this game? Who's tournament's next week? More drama? Oh, great. Bam is next week. Bam. That was that. What the fuck? Is she ulted or? I'm about to say, why is she not dying? Oh my god, bro. This fucking Punisher shotgun. This shit is so overtuned.
The current score is 2-0.
Okay.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Oh, Dragon,
The
you
right
switch.
heroes could make
No,
all
bitch.
the difference.
What did he just say? Is he talking to himself? Is he schizo? Well, I'm muting the music. What did he say? I don't even know what he said.
Sigh.
Sis, I think we good.
See, Daisy had to fight Evo. She unlucky. Yeah, she had to fight the twins. Yikes. Yo, Xavier, thanks for the follow.
Round 2.
Day and night. No monsters getting the best of me. Slice and dice.
Please let me win. What the fuck? What the? Son. What the? I'm playing Blade. You should already be winning. I'm scared his ass. I'm the rogue? Bro, I'm playing Blade. You should be winning already, bro. Lock in. Lock the fuck in, bro.
You know what it sounds like they really need? A benefit concert. Count me in.
Look at my DPS. Oh shit, I didn't even realize it. I wasn't looking. I was zoned out.
Battle starts in 5.
Bro, lock in, bro.
3.
They got a penny.
2. 1.
Dino.
Lock the fuck in, bro.
Back in the game.
I like the cold.
That guy's dead.
The Punisher got smashed in the control.
What? Look at me, Emily. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me.
Not in control.
Someone sneaking up from behind. The hunt is on. Slice and dice.
This fucking shotgun, bro. Holy. Punisher is so annoying. He has not killed me with his regular gun once. The only time I've died to him is his shotgun. He just headshot 2 of my teammates. He just killed all my team with the shotgun. What the fuck? That was weird. Why did my thing bug out? What is that? What? What is that range? What's even next to him? That's crazy. That uppercut range is crazy. Okay, now he's ace now on their team because he's using the fucking shotgun.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. As good as new. Judge, jury, execution, God.
Double kill. That's 3. You got them all. A clear winner.
Rages through the roof.
That was a fat ult. That was a no reg. Did you see that? The no reg of doom. Why are we backing up so much? We have Luna ult.
A nice deep freeze.
5.5 hours until Avatar. I would love to stay up for it, but I mean, I'm definitely gonna be awake probably, but I'm not fucking coming to my computer. I'm not streaming. Oh my god, this Spider-Man is peeling like a motherfucker. Goddamn. Hope you smoke city on Tokon session. I'm talking spicy about your blade. He talks shit all the time. That guy is a shit talker. People don't know that though. That guy's a shit talker. He's probably still in the stream. He was in here earlier. That guy's a shit talker. He's just low key about it. No, you're dead. Yo, you are dead, bro. Oh my god. Okay, rubber band of doom. I'm ready, Groot.
I can't get enough.
Never mind, don't do it, don't do it.
There's still a chance to stop them.
If y'all can stall, I can probably ult him.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Jesus Christ, bro. Oh no.
The state I was born ready.
It's the voice. He's so calm that people ignore everything he says. Yeah, alright. Alright, bro. Bro, what is this? What the fuck? How's Blade going? It's going well. This match might be cooked though.
The hunt's not over yet. Weapons are tools, and I'm the master craftsman.
Oh.
Good to go.
What the fuck?
A nice
Do we use that Luna ult? Okay. I don't know why you didn't use it. It's not good though.
What?
I re-up out of sight. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Only 60 seconds left.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, that sucks. Why did we lose that? Yikes.
Final score.
I don't know. We lost that.
3. Well, you can't expect.
What's up, Adrian? How you doing? You cash out points from that prediction you made 1,000 years ago? You mean this match? Thanks for letting me win. Jesus Christ. What's this match? It wasn't from. I paid out the one from the last match already. Oh wait, no, I didn't. Yeah, I just read it. We did lose that much. Probably. Okay. He pulled the blade back just for you. Avatar's gonna be fun tomorrow. Can't wait for that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. $10 a.m. That's definitely not happening. Maybe if it was Tokon. Maybe if it was Tokon, I would. Because of that, the next emote is pure freaky and gooner. No more emotes. You know, I'll just decline it, right? You know, I can just decline it. I don't have to say yes to it. What are you gonna do if I decline it? I'm gonna pay off the mods? Pay off the mods, you say? Okay. Sure, good luck with that. 30 USD. The mods can't add it emotes. I mean, 7 TV emotes. Only I can. Healthiness can? Nope. No, we cannot. I took that away from him ages ago. That dude was gooning too much. Too much gooning. You'd have to have editor on the website. I'd have to manually give you it on the website. 7TV is completely different from Twitch. Let me add emotes, I'll behave. Y'all too gooner.
Okay, and a little pleasure.
Oh, this queue is long as hell.
Guess who just showed their stupid faces?
Double KO.
Oh. Yeah, dude, just hop on 2x. Maybe just hop on 2x. This queue long as buns. That's why I hate being at this rank. Because, like, you want to rank up, but if you rank up, the longer the queues are going to take. And you fight the same people over and over, and then like you'll beat them or you'll lose to them, and then they'll open my stream and then ban my characters. I mean, I play a lot of characters, so it doesn't matter, but like, you know what I mean? Deadpool, shut up.
My years away from the Avengers taught me how much they meant to me.
Caught. You said mods can't add emotes, so you added the emotes? I added the emote because it was one of the first few times we've had that shit added. We're like enabled, but shit, I might disable it at this point. Y'all adding straight goons. I will gladly disable it. Nah, why nah?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh fuck, we have a Cyclops and a Gambit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. Both of these characters need to be banned, bro. What are these bans? Why is Punisher banned? Oh, this is gonna be a very unfun match. Oh hell no! I'm about to take my ass back to quick play, bro. This is about to be a very unfun match. Oh hell no, bro.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Yo, we gotta do Cyclops and Gambit. Oh god, bro. Fucking Thanos characters are in this match. Here we go. And again, match of the better one wins the match. Not really. It's more like what Gambit combos with. Star-Lord is banned. Same thing with Punisher. So it won't be that bad, but we'll see.
Glad to see you too, Remy. Ready for the fight ahead? Gambit fully charged and ready to explode, Scott. Good. Because we'll
Triple
need a
healer.
lot more than just potential if we want to come out on top of
The
this.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just who Gambit was looking
Team is full of freaks. How so?
One blade.
Little picks.
The other hots.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh great, Daredevil's here. My Salak is instantly counterpicked.
I am ready to put on a show.
Let me just go 2-3-2.
Farewell.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
This is not gonna be a fun match. This isn't gonna be a fun match, bro.
No more holding back.
There's nothing more sacred than a temple.
What time do I stop streaming? That's random. I can't tell you that. That's just whenever I feel like it. The card explosion killed him. If there's any time I can add you or no, it's okay. I mean, I don't usually add people like that. Unless I know the person. Unless they're like a regular in the chat. Oh lordy, bro, leave me alone, man.
When you had the chance.
Step aside.
Stop them in their tracks.
Thank goodness they're not playing Cyclops. I'm surprised they're not running Gambit though. I guess they don't have a Gambit player. I feel like if you're a support player, you kind of have to know how to play Gambit, just in case the chance comes where he's open. I used to this rank, but whatever. I don't even play with you. What are you talking about? You don't ask me to play nothing. It's you Hollywood. You don't ask me to play nothing, bro. You're too Hollywood, bro. Gambit is so fucking broken, bro. Who's killing it with a card explosion?
Just who Gambit was looking for.
I mean, okay, I guess.
That's 3. Only 60 seconds left.
He switched to Loki, bro? Oh my goodness. Can't have nothing. You can't have nothing in this life, bro. He switched to Loki to counterpick me. Can't have nothing, bro. Oh my god. Can't have nothing, bro. That's crazy, bro. I already have to fight Daredevil, bro. Bro, they brought out both the counters. They brought out both of them. God damn. Nah, not even just. Bro, that's insane. I'm not even doing that well. I just didn't die once. Like, oh my god, bro. Why are we not trying to counter the Cyclops? I don't get it. Why do you want me dead? What about the Cyclops? Why are we trying to counter the Psylocke?
Out of sight.
What? That's so weird. He's 20-2. He's playing a Z tier.
Time to switch things up.
But yeah, let's counter the Psylocke. What the fuck does that even mean?
You'll need a top-notch team.
These guys are so weird.
My mind is sharp.
Oh man, whatever, bro. Let DD when he needs it. Come on, bro. That's my friend, bro. You guys are stupid, bro. Shout back on side. They look, you be doing that to me anytime I'm on cap. Bro, that shit's crazy, bro. We have a 20-2 Cyclops going stupid.
Round 2.
I thought Oni.
You're too focused about me.
This should be easy.
You are the first priority? Why? Fucking Psylocke is like an A tier character. Like, what's?
In Japan,
Character's buns, bro. You're above Psylocke.
Tamamonomae, the most famous nine-tailed fox. You know her story?
Of course. She is one of my kin. Powerful. Corrupted.
A cautionary tale, then?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Like no elephant named Cyclops in the room.
Help get that vehicle
What is happening back there? Oh, it's Dee Dee.
Got my eye on someone welcome.
He's kind of greedy at me. I don't have 2 dashes, but oh hell no, that guy's gonna one-shot me. Fucking cornball. What? I was about to say, what had I miss? Oh my god, they don't have a Daredevil anymore. It's just free. Oh my god, they don't have a Loki either. I'm about to fucking eat, bro.
You can go after
I can all after this. Oh my. I'm fucking dying there.
This will do nicely. You're mine.
Ah, well, we can reset them out. Yeah, they're gonna stack it though. You guys gotta kill them. One now. 3, 2, 1. Nice.
I'm just right here.
Oh my god, yes. Just that's the love was crazy.
Matt, can you TP?
Yeah, I can do.
They found a Cyclops. Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
We're blocking their heels. Just walking now.
Oh my god, a strange out of nowhere. You an asshole? What I do, bro? They found us. They found us, Cyclops. That sucks. They found us. How do we even lose that?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Cut his teammate for him to survive. I didn't do that. That's not what I did. They found us, bro. They found us. Yo, why am I losing these games? These games are like free wins, and we're just losing them. These games are free wins, and we're just throwing them away. I can't win on my fucking main today. I won one match. That's crazy. I have no clue we lost this match, but whatever. Wow. How much playtime do I have? Not enough. Clearly, since I'm losing, not enough. What's up, Musu? How you doing? Not enough, clearly. We will be deranking again. Shit, maybe I have to be the one to play Cyclops, bro. I don't feel like playing that character though. That character is so boring.
Our fight to end.
Play Elsa. Cyclops is so boring now. He was fun at first, but like now he's just like, oh man. That dude takes no skill, bro. That guy takes like no skill to win with, bro. I just can't, man. I gotta say or fall asleep if I keep playing Cyclops all day. I was about to judge you if you played Cyclops. Judge me. Oh, YG, you here? Oh, hold on, YG. I heard about you. A little birdie snitched about you. You've been talking crazy. Talking about some, I have a Psylocke body pillow or something. What does that ring a bell? Saying I have you're saying I have a Psylocke body pillow. No, we got screenshots. Hold on. I knew you'd do this. We got screenshots of you. Hold on. Oh yes, sir. We got receipts. We got screenshots of you, sir. We got you in 4K. We got you in 4K. You want to explain this? We know you do. Fuck no, I don't. You want to explain this?
Or villain. I'm not judging.
I can't defend myself through chat. Nah. You want to explain? Explain. Why are you going to my friends' chats and saying I have a body pillow or something? AI. Oh, this is AI. So if I pull up the VOD, you won't pop up. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah. Oh, okay. So if I pull up the VOD after this match, you won't pop up. So if you pop up, I can ban you. Is that what that means? If you pop up, that means I can ban you, right? Is that fair? Is that a fair trade? No. Why not? You said it's a bullying. How is that bullying? What? We have you in like 4K, 16K even.
Was bonded to your brother Cullen.
With the help of a certain grizzled thunder god.
Explain yourself now.
For my own purposes.
And your
What that mean? I can show you what that means.
When our enemies attack, having an insatiable
starts in
soul-devouring beast
4,
around.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Why he stopped talking? Why he stopped talking? But Guang. Oh, okay. So I won't hear some you talking trash again, huh?
Thanks for the love, love.
Oh, that sucks. He was 1 HP. Best behavior, nature of the things. You got it?
Bloodstones don't go down quite so easy.
And you came up as a nah. We got you in 4K. I got the video version too. Hold on. We got proof of you. So you talk shit behind people's backs. Noted. I've said that in his chat. What you have is definitely AI. Yeah, sure, buddy. This better not repeat itself. I'm on to you. You thought nobody was watching. I got owls in every chat. I got owls in every chat, bro. Or what? Bet that.
I am ready to put on a show.
Can't even take credit for that one.
Double KO. That's 3.
Why were you there? I didn't say I was there. I'm everywhere.
Keep going.
I'm everywhere. We know about you. We know about you. You thought you could talk shit and I wouldn't see it? I'm everywhere. We know about you, YG.
Control lost.
I'm a great guy. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Roblox guy? Like 3 rounds, bro.
You talk shit behind people's backs, huh? I got you.
While there are still monsters on the loose.
The fuck is Roblox? What's that? You be calling Emma stepmom? I got my eyes on you, YG. This better not repeat itself. We know about you. Damn, this portal's ass. Oh my lordy. I can't hear a word that guy's saying.
No, I could be on top of the podium and like.
This Dragon Ball music going crazy in my ear. No, it happened again. If you take away Guna ability
Stood on top of the wall
to sync
ping
clips.
6 times. That's kind of uneven there, man.
Wait, what? Power's really to send clips. What did Power do? What clips did he send? He can't send clips in here.
Step aside.
What clips did he send?
I'll do this myself. As per bloody usual.
What the hell you got on you? What the?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Capable of sending.
Was that supposed to hurt?
That's probably deserved, honestly.
How long has the T'Challa been playing spaceman out here, Quill?
Yo, Roblox guy, can you lock in, please?
Fuck is this guy talking about?
I bet he's drawn a lot of attention. The Kree, the Skrulls.
I was in VC with Hero. Mm-hmm. With the whole fucking team.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You're beyond saving? He is beyond saving. Why are you in VC with Hero?
Next season's new characters are Speedball and Sleepwalker.
Watch your step.
We was on Rivals? Uh-huh. He's rage baiting? I know he's rage baiting. I'm literally ace. I was literally ace until like literally 2 seconds ago. Damn, can I get a heal, bro? Else after I die. Like, okay. I don't know. We didn't just win the first team fight with the ult. And, okay.
Love that kick. Very funny, Wade. Got you good.
Mission area is yours.
Bloody Deadpool. There you are. You. Cheers, mate.
The hell are y'all doing on there?
Was that supposed to hurt, mate? Very funny, Wade.
Oh, that sucks. Fuck did that guy go?
Double KO. That one's on you, mate. Some health would do nicely. Love that kick.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh my god, this guy keeps headshotting me.
Back from the grave, better than it got you good.
Just play Torch. Takes a lot of skill and improves your game sense. I play characters that are harder than that already. What? Characters I play are harder than Torch. Did he get muted? No, he just keeps spamming a vanish command. What is wrong with my team? Why are we surrendering? What? They have a DPS that's 9 and 7 and we're surrendering. What? They have a literal 9 and 8 Daredevil, and my team is trying to surrender. Like I don't get it. The guy's literally doing nothing but getting carried by the Star Lord, and we're trying to surrender.
Those portals always mean trouble. Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Couple YGs in the Discord. I'll take a look after this. What am I supposed to be looking at? Wait, what channel?
If you're not careful, mate, you start to
Wait,
become
what channel?
a monster yourself. Got you good.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Love that kick.
Clips. Bro, why does it say 18 plus in the title of the clip? Son.
Okay, I earned that title. And at least it sounds better than dead.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, that's here. Oh, you didn't edit the title. Okay. I'm about to say, like, what did you just send me? Please unmute the Venom. He loves you. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good, bro.
us against the world. By the eye of Agamotto.
This character's so broken, bro.
Bloodstones don't go down quite so love that kick.
They really ruined my character, bro. That's crazy.
Very funny. Diablo's hungry.
Did you see that?
Bloody dead fool. Right behind you. Does all I can do on saved by the bloodstone. Cheers, mate. Bloody dead fool. Oh, much better. Diablo's hungry. Release the
Let the devil out!
Double KO! That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row! Control seized!
What am I supposed to be looking at? Would you ever play Limbus Company? I already did. I just didn't continue it yet. Okay, my teammates are just tunnel visioned, I guess. They're getting tunnel vision so hard, they're going for kills that they're not even paying attention to the objective.
back from the grave. Got you good.
Limbus been on that dock for ages? Has it? Really? I don't think so.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Disappear!
Thanks for the love, love.
I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do in September. So many games dropping in September. I mean, I'm 100% doing Stranger Than Heaven. I gotta like actually go over the shit that's dropping in September. There's so much shit. There's so much stuff in September and like October. Like I don't know the order of what the games are gonna play. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to. I sidestepped, but I went in the portal on mistake. That's such a good support pull. He actually knows he's a sword ult. Shin Megami Tensei 5. Ooh, oh boy, that's yeah. That's yikes. You're welcome for the carry from your thing in Venom. Love you, King Nasu. What the fuck? I don't know about carry. I think we all did pretty good, no? If any, the Star-Lord had a really good game. But GG's, I guess. Tomb Raider, Black Flag. I don't know. There's so much shit dropping that month. Well, let me pull up the thingy. What year? Oh, not year. A month. Switch 2 First Light. Jesus. Oh no, that's gonna run. What month is this? We're in June, right? I mean July, right? Oh, Black Flag is later this month. Wolverine. Oh, Onimusha. Oh yeah, Onimusha just got moved. Wait, this needs to get moved to like, isn't it dropping on like the 2nd now or something like that? Wait, this isn't accurate. Hold on. Howard 1.0 next week. Alright, Power is next week, huh? Alright, there we go. Halo Combat Evolved. Wuthering Waves is dropping on Xbox Series X and S. Oh, it's out. It came out yesterday. Yo, let's get that flight simulator. Any flight simulators? Oh, the Echoes of Ironcrad game, the SAO game. Oh wait, why is it not let me open it? I am gonna give this game a try, funny enough. I think hold on. How much is this game? Is this a PlayStation exclusive? Oh my god, it's $70 fucking dollars. It's $70. Holy. Woo! $70. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh man. Yo. That was a demo out. $70. Sheesh. I'll watch the streamer play it. Yeah, I'm getting that for free. I'm not paying for it. I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying for that, bro. You lost your mind. I'm sorry, but I'm not paying for that. I'm finding a way to get it for free. I'm like, I don't even know if the game's gonna be good, but based off what I've seen, nah, I'm not paying for that. What's up, XZZ? What's next month again? Oh, yeah, Asmi and Street Fighter. Tokon next month. Wait, is Avatar up here? Why is Avatar not listed up here? But what was Avatar's original release date? Wasn't it like literally like in a few days? Oh, it was initially slated for July 2nd. Oh yeah, that shit was supposed to drop today. Yeah, that shit was supposed to drop today. But instead the beta is today, and they're dropping it later this month.
Which hero do you think
Tarnished edition. Oh, they're dropping Elden Ring for the Switch too? I thought it was already out on that. I guess it wasn't.
That spawned me.
Game Alex Lee is co-producing. What is he co-producing?
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Game is he co-producing? Walker. Fire Emblem. We will be there. Oh, first Light dropping on the Switch. Wait, Batman's not on the Switch yet? The Lego Batman? I thought it was already on the Switch too. Games in October. E-Day, Gears of War. Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, hell nah. I do not like that game, bro. Final Fantasy Resonance. I am gonna be playing this though. I'll probably play this on my Switch. I mean, on my Switch. My wait, is it only on Switch? No way. Hold on. There's no way this is only on Switch. That'd be ridiculous. Rasada? I'll look at it in a second. I was gonna say Steam Deck. I didn't mean to say Switch. No, it's on Steam. Okay, I was about to say what the what the what? You said it's Rasada? What is this? Oh, is it like a dungeon crawler? Cut to the gameplay. What is a dungeon crawler?
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It looks pretty cool.
Whoa, what's that sound? Like a melodic wind blowing across time.
We all need Kazan. Son. Y'all just want to see me fucking get annoyed. That game is definitely not gonna rage bait me, that's for sure. Bubbly Basin, Pocopia, Phantom Blade Zero. And in November,
4, 3,
GTA 6.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I was born ready.
The game was fun though. I do need to beat it. Chicken Souls game? I don't know. I don't think it's released for that yet. It should probably not till next year. A lot of games dropping next year, not this year. Yeah, their healers are trolling. I don't know. Son, they have 5 healers, bro. Yeah, just walk up, bro. Do not be afraid of these guys. Never mind, I'm dead. They have 5 healers and a fucking Venom and Spider-Man. What am I watching, yo? How does this always happen in this game? It's so crazy. It's whatever. Anything but a normal comp. It's gonna be hard for me to dive because Matt's is gonna stun me.
Go.
Oh my god, I literally ulted, bro. I did say Mantis was gonna stun me, bro. She threw that shit right when I pressed Q.
Control lost. I'm ready to put on a show.
Oh my god. Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me. No, bro, this fucking wall.
was born ready.
You think Blade would be crazy good into 4 healers, but no. If anything, this feels like ass. You think the anti-heal character would be good into 4 healers, man? I'm telling you. God damn, that girl got laid out. Oh my god, this ult is so fucking abysmal, bro.
I can't. What the fuck is going on?
That girl was getting frustrated. Gotta play Daredevil.
Sometimes it helps to have a teammate who sees things differently.
Oh my god, they all looked at me. He got stunned. Oh no. Oh, you kidding me, bro? Oh fuck.
I see you.
I got stunned again. I keep getting stunned the moment I even walk up. It's either I get frozen or I get stunned by Mantis. That's actually crazy.
I've never seen some shit like this. I can't lie.
Oh man.
Sometimes
this shit crazy, bro.
They call me D-Tongue now.
Yeah, that's what we just gotta do. Straight damage. Plan Moon Knight. Celestial, the new gold. Celestial, the new gold is crazy, bro. This the new meta. They're running 4 fucking healers. Yeah, the high DPS characters are banned. They banned Groot and they banned Cyclops. And there's some other do that. I mean, healers are so broken. Why not do it? Like, yeah. You think I can use all into that? They're all just gonna come.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
It's been no. We had a Phoenix, but I guess he switched off it.
I want to be a part of putting it back together.
Enemy located.
Oh fuck! I hate this guy. This part of the map. Okay.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Back again? Great.
Yikes.
Mission area.
I didn't die it up. Okay, I'm dead. But I can shoot play my roles. It's bad for hacking. No, I can reload her. Team attacking. City aim is insane. You got banned right away too. Damn. I mean, I'm not surprised. People hack all the time in this game. Not much you can really do about it.
I'm tired. I'm not playing anymore.
She said
Shit's
Eva.
insane.
She said Eva.
Quad goddamn support. Hello.
Bro, Randy. I mean, he had to rant to someone, bro. He can rant here. It's fine. I'm crying. Also, what is this match, by the way?
We are undefeated.
You can't use all because they're gonna counter support all that.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! I am the light in the darkness.
Oh no, my team died. Bro, I don't want to surrender this shit, bro. Lock in. Lock the fuck in. He's little hacking. Who cares about bringing awareness to it and get justice? Just playing in matches. I mean, there's nothing you can do. Like, you just all you can do is report him and just hope they fucking take his shit down. I mean, none of us are mods or whatever. Like, we can't do nothing. You just gotta report him, move on. That's all you really can do. Are you having fun with this match? I don't know. I'm numb to this shit. Like, this doesn't surprise me. Like, hey, well, I'm playing ranked at 4 AM, bro. Like, this doesn't surprise me. You get banned quicker in VCU? Yeah, than actual hackers, yeah. Oh, that guy's sexist. Oh, God. Look, what the fuck did he just type? Nah, what that guy just typed in chat was outrageous. I missed it. It was just something sex. I mean, it's right there. It was just sexist as fuck.
I've traveled to hell and back, and I'd gladly do it again.
Oh, he's a fucking loser.
Ruth, I can hear them getting closer.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing.
I'm at the bed. See ya, dude. GG's, that was the Venom. GG's.
That's what I call on the
That was a Looney Tunes match. Looney Tunes match, but I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Like, I don't know. No, it's not a GG's.
Double kill.
Man, the team's mental was boomed, so what do you expect?
That's what I call justice.
Bro says, see ya.
Enemies are near. I can feel them.
What was I looking at? Oh, yeah, GTA. Metaphor's dropping on the Switch too? What is this? What was this?
Do you think you want to be today?
Oh, hell no, I'm good off that.
I am the Phoenix. Who's ready to go hunting?
Now,
This YBA?
who am I gonna
You.
banish from this match?
You. What is this? This is a visual novel. I have no clue what I'm looking at. Oh, it is a visual novel. Dropping in December. Dragon Quest Monsters, this withered. Oh. Glad they announced this. It's like no game's dropping in December, of course, because, I mean, why would you drop your game in December? Your game should already be out. Your game is supposed to be out in November, October, September. September is usually ideal, obviously. Holy shit, there was a lot of shit that dropped in June. Well, I didn't have beef for Paragon. So we're the #1 player still. Paragon. Paragon. Wait, which one are you talking about? Why do we just ban Psylocke? And what are these bans? Wait, what? I'm so zoned out because it's 4 a.m. But like, what? Wait, what are these bans? We just do 2 bans. Psylocke and what the what? Oh, Paragon. Yeah, okay, I remember. I was tripping for a second. I'm like, who are you talking about? I remember that like the community hated that guy. That's all I remember. But was there another guy? Nah, I think it was Paragon. I remember a lot of people hated him because he did something. I don't know what he did though. It's about MOBA Paragon.
No monsters getting the best of me.
Nah, Paragon and YBA. I remember they hated him because he did something. I don't know. I think he was just community manager, so like they need somebody to hate on. But I don't remember.
That's a mighty big sword for such a young
They wouldn't hate Uzuki because I mean he's the owner. They want him to update the damn game, but I don't remember. That shit is a blur to me.
If you happen to have another to spare.
That shit was all a blur.
Majesty.
You want one? Conquer your own demonic.
Unfairly. Not unfairly for me.
The battle starts
Who's
in
calling gang slurs? Oh wow.
3, 2, 1.
Eclipse hated any Eclipse hated every game dev. He hated every single game dev. Like, that's all I remember. That motherfucker hated every game dev. He probably still does. That shit was hilarious.
On the left.
That motherfucker hated every Roblox dev, bro. He did stand on business. I mean, he wouldn't just hate him for no reason. It was he usually had a reason. Whether it was like a dev being extremely money hungry or like doing something stupid.
Back up. GG. BP1. He's ghost dashing me. Or hold back on Jin.
That's both their healers. Go back for tattoo on his girlfriend. What? What the what? What are you what? Bro, you're a dickhead. You're an actual dickhead. I'm not surprised he banned you. Alright, bro. That's a valid ban. That's a valid ban. You're an asshole. Bro, you are a dickhead, bro. You were being a fucking brat. And you're surprised he banned you for what you did? You're a fucking dickhead. You are a fucking dickhead, bro. You were literally being immature. Did we just double support all? Oh no. Nah, you deserve that ban. You're a dickhead.
I also like 5 seconds.
It's okay. I can TP if we can hold it.
I can't do that to her anymore. Y'all just fade it now. That doesn't work at this rank.
I'm TPing.
That makes noise.
Ulted 5 seconds and then he ulted.
To be fair, I didn't hear it, and that's probably what she didn't either.
Beast lurking within me.
TP and down.
Oh. How the fuck did he miss? How did the Gambit miss his Star-Lord? Yo, how did he miss? Oops, wrong character. How did their Gambit miss?
No, I'm not ready.
What?
No, I'm not ready.
Okay, do you think?
Bro, like, why are you up there in the corner? I can't hear you.
Be in the back.
This shit has me in tears, bro. Cause how the fuck did he miss his own? Oh shit! Wait, it was a prank. Ooh, that could have been bad.
And this guy.
Like, I'm not surprised you got banned. You were being a brat. If it was me, I'd have banned you. I can't lie. I would have fucking banned the shit out of you. I'd have banned the shit out of you, bro.
Without chaos.
I was 15. Yeah, I know. I mean, I can tell. Because only a 15-year-old would do that. You're being immature. I remember he banned a shitload of people. That's all I remember. He banned a shitload of people in that chat. But I mean, it's fucking kids. So like, I'm not surprised. They're fucking teenagers and kids. Like, those dudes are like immature. Like, how do you expect people at that age to act like actual brats? Which is why a lot of them got banned. Which is why, holy shit, I'm gonna die. Why not hit him? How the hell did you even get a photo of his girlfriend to do that? What the? There's so many layers to this that make no sense. Wait, you put in his profile picture or some shit?
This guy.
What? It hit the bro. Oh, that's so okay. Nah, if it was Cyclops, he'd have been dead. No, he'd have been stupid dead.
Wait, I got him. I got him.
Oh god.
Bitch. Hold that.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. You can't catch. You catch Vade on a bad day. The guy was perban. You count. I mean, you guys gotta understand, like, some of these moderators and shit do it for like children all day. Well, not children, teenagers that are actual like brats or do some dumb shit. Motherfuckers that will forge bans. I mean, forge appeals and shit. Stuff like that. So like, some of the motherfuckers are like very annoyed. Like, some of these community moderators for those games are like, they're very easily annoyed because of what the people they have to deal with and talk to all day. You know how many people got banned in Type Soul and would like fake stats or shit or some shit? Or no, not Type. Well, Type 2, but like, you know how many people got banned in Rogue or like Deep Woken and will like fake their bans or fake their stats to get restored? Fake restores and shit. That shit was like a classic. Like, I don't know. There, I got pinned. Oh, they're down one. Walk up. They're down one. They're down Gambit. I killed that guy for a reason. Can we like walk the fuck up? I was playing again. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Damn, you won't die.
Oh, I know you mad. Loki lamps, Loki lamps, Loki lamps. I'm dead as fuck.
We gotta reset here.
The players reset. I think it did. Oh no, it didn't reset. I fucking, when I was playing it earlier, I force played it.
Wait, chill out, chill out.
Yo, great, bro. Can you just go mag, man? Just go mag or go thing.
No.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who's ready to go hunting?
AX2 video. Oh hell no.
Go mag or go thing. Well, I don't think you could get much more worse. Not gonna lie.
Oh wow, that was mean. That was pretty mean.
Round 2, go!
Alright, whatever, bro.
Get ready.
That game was horrible. That was one of the worst games I ever played on that platform.
Not careful, mate.
Well, I mean, the tank
A literal unbalanced
like
slot.
arguably the worst tank in the game, but I got you.
That game was like horribly balanced. Like horrible.
No,
It was
I
bad.
mean, you sold on DP, so I mean, it's fine though. It's okay. It's cool.
Very, very horribly balanced.
Just play your Bucky, bro. Play your Bucky.
2, 1.
Shit was absolute buns.
Got it?
I don't think I could handle the pressure of the Dark Force.
Time is it? 5 a.m. Damn, it's actually 5.
Left side, left side. BPM, back.
Got no dash.
Fuck. He didn't die.
You in the back.
Where is he? Bronze. That's P Games. Did you watch the new Love Island episode, son? No? What? No? No? Like what? No?
Your god is suffering.
What a question to ask. Like, where the fuck this guy? Yo, get off my dick, damn! How many times you gonna hold me? Oh, great. Oh my god. This man ulted me like 3 times. Yo, thanks for the follow. Slice of Life animes? I do. I just haven't watched one in a long time. The last Slice of Life I watched was probably... what was the last one I watched? Real Life? Yeah, it had been Real Life, I think. It's probably Real Life. What? How the what? Oh my god, that reached. Damn it, that was like max range. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay. Switching characters. Fuck this character. Blah, 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 blah. Fucking hell, how annoying.
Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Yo, so I was gonna have ult. We just use push for it. Save your ult, Mag.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Too easy. Oh, did you see that? Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, sweet move, right? Woo, that's the stuff.
That guy got decapitated. What? He couldn't even see me.
Anytime.
I would have flipped, but I didn't. Oh my fucking god, you're kidding me. Why does she? Oh, okay. Shows once we finally win the team fight. It's interesting.
Escort this conveyance where it must go.
Yeah, real life was fire. That was the one with the adults. The MC didn't he take a pill that took him back in time to high school or something like that, or to college? Yeah, that's what it was. Went back in time to college or something like that.
By the eye of Agamotto. Don't mess with the amazing.
Yeah, made him younger. I remember that. I don't know the specifics.
It's okay to ult sometimes, you know.
Why is she not ulting?
TP.
The final 10 seconds.
I don't think we make it though. Someone got touched. Wait, I'm speed running this. Wait, jump through. TP. Go. All right, good job, guys.
1, 2,
We all did our best.
No, it's more real life. Who's this one? The fuck is it at? Who's this? That was the last life I watched. It was good. Oh shit, I do rank. That's not good. Yeah, I don't know why that girl didn't ult, but oh well. He was holding her ult for 10 years. I don't get it. I don't really get it. Yo, Destructo, what's up, dude? What's up, follow? He said, "Please God, never make me do this shit again." Second game on Gambit. You know how buns I was. Said GG in chat. Well, it's too late now. I didn't see it. Oh, I left the lobby. It's too late now. Yeah, I'll do one more. Gissy's on. She sell too. Damn. Said message your GPO video. Oh, I didn't see it. He said, "Who boosted Cloak?"
The enemy approaches.
Double KO. That's 3.
You have brought shame upon yourself. Fast, guide my spear.
You see that one clip that people have been complaining about, the BP one? Hold on, let me show you the. I feel like you'd be even a B. I would. I play BP a little bit. Well, I open Twitter. It's the first clip that pops up. That's funny. This shit made the Marvel community lose it, bro. You can't lie, he put belt to ass. Quick player or not, you can't lie, he put belt to ass. But there's another one, hold on. No, there's more. Oh, where's the other one? Can I not find the other
Which
one?
hero do you think you want to be today? Now,
This is what he does to warm up? Okay. Uh-huh. This guy is hilarious, bro.
We don't really need to ban Angela.
Nah, there was another clip. I can't find the other one though.
Me and Thor like straight counter Angela.
I can't find the other one. Bet you still buy. He is still died of that thing though. I bet you that. It don't matter what you doing. I bet you still died of that thing though. I don't care how good you at this character. I bet you still died of that thing. Are you gonna play the new Avatar game in a few hours? I'm not gonna be awake for it. I'm playing it next stream though.
I don't know. It's a straight waste of a ban. I'm telling you.
I bet you still died of that thing though.
We're in GM, bro. No Angela is that good in this rank.
There it is. This motherfucker is assassinating people. Let me pause the music. All you see is black. Yo, my man. You can't lie, he cooking though. You can't lie, he's cooking though.
What's up, guys? We're fine.
Is that A-Train? Bet you still died of that thing though. I don't care how good you are at Black Panther, you still died of that thing. I don't care how good you are at that character. He's a literal shadow. He still died of that thing. Best believe he will.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Unless they straight up get rid of things shift. I bet you still died of that shit. Alright, last match, bro. Lock in. What's up, Duff?
Captain back.
That's not good. Oh, I'm back. I forgot Rocket. It's a thing. Oh, fucking. We're going grab for grab, bro. I forgot. I will follow BP around the mark. Around and mark him all game till he swaps. I bet you stood out of that thing, though, bro. Best believe. What did you just type? Fuck, I missed. You gonna stream today, Def? Oh, man. Fuck. Yeah, block the road. Client is outdated. Oh, isn't that for the White Fox skin and who else is new? White Fox and who? Oh, the games? The games are okay. I just got on my main like a few hours ago. I had to do a sponsor earlier this stream, and then what else did I do? Oh, I did reactions. Now I am does someone destroy that beacon? Or not? That guy's dead. Nah, games are okay.
Yeah, we got guys first.
Fuck. In that room. Nice. Hope you enjoy popping balloons. All of them are balloons. I didn't look at the video. No way all of them are balloons. That's crazy. All of them? Yo, why? All is insane. All is crazy, no? Cap is just shop? Okay. Of course they put cap shop, but the girls are... Nah, these guys are dickheads, bro. They know what'll make them money, bro. These fucking devs, bro. Okay, bro. I mean, at least you can potentially get it for free, so it's not... It's like a positive and a negative. I don't know. It can be positive if you get it for free. What am I watching, by the way? What is this match? It's a team death match. It's a literal team death match. Oh, that guy got laid out. Should I do one more hour or should I end stream after this? I don't know. Yeah, run away. Run away. Get away from my damn supports. Oh, hell no. You're not touching that. That'd be Rocket. He actually did that just to save me. He didn't want me to die. Can't end on a win streak. What the? Can't end on a win streak is crazy. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't even know I had that on me. And that doesn't cancel his ult. What a Z tier. You telling me I grab him and it doesn't cancel his ult? I grabbed him in the startup of his ult. It doesn't cancel it. What a Z tier character, bro. Yo, nerf cap. How about that? Nerf cap. Yo, if cap all could actually have startup time, that'd be kind of fire, no? Why would an install get canceled? That's like saying, why would Starlets all be cancelable?
Down to 30 seconds.
Why would an install all be cancelable? What are you talking about? Do you know how many other characters have it like that? Starlets all isn't a true install. What do you mean it isn't a true install? His entire base kit changes. No. Caps ult isn't cancelable. You cannot cancel Caps ult. It'll still just turn on. Like, you can't cancel it. And he flies. He literally starts flying. What about that is the same? What about Magic's? Magic's all can get canceled. That's a literal install. Comic accurate cap. By that logic, do you know how much shit we can make comic accurate then?
Time to switch things up, including which side you're
By that actual logic, Phoenix should be the actual strongest in the game. Well, she was like that for months, but still.
More dazzling the diamond.
Nah, if Phoenix was comic book accurate, we'd be fucking cooked. I mean, she technically was though. Yeah, she already was for a few months. Like almost a year, honestly. Like what?
Round 2. Go.
I proudly wear the X, even when it clashes with my ensemble.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Deadpool better healing factor.
Nice of you to
Yeah, Deadpool be freaking busted, but whatever.
I've been at war with
I was gonna end at 7, but should I go to 8?
to run a sovereign mutant nation.
I don't know, man.
And I just had a manicure.
Style over substance.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Deadpool, what's the quota is quota?
All you need to do is capture.
I mean, I can make up for it next stream though. Quota is quota, huh? My quota is actually 7 to 8 hours, but I just do the bonus.
I found my weak spot.
Fair and balanced. Fair and balanced. 8 a.m. No. 8 hours. 8 a.m. is crazy.
Let us ambush our enemies as they emerge.
Why did it ping the portal when I pinged? Okay, whatever. Game's ping system is buns. I pinged the NPC, it pings the portal. 8 a.m. I would target. No, I'm not streaming at 8 a.m. I think it opens at 10 for me. It's 7. Yeah, it opens at 10 for me. 10 a.m. for me. It opens in 5 hours. I'm not gonna be streaming during that. Fuck that. I'll take my ass to bed. I think I've done that to that guy twice now. I feel so bad, but whatever. He went higher. What the hell? You got a main? Why is it Azula? You know why it's Azula. Just cool as shit.
GG, guys.
Final score 2-1.
Maybe I do one more. I do gotta get my Celestial back because I just lost it because tomfoolery.
Another epic victory.
Watching any anime recently? Need help with that? I mean, if you want to play, sure. I mean, you gotta update your game. We can play a match real quick. Do you have any animes you watched recently? No. Last time I watched was Shiki. Nah, I was literally just Celestial. In fact, I was Celestial too, but I fucking lost it. Oh shit, I gotta restart my game. Oh yeah, it won't let me. One game? Sure, we can play a game. Shiki? It's a horror anime. That shit. That anime is fucked. That anime is fucked. That anime is very bloody. If you don't have a stomach, I would not advise. I would not advise. I got GM3 yesterday first time. I've been struggling. Now I'm D1. What do I do? Just keep doing it over and over. It'll become easier to get back the more you do it. Lock in. The more times you do it, the easier it becomes to get back. Just lock in, bro. You gotta restart the game because of skins? Yeah. Because the files weren't in the game just yet. Wait, so it's Cap, White Fox, and Lady Loki. Why is my game not opening? Is White Fox skin out? I think it is. I'm about to find out. You're on double chat? Okay. Lady Loki, you're legendary for Spidey. Oh my god, I gotta do shaders. Yeah, this game is trouble. Yeah, isn't there gonna be like a heat wave today or something like that? Discount active. Okay, let's see it. It's lagging because my shaders aren't done doing whatever the hell. They really had me popping balloons for this. Oh my lordy. A crocodile? Jeez. Let's get this White Fox skin, I guess. Let's see. Let's do this one. Oh my god, I got the MVP. What am I supposed to do with the MVP, bro? Like, son. Oh, brother. This one. And I'm getting trolled. Where place? Oh, the other one becomes discounted the more you... Oh, that makes sense. Game hates you. This game is troll. Oh my god, it's gonna be last balloon. It's gonna be last balloon. Yeah, this game sucks. This game stinks. This game stinks, bro. I got anything in the last second? Yeah. This game stinks. Well, we got the skin, but to what cost? Oh, well, I gotta wait for my shaders anyway.
Yo.
What's up? I gotta wait for my shaders. Do you have shaders you gotta do or what?
Mine are completing right as we speak. So.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know when yours are done.
Oh, mine are done. Man, your shaders look slow.
I don't know why. I don't know. It's weird.
I have to figure out what driver I'm on. Maybe it's
I'm on an older driver. I'm on one from like last year.
Yeah. What GPU you have? You have an NVIDIA?
40. Yeah. 4090.
Driver. That's usually what makes it go a little bit quicker.
Where was the rest of the? Oh. All right, let's do this one.
Driver version.
Bro, this game is so bad. Oh my god, bro. What? Oh. Son. There's 2 Lady Loki skins? Yeah, technically there is, yeah. Justice plan. That one's funny. It's not even the skin, it's actually the last one.
Yeah, mine are from March. Mine's
Bro, I just got last balloon on both of them. Yo, this event sucks.
I have never ever gotten it earlier than like the last or second to last.
Oh my goodness. Okay, bro.
But like also, I don't fucking pull anything from any of the booster packs that I open either, so I am historically unlucky.
Where's the other one? Oh, Lady Loki.
See, chat, donate him, gift him 5 subs right now, just for pity. So he can pay for all these skins that he'll never be able to get on anything other than the last balloon.
Here's the White Fox one. White Fox seems gotcha. Yeah, it is.
For your entertainment.
Are you getting any of these or what? On your main?
I don't even know. I don't play White Fox. Holy booty.
This shit is at 60. Damn developers, man.
I don't play White Fox. I don't play Loki, but I should because I know that they're really good.
These are both really strong, yeah. I got the Widow skin and I don't play Widow. Oh, I need to get the effects.
Thing is, like, I just don't even I haven't even had time to like learn any new heroes.
You should, they're fun.
White
Fox is really fun.
Desire. It's just like, I just need to, like, if I get fired from my job, I'll have a lot of time. So I'm waiting for that.
What hours do you work?
I work from home, so I have a little bit of wiggle room there in terms of like what I do, but I just have to put in my usual like 40 hours a week, hit my meetings and whatnot.
Oh, I see. That's not that bad.
No. If I worked in an office, I'd be going crazy.
Well, on chat, I gotta buy the
Yeah, I've just not
thingy.
I've not been enjoying work since AI has taken over.
Oh yeah, that shit is whack.
Oh, it's so incredibly lame.
Trying not to dox myself. Give me a second, chat. Almost forgot to hide the TikTok stream. That would have been pretty bad, huh? Because that shit definitely shows my address.
But hey, if I get fired from my job, we can play all the time, you know?
Shit, I'm down.
And it's fun. I don't have
Not saying I wish you could get fired, but I'm down. Oh, man. No, you're not gonna get fired. That'd be crazy.
One could hope.
What the?
I shouldn't say that because like I need health insurance, but
I like this pink one. This pink one's really nice. Chat.
Did you always do streaming full time?
Yeah, I'm doing this since high school. Tried to get a job, they didn't let me. Oh, this one's nice.
Wait. Really?
He said what?
The chat won't let you?
No. I tried to get a job. I wasn't old enough.
Oh.
So then I just went to go do YouTube. I've been doing it since. So I was 15, yeah.
That's kind of crazy. And I will say that you know, there's usually a ton of people that like start streaming really young and they do a bunch of like really dumb mistakes.
Oh no. I matured pretty early. I did dumb shit in middle school, but like after that, no.
Yeah. Like I'm glad I didn't get into streaming until I was like much older. So it was like
I can feel that.
I'm smart about it.
I can feel that.
I see young people do shit, and I'm like, you know, like I tell people specifically, I'm like, I do not answer. I do not look at DMs. Do not DM me on any platform. I will never answer them. I've seen what happens to content creators that do that.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep. Wait, is my shooters? Oh, my shooters are done. Okay, I'm queuing us. The key might take a while because. Oh, whoops! There you go. The key might take a while because well, yeah, we had to. There's an update, but it was fun. But yeah, this stuff is crazy.
Yeah.
We play Samira. We're playing Samira. Yeah, we're gonna play Samira.
Yeah, if we want to like an easy game. If we want an easy game, I can go Rocket. Probably.
Nah, I'm just playing for fun. I don't really care if we win or lose.
Fives.
Yeah, I don't really take this game that serious.
They call me the victory is in my sight.
Number 11. Do you like tank or support?
Benny, I'm about to play White Fox. Yeah, I'm about to play White Fox actually. I'm gonna try this new skin.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
He got banned. You guys banned him.
Wait, we still banning?
Yeah, it's not bannable.
Season 8.5.
That's Thanos. What you mean?
That hero is so whack. I think he's not worth
It's
the
not
ban.
whack. It's just that it's not him. It's just if they run Gambit Star-Lord or Gambit Punisher, it's just annoying.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how many people in this elo have the ability to like run that shit?
That is true, I guess. But you never know.
If you're in like C2, okay, that's understandable.
Every time I run that thing, I win so easily. But hey, be like that.
Big ban, interesting. I'm bad in Daredevil. I fucking hate that hero.
Nah, I agree.
I like how he got nerfed and he still just blows up supports in 2 seconds. Like
I mean, they didn't touch his damage. It's just, yeah, right. You know.
He can't engage directly from the front, and that bothers people.
Agent of one. Agent of one. I'm going in.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
I was like, wait, did she turn around? But I forgot she turns around in her pose. So I was like, what the fuck? I was getting confused for a second. I'm like, wait, what the hell?
You want to do this, Venom? I'm cool on DPS. DPS is my main.
Yeah, go for it. I'm just trying to play this new skin. This is a dictatorship.
The White Fox skin is dope.
Yep. I want to buy the pink color, but I want to use this one first.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape.
Black Widow skin has a sick design with the hourglass in the front and the web on the back. It's just Widow.
Yeah, the unfortunate characters. Yeah. I bought the effects for the all right, chat. Or am I tripping? I did. Yeah, I definitely did. Just making sure. Oh, I can't use the emote here.
Eater pay, Arker pay, lady. I don't go around spouting off your secret identity.
That's because you don't know it. I actually understand how to keep classified information secure. Unlike
the battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yo, don't ban me from Twitch.
All you need to do is capture.
I didn't know that war was forbidden. I hate that game too.
Mother.
We won't run away anymore.
You can tell because of the frame around it. Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh, I can't.
That is true.
Venom no E.
No, they're down one. Walk up, walk up, walk up. They're down one.
Oh, fuck my life.
You're the best. Thank you.
Oh, I'm dead. Sheesh. That Spider-Man just kicked that guy's ass.
I'm back.
I love Wasians. Oh, wow, what a name.
Damn.
Are we?
My cooldowns won't allow it.
Can't blame him. Wait, what the?
Bucky. Kill the white fox. Uh-oh.
This skin is sick. This skin is sick, chat. Holy easy. Dirty as what? The skin is sick. Holy shit. I love the effects on it. And the music is so nice. It feels weird playing White Fox. I haven't played White Fox since the tournament.
You know what? I'm gonna take that. Oh, I'm definitely taking that. Ooh!
I haven't played White Fox since the tournament. This feels so cursed.
No, I wanted to go for that.
The fucking Boger Bash, yeah.
Put 3 on, but let the tanks push up and hold space.
If you guys get low, I'll teleport. If you guys get low.
Yeah. Venom, ultimate outside.
Charm them.
Ultimately, taking. No pop tart, Mr. Fantastic.
Holy shit, you blew up. Holy fuck.
I got blown up.
Get this White Fox, get this White Fox.
Oh, they have no supports. You guys win that.
I'm ulted. I don't think you guys win that. The Spider-Man's coming. He's gonna save the day.
My time to shine. I've survived so much worse.
Oh, fuck. I should have TP'd. I thought we had it, so we had no supports.
Do I get free stream? Like, I haven't gotten any until you, so thanks for ruining it. Thanks for ruining my night. Thanks for ruining my night.
Nope. Watch the hook.
I have ult. We can walk with my ult.
There ain't no shot that I can actually get away.
Patty cake. Lock in. Look at me.
Oh, I got fucking charmed. There ain't no way. Fuck, we're down support. Care. They're down support as well. MLO, MLO.
Spirit pulls me back to battle.
Do a showcase of this skin, son.
Burn the fox, burn the fox. Well, I got one support.
Again!
I exploded. Holy, I exploded.
Stay on.
We're touching, we're touching.
I've survived so much worse.
Yikes. Some way fucked up? Yeah.
Fox on the run.
The current score is 1-2.
I could get more finals, but you know.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes
There's a champion. Wait, what? There's a champion, Mr. Fantastic.
Okay, what do we think about
a champion, Mr. Fantastic is crazy. You guys are gonna triple tank? All right.
Yeah. We're just gonna bunker the shit.
Getting her first try? Fuck no, you're not. If I got it last try, you're getting it first try. Since I got it last try, I hope everyone else gets it last try. Yup, that's how we get down. That's how we get down.
No, I think the cloak and dagger is fine. I don't think this is a issue.
Jeff, you can go Luna if you want for the team up.
Increased shields. Let's have some fun.
It feels more here. All right. I trust.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I'll swap. Oh, okay.
Tiger Division has had its eyes on you for a long
Hey, you don't have to swap if you don't want to. I was just for you if you're getting dove a lot.
We're not interested in hiring.
You don't bless your fans. If I'm cursed, we all cursed. If I'm cursed, shit, we all cursed. How about that?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit, if I'm cursed, we all cursed. We, yes, we. That's how we get down around here. I'm not about to be the only one cursed. Fuck that. Fuck that.
My spirit steadies. I suppose that helps. Systems restoring. Good timing.
There we go. They're down.
Hold on, we're gonna go about Venom. We can't heal you guys yet.
Huge. Watch the hook.
We're better when we work together.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Oh my. Don't speak that voodoo. Whatever fucking mojo voodoo shit I got, you guys got that shit too now. This shit, I am not about to be alone. Fuck that. If I'm cursed, we all cursed. That's how we get down in here.
Talking about some I get both skins last try. Yeah, fuck out of here, bruh. We all getting cursed. That rebuke. Telling me I get both skins last try? Fuck no, bro. I'm telling you. Nah, don't bless the chat. That shit not gonna fix it. That shit not gonna save you, bro.
Right side.
Nah, I got a first try cap.
Armed and dangerous!
Jesus Christ. AI ad.
Whoa.
On my channel? I can't disable that shit. There's nothing I can do about that. Because I would for sure disable an AI ad. What the hell? Just slap away from my damn channel. But I can't, so. It's all Twitch picking ads. We can't pick our ads. They would never let us do that. You can actually pick it on YouTube. You can disable gambling ads. I think they have to have that enabled though. This is like YouTube Kids and shit. But I don't think there's a section for AI. Because anyone could apply to make ads on YouTube. Anyone can make ads on YouTube, so yeah, if someone puts up AI posters, nothing we can like really do about it.
I've survived that vehicle.
Still winnable.
It's extremely winnable.
I'm gonna try and go up and around and get to the convoy. Watch this. Long right above our heads. I'm on the objective, but they know I'm here.
They're low. They're all low. All low. All low. All low.
Oh, what the fuck?
Don't be afraid. I have TP. No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Alive.
Venom on us. Venom on us. Careful if you're diving. Yeah, he was pulsing my off.
Good night, world.
Wow, this guy's an asshole.
Oh.
What? He missed.
Resumes.
81 gigs on Xbox? What the fuck? I'm some Zerk. That doesn't sound right. It sounds like you missed the update.
Oh, there's not a fucking thing to go up there. My bad.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Yeah, it's fine. You're gonna have to go up.
Final score 1-2-2.
Yikes.
Oh man.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Dude, lose
Yo,
that.
how was I on tank and I still managed to like?
Oh nah. Yo. That's not good. I'd have
Like, all
more.
of my finals came from the first round too. So there ain't no way. And he died with ult at the very last bit there, which is super bad.
Should I do one more? Fuck, I gotta do one more.
Yeah, come on, we can get it. We can get it. One more, maybe two if you win.
We'll see. We'll see.
I gotta see.
Max is playing Guilty Gear. Is he checking out RoboKai?
Oh, he is.
Oh, he had finals, I guess, after the first round. Didn't feel like the
And
pressure
Liz.
was there.
Electric Age, there are 3 levels.
He's checking out Robokai. He'll be saying one more to Avatar drops. Yo. Once this shit hits 8 hours, I'm out of here, bro. Yeah, Robokai's out, yeah. I'm not checking him out next stream. I think I'm gonna play Avatar. I will be on that Avatar. This one's cool too. Maybe I go back to the hat. I like the pink one a lot. I don't have enough to buy it right now though. I'll buy it later. Is that the out? Yeah, it's out. Summer skins are out. Yo, y'all are gooners, bro. So the cap skin's gonna be in the shop tonight? Alone, or like is it gonna be with something else? So I'm like, where's the cap skin? Okay, these dudes are too busy gooning instead of answering my damn question. Just forget it. Let me pull up the cap skin. The fuck?
Wait, they're actually sticking us both on DPS.
That has no effects.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh, it has no effects. That had effects, never mind. Oh, DPS, yeah. If they want to play support. One hell of a choice of swimwear. What's wrong with her swimwear? Meant for cap? Oh.
I gave Phoenix this last one. Oh, we gotta get Phoenix. We have a rocket on our team.
Wait, why are we banning Penny? Bro, ban Phoenix. We have a rocket. That guy trolling?
Be 20%. Oh, no.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
It's fine. It's always better to be safe than sorry.
I don't want to play.
Who's ready to go hunting? Who's ready to go hunting? Who's ready to go hunting?
It's crazy because like last round, like I felt like I was like popping off on DPS.
I think our whole team was just dying. I don't know. I don't know what was happening.
I got a plan, but it's gonna take expert timing and perfect precision. No, I'm just messing with you. All you gotta do is swallow everything whole. Got it?
Play a summer skin? No, there's summer skins to play.
The battle starts
I guess I can play Punisher.
4, 3,
Magic
2,
is fine.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Too often, men prove themselves worse than demons.
Someone's on top right. That's the tank.
Is that a Mr. Fantastic again? It's the same Mr. Fantastic.
White Fox no TP. White Fox no TP.
I'm not 1v1ing a Venom. Have you lost your mind?
Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it.
It's burnt. That guy's so low. Damn, my aim is us. I'm not taking my time. Gotta stop holding left click.
You have no idea how badly I just juked that Venom. Push up, take space. Ult him early if you can, Infer.
I'm gonna do it now.
Before the Venom gets back. Huge.
Fantastically elastic.
Want to see something really fucking dirty?
Sure.
Oh fuck. I can't do it. They know I'm fucking here.
Got their attention. Elsa's low.
Cap low. Venom low.
Mr. Fantastic can die. Motherfucker takes 10 years to kill, never mind. Someone's taking the point.
Force the win ult early. Tight back.
No, that was easy.
Me and you on DPS is kind of dirty. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I told you this before. Remember we were playing with a lie? I said this is kind of unfair for both on DPS.
It is a little unfair for both on DPS.
Whatever.
Super fucked that game.
Oh, you got recognized.
Oh, I did. Yeah, no, that game was brutal.
Yeah, that one was bad. Like that shit felt like bullying. Like that last match was the promo to sell.
Yeah.
That shit was bad.
Dude, the Strange was TP.
This is Jim Cell.
I killed him outside the TP.
Oh no!
As he was TPing, I killed him, and Li's like, "Where's this?" As she's on the point and sees the portal pop up, and she's like, "Where's the Strange?"
Damn.
Oh yeah, hiya Panic. This is the first time we've been on the same team? No. Not the first time, right?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh man,
All you need to
I'm
do is
reaching my
capture
limit,
the
chat.
mission area.
I don't think I can make it to 8 hours. About
remember that
750. 750. What about 750?
Did I win or did you win?
Only 750 years.
Got the res beacon.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Magneto's one. What the hell are you guys doing up here? Think I'm gonna just let you live? Fuck no. Fuck no. This is my main account. Fuck no, I'm killing you. I'm not on an ult.
I should have gone for the rocket. I didn't think we could get the res beacon out in time.
Look at that. Oh, just trolled him. It's dead. Someone's back capping the point.
I'm on it.
It's magic. It's magic. Fall back. Fall back. Fall back. If you guys can. If you guys can't, fall back. There's somebody back capping the point.
We got him off. Yeah, just keep him alive. Shit. We have one support. Shit, back.
Fall back. Fall back.
On the backside. She's low in the back.
Oh, wow. Oh, this map moving just fucked my ult so hard. Oh, she's low.
Rip. Goodbye.
Yeah, the map moving literally just hard cucked my ult.
Howie. Mag's low already. Whoa. I don't stand anywhere near you guys.
I'm trying to flank, but this magic won't be alone. It's burnt.
Hey, that's fair.
I am ready to put on a show. Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
3, 2, 1. What?
I got an ore.
Honestly, I've wanted to do that for ages. Oh, sweet moves, right? You're welcome.
Yo.
There's a magic still back here.
The area's almost yours.
He's like behind us. Just be careful.
Ping the bad guy. I was looking for one of these. You see that green ape? I want one. See that?
Oh.
They went for me. Oh my god! Why is she still going for me? Carry me, Panic.
Oh, that's game. GG's, guys. Yikes. No. I don't think so. No. Shouldn't be. Behold, stepchild is crazy. Stepchild is crazy work. To behold stepchild. All right, absolute last one. Repeat copper. Copper 4.
Yep. One more. This is rank up. You got this. Right?
Sure. We'll see. Copper 4. Have he been playing Rivals for 8 hours? No. No. Chad be trying to gaslight saying I did a full rival stream. Nah. We did reactions at the start of the stream, and then we did I checked out Kenshiro on Fatal Fury, and then yeah, here we are. But I was gonna play Avatar this stream, but it's not out yet, so we gotta do Avatar next stream.
Girl cut. I mean, my hair cut.
Bro, is that fucking? I know exactly who that is.
Which hero do you think you want to be?
Oh man, that Eddie. That's Eddie. Yeah, we lost. No, I'm joking. We didn't lose.
Those who oppose, I'm not a hero.
I can play support, but if Rocket's not banned, I can play support. Is banned Phoenix last.
Nah, I can do support as well. I can do support as well. When I was Tokon beta, I mean Avatar beta, yeah, something like that. It comes out at 7 PST, which is 10 EST for me. So yeah, 4 more hours. I will not be awake for that. I will not be awake for that. I bought the game already though, but yeah, the beta. I don't know when the thing is gonna pop up, but yeah, we're gonna play next stream, so don't worry. That's why it's good I did a sponsored stream, so I don't have to do it next stream. It would suck to get off Avatar just to go do a sponsor. And get back on Avatar. Call Avatar Legends not include fighting. That'd be cool. Because Avatar Legends the fighting game is a long ass title.
I'm not judging.
I mean, everyone I know just calls it Avatar Legends, but whatever. It's a mouthful? Yeah. Even abbreviating that would be crazy. Was it ALTFG? I mean, I guess. I guess.
If you're not careful, mate,
some Quaz.
you start to become
Quazarod. Fantastically annoying. He just stalls a lot. That's it. Unless the combos weird. Oh, the new Avatar game. I gotta relearn it. I gotta redo the tutorial because I forgot how that shit works. I forgot how most of that stuff even works. I mean, because I wasn't like playing that much last beta. I mean, I played, I did a video and stuff, but I didn't play that much because I was waiting for Azula. So I knew I'm not gonna invest time into playing Zuko or anyone else because I didn't care about the others.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This feels like an Avengers game.
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
Yeah, they're funny. I mean, I don't blame you. Tokon's like the next big thing,
right?
For fighting game players. Is that him again?
I can Bucky one tap. I got him all water.
Yep, that's definitely Eddie.
You're up. Well,
That Eddie?
you all took too much damage.
You fall back. Oh, you guys are dead.
Yo, let's do this shit. Let's win this.
Group,
That the rank 1 group?
What is that cursor?
Yo, yeah.
The rank 1 group? I know your voice, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm the #1 group.
Yeah, I know your voice.
Alright, let's win this. Let's win this. I'm looking on a win streak. Last game I went crazy. Everybody's like, holy shit. Let's win this. Let's win this.
This motherfucker is too funny, bro.
I'm rolling to Mr. Fantastic. One tap.
There we go, there we go. We should be good at this. Kill him off, kill him off, kill him off.
Yep.
Hulk low, Hulk low.
Put up a fight.
Yeah, we can combo ults.
Yeah. Push up, push up, push up.
I don't know who this guy is. I'll raid him after I end the stream if he keeps streaming.
As soon as they walk through this choke, as soon as one of them walks through this choke,
Motherfucker is hilarious. If he's streaming after I end stream, I'll raid him. Oh fuck. Hit the wall twice.
Ain't no way.
We win this. We win this.
Oh, just fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back.
I thought we were gonna fight him in the room.
Smurf and Bannable. Flat Warriors and Champions. They're probably not smurfing, they're probably just lore farmed. Oh, that Deadpool's one.
On the back of the Hulk, on the back of the Hulk.
Alright, if you ult them.
I want them at objective. In 3, 2,
go for it.
1. Holy shit, I'm a legend. We right for it, we right for it. Get the blade off. You're shaking shit.
This time.
I got Luna one tap. I threw a grenade on her foot.
I got it. Oh, she ulted. It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, we win this.
One of them in.
Oh, I literally blocked this.
Luna's one tap, good shit. I got him warded too. Mr. Fantastic one. They're trying to kill me, but they can't. I get it bounced around. Holy shit. I'll port her if I die. I'll port her. Put it down.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, you got
what is that tag?
Oh,
nah, I think he was trying to do tag.
Oh shit.
He was trying to do some tag. You saw that, right? Nah, he like ulted right under the Nah, that guy's crazy. Nah, that's some Fenty tag. Nah, bro, y'all saw that chat? Did you see what he was trying to do?
Before they give him a chance to build it. Oh, back him up, back him up, back him up.
Oh, I'm dead. They're low though. Nah, that was some tag. That was gross.
Yo, bro, I got some intel that you're the #1 blade. Is that true?
Used to be.
Nah, you're the #1 blade, bro. What do you mean used to be? You're always gonna be the #1 blade.
Oh, okay. That's how it works. Bet. This motherfucker Eddie, bro.
Fuck.
We win this shit, bro. Come back, my Agamon.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh shit. I'm still touch. I made it.
Right, not our map.
We win next round. We win.
He said I made it. He got smacked at the wall. Bro said I made it. Bro said I made it. He got smacked at the fucking wall so fast. I'm crying, bro.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Why am I up so early? I'm about to end. This is the last match. We're at 8 hours.
I just wish I'd had the chance to take
Oh shit, bro. That shit was funny.
Plenty of other lunatics you can use those sorts on.
That better be, because I'm getting tired of standing around and talking.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Oh man.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Nah, let's lock in.
Can't let the monster out at the wrong time.
Y'all got them all ward in. Let me go by me. They trying to kill me, but they can't. I'm responding. Lucky's one tap.
Yikes, what is happening?
Jeff got his door. We're about to go crazy with Jeff too. I have a feeling.
We have.
Okay, you guys play tank. Yeah, alright. If y'all wanna, I'll play Mr. Fantastic. Triple tank. But I'm about to get my
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't go triple tank. Yeah, just use all first.
Yeah.
Yo, does anybody know how to play Coke by any chance? I have a wall.
We can use my ult. Just kite away from this for a second.
Holy fuck.
Never mind.
Yeah, we're getting blasted.
Yeah, no, we're getting shit out really bad. Y'all want me to triple heal? You can triple heal. I don't know. Alright, we're now. Now we got 2 healing ones. Let's try it now.
Okay.
I got my ult. I'm using my ult early.
Go for it. They have no
W, holy shit! Number 1 grew and number 1 played. Holy man.
Push up and take space. Don't let him get to the point.
Oh man. You probably didn't need the rocket all that, but whatever.
There you go. Start backing up. Just hold the space and back up if you take too much pressure.
Cap is flanking.
Cap on the back, so he's gonna dive right now.
I got a ward in the front.
Cap dead, cap dead.
Nice. Okay, there we go, there we go. Let's do that every single time. Every single time the cap comes in, we just turn.
Thing just shot at ult. I'm here too, I'm here too. Thing just died instantly, I'm dead too.
No, that's not good. Fall back, fall back, fall back. Oh, never mind, we have... Yeah.
On the Bucky. Don't give up point if you can.
Oh, that was a no rag. Oh, that was a no rag. Do you see that? I spun at him, it didn't do anything. You're still up? This is the last match.
Nobody found me. I'm coming back. They're trying to kill me, but they can't.
Slice and dice.
Cap is gonna have ult, I think.
Oh man.
Sure, those are bad guys.
As good as new.
Nice pick. Walk up there, down one, down one.
Y'all got them all warded. I got critical damage on the back line. Forky's better than all. Our healers are also gonna go. I got them all warded. Big ones on me. Good shit. Forky's deep form. Yeah. Nice. Captain America's one tap, might have break the shield.
Nowhere yet. Going to
How he blocked my grenade? That dude's a freak. Good shit, guys. I got my ult coming up.
Yeah, we can combo it again.
Try to get to the spot to do it early. I don't know if Luna has her ult yet.
I bet. Say that. I'm doing it right now. Oh, after this assembly, I'm on ult. 3, 2.
Go for it.
Oh, I got frozen. Holy shit. I got respawn. I'm gonna still ult. 3, 2, 1. Holy shit, I'm a legend. I got 8 of them. Holy moly.
no support.
I got stunned.
Good shit, good shit.
He just say 8 of them?
Focus one tap. I'm about to deep form him. Focus deep form.
Yes, that
Come on,
crosshair.
man, where you running to? Nah, you can't run away.
I be forgetting he used this big ass crosshair.
They poured it in. I threw a grenade. I got critical damage on nobody. I killed Captain, dude.
Oh my
Block that
fucking
portal, block that
god.
portal. I'm gonna block it in right away.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
On the back, there's a Hulk. On the back, there's a Hulk.
Block this bomber in. That boy trying to come through. I'm blocking him. I still got a ward in. We should win this. Good shit. I blocked portal.
Bro, this guy's playing fucking Space Jam. This character is so annoying.
On your back line, there's a cap on your.
I got the
cap
cap.
on
I'm
your
trying to get the
index
cap
and
off you guys. Just don't see none.
Don't see nine. Don't see
Cap low,
nine.
cap low.
I'm walling in the front door. The front spawn is warden.
Deadpool low, Deadpool low.
Yep, I'm walling this in again. I got a sword warden. Deadpool still one tap. Good kill. I got my ult coming up right after this. Critical damage on nobody. Here comes my ult. Come on, you suck. Oh, you're gonna bounce on me? I bet I'm gonna bounce on you back. You suck. I got his warden again. Good ult, good ult.
Do I have to ult this? It's really good.
Nah, we should be good.
They have no healer, no? Other than Deadpool, but Deadpool's dead, no?
You have solo Invis heals now. We're gonna lose this now.
No, I'm ulting in 3, 2. Try to get to Groot. Try to get to Groot. And I'll ult. I got all of them ulted. Good shit, good shit. I got his warden again. They try to freeze me. I'm waking up. I just woke up. I'm ready to respawn. You win this shit, bro.
Got their Luna.
Good shit, good shit. I threw a grenade. I got critical damage in the back line.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Get off, get off, get off.
So tired of dying.
We win this shit, bro. Don't get fucked. You don't come out here. Get away from
Don't
us.
see 9, whatever you do.
Don't see 9. Don't see 9. Mr. Fantastic, one tap.
This is so long. Yo, this Hulk can burn the Hulk. Burn the Hulk.
Good shit, good shit.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about. Everybody clap it up for us.
Not even close.
Only overtime, bro.
Good shit.
Nice.
That's Alto. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure? And then I fucking died.
Yeah. I was holding for so fucking long. I don't know how I didn't die. I was life stealing like crazy.
That was insane.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
That's where it used to be longer. It was. I cut it.
Hey, Blade, what do symbiotes and vampires have in common?
Yeah, I played with you earlier. Played Hulk, and I know you're a streamer. That's what's up. I'm in Eddie's live. He's just trolling like hell. I know he is. I bet you he is a troll.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This looks like a gig for the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Walking to the back one. I got one tap already.
Yeah.
Oh wow, miss.
On the back. On the
Hold
back.
on, right away.
Hold on, there's a cap on us in the back line. Hold on. Don't walk yet. Don't walk yet.
You gotta reset.
Yeah, reset.
I'm here with you with this.
Hold on.
You go, you go. Bucky's one tap. I repeat, Bucky is one tap. He's scared and confused.
He got greedy. He got greedy.
Yep. I threw a grenade over there. Critical damage on Bucky.
Oh, stay main, stay main, stay main.
Come here, I got you, bro.
They still haven't capped the point. They haven't capped the point yet.
Yep. Walker's one tap too.
Don't be afraid to use your ult invis if you need
Bucky's
to.
one tap. I got him all ward in. I'm ulting right after
Mr.
this.
Fantastic low. Mr. Fantastic.
I forced him to bounce on us. He bouncing on me now. Get off me. Get off me. Try to find an objective, bros. I'm walling this in again. I got Hawk before him. I'm walling in Hawk again. Bucky's one tap. They just again all over me.
That's
I
not
got my
good.
Hawk coming up.
I fucking getting perma fucking attacked by alt cap.
Put it all in the middle right now.
Fantastic.
It's up to me, isn't it?
This fucking character, bro.
They're trying to kill me. I hit
Just freezes me and then I just die.
I gotta wait. Let's go. Stupid. I'm on this side. Oh shit.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway
I got
point.
respawn. Huge. Here we go, bros. I'm using my ult right away. Here we go. I'm using it right here in the back. One. Holy shit. I got all of them ults.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Luna can die. She died through her ult. Nice.
This shit. Captain America's weak. He's one tap. And scared and confused.
Tap low.
This shit. Tap is still low. Nice.
Mr. Free, it's just so dumb, bro.
Push up. Spidey, try to get that Luna and just ult and kill her before she even gets a chance to build the ult.
Girl, as soon as they come through, I'm gonna wall them in. Got this shit. They paralyzed me? Who did that? That's good. Who did that? Alright, what's up, bro? You forced out. Good shit. Get a blade.
Survive.
Oh. Nah, you didn't die there. He was getting muted like crazy.
How if I get my wall so I get my ult? Lucky just pull me in. Lucky's one tap.
Yep.
Alright, we next fight. I gotta get feeling. Y'all need me to portal or?
Probably.
I'll put it. I'm going full speed. Here we go, pull up. What's up? This is fantastic, one tap. We got our healers. Everybody gets objective. I'm shooting us in. Holy shit, it's really bad out here.
Luna's dead.
Luna instantaneously.
No healers. They have no healers.
Good shit. Mr. Fantastic, one tap. I'm putting him in little chest mode. You got him chest out. I come Mr. Fantastic. One guy's next. Beautiful. What's up? Look at my healers. What's up? Don't run down to the man. Give no sheets. Nice. I got my Agamomo coming up.
My Agamomo? What?
Area's under control.
What I do? That probably gonna last one. Yes, sir. What I tell you, if I'm down, y'all all down.
Cap on the left.
I got my Agamomo, bro. I'm gonna make a play for it right now. I'm going out. I got him all. Pull up. Hello. Good shit. This is fantastic. One tap. Come on, bro. We on that shit, boys. Rez and Hus. Nice.
What's up, Tyler?
They're gonna have the portal.
You talking streams? I know him.
Cap is coming. We're not pushed up. None of us are pushed. They're not pushed up. Fuck, we got back up.
I want to move up. I'll move up here, bro. What's up? What's going on over here? Oh shit. There's a lot of them. Isn't there Tatsu trying to throw his arms on me? Lucky's trying to throw us into?
We got both DPS ults. Hit the Luna together.
They just, oh shit. They just went crazy. Come on, run up that. Big plays, bros. Big plays.
I got 3.
Open that Mr. Fantastic. You can. This shit. That's, we went right off that. Mr. Fantastic, one tap. I'll put it up. Mr. Fantastic still one tap.
Can I go down?
He's dead. We should win. All we need to do is one stop. Block portal. I'm block portal. Back up, you freaks. Back up. Train jump through. We need a big play right here. Loki's one tap. Yeah, we win game off this. Come on, bro. We too good. I'm gonna get in the fuel chop. Mr. Fantastic, one tap. He got his little chest out. Good shit.
Yo,
bro.
GG's.
Number 1 Groove and number 1 Blade. Holy shit.
GG's, guys.
Oh
my god. There's Eddie streams. YouTube. It's Eddie dot. I'm about to rate him. I'm about to end anyway, so you just go to him.
Follow that way.
This dude is hilarious, bro.
Instant bap. What?
Is he singing? What the fuck?
goofy shit.
All right, chat. That's enough for me, bro. I'm fucking gassed, bro. All right. GG's, dude. Thanks for the games, bro. Appreciate it. GG's.
Yeah, happy to help you.
Yeah. I'll probably be on tomorrow, probably, but we'll see. All right, chat. I'm gonna head out. Go say hi to Eddie, I guess. That was the group. I mean, I don't know. This dude's hilarious as fuck, bro. But yeah. Oh, he's on a win streak too. Shit, happy we won that. Would have been bad to ruin that. Well, he did, but whatever. All right, chat. I'm out of here. I'm gonna catch you guys later. Go say hi to Eddie. I don't know if his chat's in follower mode or not, but hey, bro, I'm out of here. We'll be back later tonight with some what's that shit called, Avatar. So I'll catch you on a little bit. So yeah, join up on the raid. Join up on the raid. Join up. Don't be a stranger, bro. Join up. All right, chat. Appreciate you guys again. Subathon soon as well, so lock in. A lot of big streams coming. See ya. Boom.